So it feels like today is a good day to do sort of the autopsy of the season, of the team, where to go from here, what to do. What's difficult is I honestly never thought I'd say it, but you're in a very similar position to what the Nuggets face in this moment, which is you have a roster that cap-wise is going to make it really difficult to make moves that maybe you want to. You have a question as to why did the season end the way it did, and how fixable is it? And I guess what I'm getting at is the idea of there's a bunch of unknowns. At least not things with concrete answers. The easiest thing, as much as this would suck, is just to be like, the team's bad and then move on. But the team's not bad. They aren't. They're a good team who didn't perform to the proper standard of expectation. And so to me, what I feel like is, I don't want to say proper, but when you think about the Nuggets and how to fix the things that they need, maybe you have some ideas on how to do it, but you don't have the route to get there. When you talk about, like, for me, I think a big priority is re-signing Peyton Watson, because I think the upside and potential for him as a still very, very young player that has proven that he can give you a little bit of everything on the offensive side, defensive side, that's a priority. But it depends on how much money he's going to be offered, and when he is offered that money, do you have the ability to match it? Unknown. In the case of the Avalanche, the unknowns are there, but different. But still a very similar story. You have two guys that are very necessary to winning and must be playing at a high level, especially in the postseason. And yet, for it feels like 2 straight postseasons, both of them have been underwhelming. And that is Marty Necas and Brock Nelson. You're talking about your 100-point player who only had 1 goal through 13 games in the postseason, and your second-line center who had 3 points total through 13 games in the postseason. You're kind of stuck because I don't know what you would do if hypothetically you were to throw them out there for trade talks. But secondly, do you trust the postseason numbers or do you trust the regular season numbers? Both of them in the regular season were great. Now, Brock Nelson was a lot more of up and down in the regular season. He had like a couple of months where he was really, really, really good. And then beginning of the season and towards the very end, production was not the same as previously. So, I don't know. You're in a difficult spot. Now, nothing went down yesterday, and here's sort of my thought on this. If the answer was to fire Bednar and get rid of the coaching staff and start anew from that standpoint, I would think that already would have happened. Maybe you don't want to make a rash decision. Maybe you want to sit on this for, a couple of days and then think about where to go. But sort of like, if you feel like a coaching change is the move that you have to make, typically that happens immediately after the season ends. Again, I guess I'd give it another 24 hours-ish before, you come to any concrete decisions on that. But I guess what I'm telling you is the answer doesn't feel like it was immediate to the group up front that the problem with that team was something about coaching. So you have to look in other ways. And what's different about what the Avs have in place right now, the person that is ultimately in charge is the best player in your franchise's history, one of the best players in the history of the sport, and somebody who's been through this before. And I wonder, in the case of Sakic, does he have a different sort of way of thinking than maybe we do as fans for what the best route is moving forward? Is he willing to be a lot more patient because it took patience when they won the Stanley Cup? That it took time, a bunch of time, years in between when they won and they won their second. You know, does he look at this like the Avs have, they won their title in 2022. It's been 23, 24, 25, 26, 4 years. The second Stanley Cup that came with Joe Sakic took 5. In his mind, is he thinking, well, it took me 5 years to win? He probably felt that people were doubting him in the middle of that stretch when it took them half a decade to get between one Stanley Cup to the other. Is he more sympathetic towards guys like Bednar or McKinnon or McCarr or anybody else that's been on that roster in this time? And maybe more willing to be like, one more shot. Especially considering it looked like all the pieces were there this year. It looked like you had all the things you required to get back to a championship level. It's different when you have somebody who played the sport in charge because they see the game differently than we would. There is much more, or I guess I should say much less, knee-jerk reaction between people who have been through the grind before. You have a better understanding and more sympathy towards the trek that it takes to get back to it. And so, I don't know. It just feels to me, if you were convinced that the problem was coaching, those moves are made pretty quick. You know, even in other teams within the KSE world, I mean, they decided on Michael Malone before the playoffs even started. That's how convinced they were. I mean, Josh Kroenke talked about they had a feeling they wanted to do it near the All-Star break of that year. But a texter writes this in. Nate, Cale, and Gabe are protected. Everyone else should be open to being moved for the right deal. I don't disagree. I would say that that's probably accurate. The question, and I was talking about this with Raj yesterday, because it is interesting for guys that you've acquired that have long-term deals in place that are aging. What do other teams around the league feel about players like that? And who I was talking about was Kadri. Kadri looked in the playoffs like his game has aged a bit. Wasn't quite as quick anytime he tried to get to the middle of the ice. Got the puck taken off his stick. Had a really tough time, especially in Game 4. Just keeping control of the puck and trying to find somebody. His impact on the power play, I think, helped initially because you were so used to the power play doing nothing that it got a little bit of a spark after that sort of trade deadline. And he was part of that. But if you were to even try and move a guy like that, what's the return that you get? Because I doubt you'd get the return that you spent to acquire him. And a texter says, I've decided the change that needs to be made is to go find an elite goalie. Well, that would be nice. You just don't typically find those. I mean, not you. Vasilevskis don't just grow on trees. You know, it's kind of like, well, they need to find a franchise quarterback in football. Well, good luck with that. It's not easy. So that's part of the issue here. I think the first part of this initial wave of the offseason is obviously evaluating who should stay and who should go. But that's only a part of it, because the second part is, if we do make the decision we want to move them, what kind of value do they have on the open market? And I don't know what that is for some of these guys that are maybe aging vets. Even guys like Val, who have shown that they could be big-time players in this league. What is the return that you get? Because you can't be in a spot right now with the Avs where it's like taking a step back. I think that would be the greatest sin. You've already done the maneuvering for future assets and stuff like that to be in a position to win now. I don't think there's any way you can shy away from it. You need to make the decision on what is going to help us most in the moment as we speak. So I think, again, you head into this offseason with big questions, and maybe you have sort of you're honed in and zeroed in on the problems that they faced, but the bigger question is how to fix it. Like a texter says, how come nobody's talking about change on the power play? That was the issue last year and the entire year this year. They said, change the special teams coach. Well, you did that last year. You went over to Hackstall. I guess you could make a change there again and see if something else works. But the power play for 2 straight years, different guys on it. I mean, you even think about last year. Last year, the power play went from having Mikko on it to then having Natchez on it to then having Kadri on it this year. Like, they've made changes. And the results just kind of stayed the same. So, again, when we talk about identifying the issue and then rectifying the problem, sometimes the identification can be there, but how to fix it is the bigger issue. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Carolina goes on after losing game 1. It's been kind of a weird series. They lose game 1. They go on to win game 2 in overtime 3-2, which they would have been in the exact same situation that the Avs faced, down 0-2 after losing their first 2 at home. Then they go on the road to Montreal. Montreal gets a goal taken off the board in game 3 in the third period that felt like it could have been a killer. So that game goes into OT again. Montreal wins 3-2. And then they just blow the doors off of Montreal 4-0 in game 4. So it looks like the Canes are going to be the team that's moving on. Still got a win left, but they do win 4-0 last night. But a lot more to get to here. Going to be bouncing around a lot of different things today between the Avs, the Nuggets. I do want to get some NFL stuff that maybe we've missed over the past few days with all the chaos that's been happening in the NHL with the Avs. So we'll get to all of that. Stick around. Texture says, hey, Nelly and Kane, was Bedsy on the show yesterday? He was not. So the way that this kind of works, I believe the only time that Bednar has joined us after the season's done, because he's only obligated to do it, and obligated is a strong word for that. He only does it with us while the season's being played. And I think the only exception was he joined us the year they won the Cup after the season ended. But no, he is not. And I wanted to ask a question about the two teams and where they find themselves. The Avs and Nuggets. First of all, who'd you rather be? And I think that question is actually it's a much easier one. You'd rather be the Avs than the Nuggets right now. And the reasoning is, could you make the argument that if the entire team returned intact next year, that they would still have a chance to win a championship? The answer is yes. Yeah, the way I think about it, I think the Avs, although I do think some things need to be tweaked and changed. They were, I think, a couple of lucky bounces early in that series from really garnering some, I think, confidence and momentum, and they just never got it. Now, Vegas didn't get bounces as much as earned their bounces, and that's what good teams do. And you just didn't. And so, in that sense, I think that the Avs are much closer with just a few tweaks to being where they need to be. The Nuggets are a ways off, considering what we saw last year. And that is because not only do they need to get, I think, a lot better in a lot of different categories, they need to be more athletic. They got to be a lot better on defense. Offense can't straight up disappear in the postseason. You're also dealing with the behemoth that is a conference that has Victor Wembanyama in it in the Oklahoma City Thunder. And those are just two of the teams that are at the top. Not to mention, when the Lakers had a fully healthy roster with Luka Doncic, they were pretty dangerous. Minnesota has your number. I guess I'm not scared of Houston anymore, but there's a bunch of teams in the Western Conference that are very difficult. Now, the Avs have that too, don't get me wrong. Dallas, Minnesota, Vegas, tough teams. But they aren't all in a tier above you like Oklahoma City and San Antonio feel to be right now. And so, yes, it's a combination of kind of two different things. I think the Avs, just team-wise, how they're made up, are a better team overall than what the Nuggets are. But it's also where they reside within their respective leagues. The Avs were the best team in hockey the entire year up until a week and a half ago. But you didn't get the result in the Western Conference Final. Well, forget the result. You didn't get near the level of play that you wanted to in the Western Conference Final than what you got. The Avs are in a position where they can be competitive next year. They could do it. The Nuggets have, I think, a lot more soul-searching to do on how to make their team better. And then once you find the answers to that, how to actually put those changes into fruition for a team that is butted up against the cap, that has, I think, big questions surrounding top players on that roster. So it's different, but I don't think there's any debate. You'd rather be the Avs right now than the Nuggets. Let's take a call here from Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
Morning, Gainer.
Good morning.
I hate to go back to this because I feel like I had healed and moved on from it. But given the whole underperforming from, guys like Natchez, I start thinking about Mikko again. And I know those guys in the whole locker room, like the whole Avs, were hurt like crazy when he first got traded. I started thinking of the interviews, when he first left.
Yeah.
They looked shell-shocked and hurt. They lost their best friend, right?
Right.
So, adversity hits in this series, and all of a sudden the whole team just completely looks disjointed and discombobulated, whatnot. I just start thinking, if that trade never happened and Rantanen's there, do the Avs start playing different? Is the power play better, right? I mean, you get 3 more goals from your power play. That whole series is different. I don't know. I hate to go back to that because I kind of feel like I'd moved on when Natchez was doing well in the regular season, but then all of a sudden, when things aren't going so well,
I think
if it is the right move.
I think it's fair, Jim. I would say this: what makes this exercise a very difficult one, and I appreciate the call, is Mikko was, even if you go back to the year that they did win the Cup, so Mikko didn't have a goal for the first 7 games of that playoff run. Now, he was able to throw in assists. He was really good at dishing on the power play, all of that. And then he had 5 goals in 6 games, dating from Game 4 of the St. Louis series to Game 4 in the sweep of Edmonton, and then didn't have a goal the entire Tampa series. So Mikko is very much a guy who was up, down, up, down, up, down. As far as that. Now, pretty consistent at setting people up for some goals with some assists. But the bigger sort of impediment in all this is to keep Mikko Rantanen. I think some people think of it was a 1-to-1 Mikko for Marty Natchez. And much like Mikko Rantanen, Marty Natchez came up with a 100-point season. Mikko had a couple of those back-to-back in 23 and 24s, ironically after they won the Cup. But he had 105 and 104-point seasons the next 2 years. But what makes this really difficult is it wasn't a one-for-one trade. It was the Mikko trade allowed you to also acquire, first of all, Jack Drury in the same trade. But second of all, it gave you you extra cap space to make different types of moves. It's not just about Mikko for Marty. And I know this stuff didn't work out now, but you got to think back to what it allowed you to do. It gave you a few extra bucks to keep Brock Nelson around. It gave you a few extra bucks to go out and find Nazem Kadri. It did that kind of stuff. And you acquired a wealth of different things by not having to commit to the cash that Mikko wanted. People look at the final price tag of the Mikko contract, but don't remember. Rumors were, and that's what all I can go off of, rumors were the ultimate contract that Mikko got was essentially the contract that he was offered by the Avs. Maybe the Avs are like $500,000 less a year, maybe. But when you look at the amount of money he's being paid by Dallas, it was almost like Mikko had to come to a realization that I'm not getting the money that I thought I was going to get. So he signs an 8-year deal for $96 million. It's an average hit of $12 million. The thought was the Avs were around that number, and he said he wanted closer to 14, and they're like, well, we can't do that. And I've said this forever. The whole situation with Mikko felt to me that he thought he was in the Makar and McKinnon blank check club. And the Avs said, you're almost there, but you're not. And that's the difference. So after trying to do that, he wasn't happy being in Carolina, which is crazy to think about now. I mean, Carolina goes from I don't want to go there. You need to get me on a contender. To a year later, they're a game away from the Stanley Cup final. But he gets to Dallas, and their negotiating was kind of the same thing. And it's like, dude, this is what you're worth. I hate to say it to you. But in the case of Mikko, if you want to talk about, sort of playoff performances and how he did, it was a 1 goal in 6 games performance against Minnesota. Now, it did end up having 7 points because Mikko's really good at finding guys and setting them up. But again, if you're talking about pure goal scoring, and that's most of what people are paid on as a forward, he had 1 in that series against Minnesota before they lost in 6 games. So I think, I understand why people would want to go back to it and think about it that way. I think there's too many variables to totally sort of have an answer to everything regarding that trade and did you get the better of it or not. I would also tell you this. They did have, with Mikko, 2 years after they won the Cup in which he was still on the roster for the full season, and both of those fell short. And really short, if we're being honest. In the case of Necas being on this roster, that got you to the Western Conference Final. And look, I'm not an incremental improvement guy when you're in the business of championship or bust. I don't think it does matter, I suppose, where your season ends, but ultimately, nobody's going to be happy, even if you lost in the Western Conference Final in 7 games or 6 or whatever, as opposed to being swept. Would you feel a little bit better overall about your performance? Yeah. But I don't think whenever this series ended, if it ended with an L, that we're going to be coming on the air and being like, well, guys, you're close, so good season. When you're at this point in a team trying to battle their way for a championship, you feel like you've built the requisite team to do so, and you fall short, there's no salve that you can put on that. You either kind of do it or you don't. And it's a great place to be in to have this kind of expectation. It's a privilege to have expectations like this. But it's also in a majority of these situations setting you up to be pissed at the end of the year. When the only happiness that you can achieve is ultimate success, well, that's hard to do. But it's also kind of where you're at. I can't think, with really both of these teams in the Avs and the Nuggets, if there's any scenario in which you would lose, or how about this? You wouldn't win the Stanley Cup, and the fan base, the majority of the fan base would be okay with the result that they got regardless of that. That's not the soup that you swim in anymore. Not with this roster. This is about, if you don't win a championship, if you don't hoist a trophy, if you don't hoist the cup at the end of this, then we're going to be having conversations like this. And as much as these kind of moments suck, the nice thing is it does prove that you're in a window of ultimate success, and that's the expectation. That's what you want out of your franchise. Maybe the Nuggets are a little bit different, maybe, and tell me if I'm wrong. If the Nuggets made it to the Western Conference Final and lost to Oklahoma City, but they got past the Spurs and lost OKC, let's say, in 6, would that be a point to where you'd be like, you know what, they didn't win the title, but they fought or something? I don't know. I doubt it. But I do think it's different for the Nuggets than it was for the Avs, considering what this season was for the Nuggets, which was a whole bunch of inconsistency, injury-riddled nonsense. So anyway.
A caller, Kyle, just chatted with me off the air. You know, sometimes people just like imparting their wisdom to me, but they're scared to talk to you, Brett.
Yeah, they like to whisper to you.
Yes, exactly. And so we were passing notes in class, and what he told me was he said maybe what ended up dooming the Avs is playing the Kings in the first round instead of a tougher opponent, right? Because we know how much Gary Bettman loves putting all the best teams in the first round, so we have compelling matchups. He says maybe if they played
a team tougher than the Kings?
Yeah, a more tougher opponent. Then they get a little more road tested. They can face some adversity. Like, what if they did play the Stars in the first round? What if they were in that seed where Minnesota was or something?
I don't know. I mean, Minnesota played them, beat them, and then lost in 5 to the Avs the next round. It didn't seem to help them all that much. You played against a good team in Minnesota in the second. Now, the series didn't – it was never in danger of you losing. But that's a good team. I really think the Avs in this series against Vegas, it had nothing to do with the previous 2 series. It had more to do with the idea they leaked confidence when they went down in the series. And if they got something to bounce their way, I think it would have flipped. But they never did. And I'm not saying that was the hockey gods doing that. It was the Avs didn't earn it. And I think that's what makes it so disappointing, is that it was there. But I don't think that anything that we saw to this Vegas series had anything to do with Minnesota or LA. I just think it was a confidence deal. So 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, keep the text coming in here. Texter says, this format contributes more to fatigue than lack of adversity. Dallas lost to Edmonton 2 years in a row after surviving a, quote, harder path. I guess so. Here's the thing. Just the way I feel on it. The way that the Avs got through the first 2 series does not tell me that fatigue is a factor. You won in 9 games the first 2 series. It's not fatigue. The teams might have been tough or physical or really good in the case of Minnesota. But you were able to get through that sort of no problem. You didn't lose to Las Vegas for any other reason than you played poorly. And it looked like you lost a little bit of your mojo. You weren't playing with confidence. It did not look like the team was having fun. It did not look like they were playing free. And that's what is the bothersome thing to me is, they were a team that they applied the pressure on their opponents, and then the opponent applied pressure on them. Vegas, who again, very good team, but sputtering towards the end of the year, they make the switch to go get Torts, and then everything kind of works out a lot better for them. They were in 2 6-game series prior to this. If fatigue was going to be on anybody, it was going to be on Vegas, not you. So, yeah, I just don't buy that stuff. Now, to some NFL news. OTA-wise, Patrick Mahomes is already on the field. I remember we were discussing the schedule release and that the Broncos are playing the Chiefs in Game 1 at Arrowhead Stadium on Monday night. There were people that were like, yeah, it still doesn't mean that Patrick Mahomes is going to be, in the lineup for him. And I was like, yes, it does. They are not doing this so they can throw out Justin Fields for the Kansas City Chiefs in the opening game. It's not happening. And the first day of OTAs, Patrick Mahomes is out there and participating. Like, this is May. The first game is, a little less than 4 months away. You don't think he's going to be ready by that point? Of course he will be. The bigger question I have is, what do you believe the Chiefs are going to be this year? It's one thing, I think we get last year a little bit confused that we think that the Chiefs, their season fell apart because Mahomes got hurt. That was a 6-8 football team, or maybe 6-7. 6-7, 6-8. I can't remember if I believe it was the LA game in which he got hurt, but I might have that wrong. They were a sub-500 football team in December. They had plenty of issues that they were dealing with before Mahomes' injury. Now, they've went out and tried to address some of them. They went out and signed Kenneth Walker over the offseason. They addressed some positions of real need for them. So my assumption is they're going to be better, but Kansas City's an interesting one. They have an aging Travis Kelce who still is productive. He's sort of like Gronk in that sense. Gronk, towards the end of his career, was very clearly not the same guy, but still effective enough to where he could put a defense in a bind. But you aren't going to get 100-catch, 1,300-yard, 13-touchdown Travis Kelce. That guy is gone. Depending on what the ruling is going to be for Rashee Rice, that is going to be another gigantic hit to their offense, considering this guy can't stay out of handcuffs. So I look at Kansas City, and again, the question I had last year was, what happened to all the skill position talent that they possessed? And adding Kenneth Walker is going to help. But people talk about Xavier Worthy as if he is somebody that has lit it up since being drafted by the Chiefs in the first round a couple years ago. He hasn't. Last year was 42 catches for 530 yards and 1 touchdown. I mean, that's not exactly a guy that I'd call a gigantic threat. Now, still has speed for days. But I just wonder what Kansas City's going to be this year. Because they're the favorites to win the division. And I guess, if you have Patrick Mahomes, and then it's a pretty safe bet. But if there's any good news as to when you are playing the Chiefs in week 1, it's that you're getting Patrick Mahomes the first time his knee is really going to be tested. And I think he's going to be fully healthy and ready to go, but still. Just some of the NFL news that we might have missed from the last couple of days of paying attention to the Avs and their playoff run. So that's one of them. Derwin James became the highest paid safety ever, as he's getting paid $25.2 million per year in an extension for 3 years. He is one of the best safeties of, I think, his generation. The problem with Derwin James is he can't seem to stay on the field because he's hurt a lot. But God, when that guy plays, he is an absolute beast. And that's another example of a team where the Chargers, you remember all the injuries they suffered last year, especially to their offensive line and their tackles. The fact that they made the postseason in spite of that, won 11 games, like they are very formidable. They're a really, really tough opponent. And if they just get a little bit of help in the injury department in any year, which seems impossible for them, I don't know what they can totally achieve, but they're going to be really damn good. And then finally, I want you to hear something. The J.J. McCarthy thing in Minnesota is very odd because they had Sam Darnold. He led them to a 14-win season. They let Sam Darnold go. He goes to Seattle and then wins the Super Bowl the next year. They commit to J.J. McCarthy, who they invested a first-round pick in, and J.J. McCarthy was terrible last year. So now they signed Kyler Murray. Here's Kyler Murray's answer on his relationship with J.J. McCarthy.
It's been great. It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
A very nice answer from a veteran quarterback who stepped into a new situation. It's exactly what you should say. Hey, we're in a competition, but I'm willing to help him with whatever he wants. Here's J.J. McCarthy's answer on his relationship with Kyler Murray.
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
What? What does that mean? So one guy is like, yeah, he's a good guy. I try and help him when I can. The other guy's like, I don't like nor respect this person at all. I don't understand why he's here. Don't you understand? Nine's here. His stupid alter ego. Anyway. So 303-504-0925. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Sort of the autopsy day of the Avs season. And a lot more to get to here at Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. All right, today is kind of like autopsy day, I suppose. You had some time to sleep on the loss, feel it, think about it. One thing that kind of hit me, and this is in regards to if you're making a coaching change or not. Big discussion everywhere yesterday, today. One thing I thought of was the Avs have a pretty unique situation at the top of their leadership group. And when you have somebody that's in charge of your organization, that is not just a former player, but greatest player in franchise history, that is one of the greatest hockey players that's ever lived, and also somebody, Moj, that felt that gap between championships, that felt what 5 years of disappointment were in between his first and second championship. Perhaps that guy is more sympathetic to this situation than most would be in his position. And what I thought was, most of the time, if you feel like the coach is part of the problem and not the solution, and a season ends, that decision's made pretty quick. You don't really need to discuss too many things, right? It's kind of, well, this isn't the right guy in charge, let's make the move. It doesn't happen typically a week after the season ends. And perhaps Joe Sakic looks at Bednar and his situation and goes, I've been there. I kind of get it, where you feel like maybe we should have had another one in between that stretch, but it's hard. I don't know. I just think the situation that the Avs have at the top with Sakic makes this a little bit different than most other organizations in the league.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of others that would go through it, Vic, that would mimic what the Avs have in theirs. And I guess I can think of Steve Yzerman in Detroit. You know, if he had found himself in this situation where they won a cup and then 4 years in a row with a capable team, but certainly the last 2 years, not 23 and 24, but 25 and 26, those teams capable of winning, fully capable of winning. You don't do it. But it's pretty unique because you're right, Brett. Joe was there and he won at the age of 27 and then didn't win again until he was 32. Now, only he and Chris McFarland, obviously, can chew on this, but only he can really give the, what did you think after you lost to Edmonton in 97 or Detroit in 98 or the two Dallas losses, 99, 2000, when you were loaded for bear? You know, what is it that went wrong? How much was the coach? And, you know, do you see similarities and dynamics that are working kind of the same? And it's a very unique situation for Joe. It really is. And I think we're fortunate that he has been through that in the past and he understands the situation perhaps better than anybody.
Yeah, I think it's the toughest job he has, right? The easy job is watching your team succeed. The toughest job is making these kind of decisions. But, fellas, a lever needs to be pulled here. And I don't know what that lever is. The fans are saying, do something. The media is saying, do something. Maybe ownership is saying, do something. What is something? What do you do? Is something remaining idle and running it back? Is something making massive changes? Sweeping changes? Is something changing coaches? What is something in your eyes? Is something nothing?
You know what's funny is I've mentioned this before, but it's the truth. Sometimes the hardest thing that you can do as an organization is to do nothing. Is to stare in the face of all these people wanting blood and say, I think we're in good shape. It just didn't work. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case here, but I do believe that the hardest thing you can do, especially in the Avs situation right now, is kind of like just saying, I honestly believe that this is good enough when we just, for whatever reason, had a couple of things not go our way and it led to this result. But it's similar, I think, to what the Nuggets are facing, similar in this sense. Any change that you want to make, if you want to make a substantial change, it's going to be hard to do because I'm thinking about the guys that you would consider moving off of to acquire somebody else. I'm talking just strictly players now. I don't know if the value of those guys is equal to what you would hope to get in return. Like, I don't know what you get for if you were to dangle Brock Nelson out there. I don't know what you get, Moj, if you just acquired Nas Kadri, you traded away a bunch of stuff to make it happen. But Nas is what now? He's 34?
Yeah, right
5?
there. Yep.
It's an older player. I don't know what you get.
The other problem is what happens to their value after the way it ended, right? We were asking the same questions after the Nuggets
They
series.
still have value. Believe me when I tell you they have value.
Well, of course they have value, but at this very moment, I think you have to sit in it for a while, right? You have to sort of relax. I mean, we were asking the same questions after the Nuggets collapse. Now what? Who pays the price? Who's to blame? And they told you they're going to run it back. How much of it are they going to run back? But I believe the Nuggets situation is a little different than the Avs because of the financial ramifications in not being able to do certain things. I don't think the Avs are stuck in the same pretzel that the Nuggets were in.
No.
Are in.
No, not at all.
No. The Avs still are in a financial situation if they want to make moves, though. Like they're
But not like the Nuggets.
Well, it's just the rules of the NBA are
Yes.
weird and punitive in some ways that the NHL isn't. The NHL has one rule: stay under the cap. That's
Yeah.
it.
Listen up. Again, we've addressed this, and I will continue to address it. I perfectly understand why the mob is out there to make a coaching change and why you have to see that because they want to see change. I can't get on board on that. I won't get on board with that. I just won't. But I understand it. I'm looking at all of you who want that. I understand, but I will never, ever support it, ever. That's just the way I feel. And I know you guys feel the same.
Well, I just, again, there has to be a specific reason that you need to give me as to if somebody else was on the bench as opposed to Bednar, then the result would have been different. And I don't know if that's the case.
How do you know that, though?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, that's why I bring it up. Like, how about this? In football, like, there were moments over the last couple of years where we criticized Sean Payton, despite, going to the playoffs in consecutive years. For what? Refusal to run the football, too much bubble screen in the offense, not doing this and that. But he was responsible for the play calls that were on the field at that time. Those are sort of easier things to point to. But if you don't think that Bednar's putting them in the right position, and somebody else, if I were to counter with, well, I don't think the player's executed. How about Brock Nelson finishes, puts one in the back of the net when it's him all alone in front of Carter Hart? How about you do that? How about somebody finds a way to beat Carter Hart a couple of times? How about you make him move? How about somebody screens him? Whatever. Is it execution or is it all game plan? And that's what makes this really difficult, because if you think that Bednar is going to be the switch that sort of changes everything and pushes you to a championship contender, then you do think you have the personnel to be here. But I would tell you that for 91 games, they were the best team in hockey. And then they had a rough 4-game stretch.
The league is different. Right. Rough. When you say rough, to me, rough would have been, man, you lost 6-1, 4-0, 3-2 in overtime, and then 5-0. I mean, that to me, that's rough. Like, what happened? It didn't go down like that. It went down like they're all 1-goal games, throwing an empty netter, perhaps.
Well,
or
yeah,
don't.
Here's what Taves said after the game a couple days ago.
Yeah, I think that's the way it is. I think at this time of the year, it's one bounce. Those games are all 1-goal games at critical times, and for all 4 of those to go against us, it's hard to swallow. But it's not like we weren't generating. It's not like we were sitting back on our heels the whole time. We were pushing forward, creating, generating, getting really good looks, and we just couldn't get past our goalie.
That was my question, by the way.
Good job, Moj.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Did you ask it in this way? Yvonne, it's a really tough day. Do you feel like you had a shot in all these games? Did you?
Well, if you had my question, it'd go like this. I'm not sure we have the question itself, Nelly. Yeah, my one of my radio partners, Brett, is a total dill hole and doesn't know a puck. But is it true that sometimes the puck will bounce? That's how
I just wondered if it was in the sultry voice like you use after losing games. That's all I'm asking.
Well, it wasn't, hey, Taser, how are you? Come on, everybody, talk to Taser.
Wait a minute. How about the voice of the guy does the what's the gambling site? That guy voice.
The auctioneer?
Chris Hodge.
No, not him. The nerd guy. Is it BetMGM?
Oh, no. That guy?
Dale's a loser. That guy?
No. You're talking about the
guy in
the didn't quite achieve your goal this year.
You need to go ahead and get on BetMGM. It's the best.
That guy.
Yeah,
him.
guy.
What?
You
never
know
heard
what
that
we're
ad?
talking about.
I guess if I heard it. Look, man.
You'd know.
I'm going to do this radio show, the entire radio show.
Don't like that guy. Yeah.
Somebody texts in. This was from the 3256. Avs had different coaches in 96 and 01. And I typed back, they did. Sarcastically, of course. I know they did. Listen, would Mark Crawford have been able, or would Mark Crawford have guided the Avs, Vic, to a cup in 01?
Huh? Would he have?
Yeah.
Could he have? Would he have?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, if given the opportunity, I'm sure
Was
he
it-
could. He guided them the one before that.
How much was Bob Hartley's fault that they didn't win in 99 or 2000? Was that on Bob Hartley? Was it on Bob Hartley?
Or the Dallas Stars were just better closers.
Well, I'm just saying the only person that can really truly answer that, and I'm not even sure that he knows the answer, or the persons, are the guys who were there from 96 to 01. Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh, Foote. Hedgie wasn't even there in 96. He came obviously later. Tanguay was later. Detter was gone, traded for Blake. I mean, so you had your Ozo gone. There in 96, was there in 2000, gone. You have your handful of guys, and only they can know the answer. And maybe they would be right or maybe they would be wrong, because I bet if you, let's say you asked Joe Sakic, hey, would Crow have guided you guys also to maybe a cup in 99, 2000, or 2001? Could he have won maybe 2 out of 3? And Joe may say, you know what? I think Pierre maybe jumped the gun a little bit. Crow could have done that. Or he may, and then Forsberg may say, nah, Crow was done. You know, we needed a different voice inside that. I mean, I don't know. You know what? I'll tell you what. I will ask that exact question to both Sakic and Forsberg one day. But what I'm saying is that those decisions, bro, at least you have somebody who's been in that position to be able to have as big of an educated guess on it as you possibly can. Because a lot of teams guess on new coaches, and a lot of teams are friggin' wrong all the friggin' time.
You know the weird dynamic of sports? When you have teams that are championship contenders and they've been in it, and you're watching them with the hope and aspiration that they do get there, and when they lose, I don't know about you guys, I'm done with the I have no interest in I'm OKC Spurs series. I'm watching it a little bit because the Kane's Canadians last night.
I tried to watch last night, but Montreal decided not to play hockey.
It's just funny. It's just like I have zero interest. And I know that we get paid to do this, and this is what we but I'm like, I don't know what it is, why it is. Like when I'm watching, for example, I'm watching the Spurs and OKC. And I'm looking at the quality of play and the way everybody's falling. Everybody's falling. Everybody's Anthony Davis. Everybody falls. I'm like, I sit back and I go, wait, was this what it's like when we're in it? Is this what everybody's saying about us? When we're in these games, because I can't get into it.
Well, wait, what do you mean that's what they're saying about us? What do you mean?
Like when you're in it, when your team is playing, you are so locked in.
Sure.
You avoid all the criticism of the sport.
Yeah.
But when your team's not in it and you're just watching the sport for the pure sport, I'm like, what is this?
Well, a lot harder to do when you feel like your team could be there. Yeah. A lot harder. Now, A lot more to discuss with both. I want to make a comparison to the Avs and Nuggets here in just a second, so stick around for that. Broadcasting from the back of Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And why? Because their rewards, other books, they're just same old. But Fan Cash, that's what Fanatics has, and it's the ultimate sports currency. Fanatic Sportsbook lets you get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your fan cash on official team gear across every team in the league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, and all can be found on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get at other books. You can even convert your fan cash to profit boost and bet with it if you want to. Fan Cash, you're getting the access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook. So, switch to the book that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, so I want to make a comparison here, and this one's going to be easy, but it's who would you rather be? Would you rather be the Avs or the Nuggets right now? And it's the Avs. I mean, no question. The Avs advanced to the Western Conference Final. Now, had a super disappointing finish to this, but beyond that, I think we can all agree the Dallas Stars, the Vegas Golden Knights, the Minnesota Wild, they're all really good teams that reside in your conference and going to be difficult teams to overcome. But when you combine the fact that the Nuggets lost in 5 games in the first round, and forget the fact that teams like, I don't know, Minnesota or the Lakers when they're fully healthy with Luka are in your conference, you have the Spurs and the Thunder. Much different story. And when you get to a point in your quest for championships where kind of both of these teams are at, I think way more the Avs in this category than the Nuggets maybe, but where it's championship or bust and it feels like no matter what happens, if you aren't hoisting a trophy at the end of it, it feels like a disappointment. It's going to lead to you being upset more often than not because it's hard. It's really hard. But it's also a place you want to be.
I think what you're saying describes perfectly the nature of the NHL versus the NBA. The NHL, especially when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs and the postseason, it's just much more of a crapshoot. It is. How many times have we seen it now? It's in the numbers. The President's Trophy winner, for some reason, doesn't win the Stanley Cup. In the NBA, more often than not, the most dominant team during the regular season ends up winning the NBA title. It happens. They carry it over. In the NHL, hot teams show up out of nowhere and just things go off the rails.
Yeah.
That's what I don't trust about the NHL. You talked about trust yesterday. It was your key word. And I can't, my brain can't quantify that. Where does that come from? Where a team that had to work hard just to qualify for the playoffs makes this amazing run, knocks off the President's Trophy winner in 4 straight, and now looks like a world beater. That happens in the NHL all the time. It does. Mose, you've seen it.
Oh, yeah. Which is
why?
Why again, Vic, because a lot of different guys have more of an effect on the game, number one. But first of all, you have a lot of guys on a team. Then you have a 7-game series. You have more opportunity for things to go wrong with more people over a longer period of time. In the NBA, maybe you have, if you're OKC, maybe you have 9 guys that affect the outcome of a game. 9.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have 8.
Yep.
In hockey, every single night, you've got at least 18 skating. Then you've got a guy between the pipes. Right?
And sometimes the one guy between the pipes is all the difference that you need.
That's what makes it so unique, too. You're like, wow, man, we gave up 53 shots, but Jimmy stopped 51 of them and we won. Right? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then teams, they'll go to the room and like, we just put 51 shots on that guy. We had high-quality chances. We had dudes all in front of the net. He just had one of those games where you look to the heavens and say, oh, my God. But that's the difference between being up 2-1 and down 2-1.
Yeah.
And so those things are affected, and then you extrapolate them out over a 7-game series or potential 7-game series, and things get affected by just that much, which is why I prefaced it before the postseason even began. Man, playoff hockey is brutal. At times it feels unfair.
It's untrustworthy. I keep going back to that word, but I don't know what to do with that information. You have all the data, like Brett. A lot of sports is data, right?
Yeah.
All the data tells you, all right, this is the team to beat. Oklahoma City eventually will get through San Antonio, their best team, blah, blah, blah. It just happens that way, right? But in hockey, none of that matters. It just doesn't matter.
And in football, each is just one game.
So you understand it in football.
Yeah, but
it's one game.
Yeah, and huge mistakes are magnified because you don't have a chance to come back. It's not like you're playing, 3 more games between Seattle and New England. That's not the way it works.
But so even in football, if you have a big time discrepancy in matchup between talent in 2 teams, even in 1-game samples, you mostly get the result you're expecting. It's why you saw Tom Brady and Peyton Manning for 2 straight decades mixed in with Roethlisbergers and guys like that competing for Super Bowls.
Jerry Bednar was not lying when he came out before the Minnesota series and he laid out what you need to have to win. That has to go right for you.
Yeah.
Now imagine Mark Daigneault in his face.
Ugh.
Can you imagine him saying that same thing about the OKC Thunder?
No.
No, because basketball's totally different.
You know,
he would say, here's what he needed to say. Well, I think we should win because we have the best players. Got to be tough.
Just as an exercise, can I throw something out to you? Because I got a call on the appetizer.
As an exercise? I mean, are we exercising now? Moser's going to exercise?
Can you stand up and do some jumping jacks as I ask you this question? Okay. It's impossible to answer. Well, he does have one of those burritos in here. Smells good. It's impossible to answer. But just, I'm curious what your thoughts are. So somebody called in the appetizer and said, do you think this looks different if they were able to keep Miko?
What do you mean looks different?
Do you like, here's one thing I will say. A change within this team in which I thought Miko would have made them better in one specific area. Yeah. Miko's pretty good on the power play.
Yeah.
If it's setting guys up for goals or having a left-handed shot over there of somebody you trust, he would help out your power play.
Brett.
But what I told him was what makes it so hard is people act like sometimes it was a straight-up Miko for Nature's trade, and that's not what happened. You got Drury with it, and it allowed you more cap space to get a guy like – if you're talking about a Brock Nelson or getting Kadri at the deadline, right, that sort of stuff.
Brett, it's not only that. You got swept.
Yeah.
You weren't a goal away, a game away, a player away. You got swept. I mean, are you a player away if you get swept, or is there a contagion? Is there something? What is it?
Well, I guess what I'd say is this. You're right, and this is why it's so hard. I'm always put in these positions because it feels like I'm arguing against the rings people, and I know this isn't what you're doing, Vic, but it's, do I think that if you get a Logan O'Connor goal that rings off the post in the game one of that series, or you get Brock Nelson finishing one or two of those wide open net front sort of shots, that this series looks entirely different? Well, I do feel that way.
It's at the very worst 2-2 when we're playing Game 5 at home tonight.
Well, maybe, but
it's that close.
But I don't know,
I think it is.
But somebody could argue right back, Moj. Well, you had a 3-0 lead and you blew that. And it's like,
correct.
Okay, well, I guess that's true too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's hard for me to really parse through that.
But again, you had the 3-0 lead, then it was 3-2. But then the power play didn't score. And then again, Nelson hits the crossbar. Okay,
I know.
So if that's 4-2, I mean, the course of, I want to say momentum, but the course of brain, the course of buoying a team, like, oh man, we just gave up, 2 and now it's a 3-2 game. But Nelly, bam, it's 4-2. Hey, everybody, chill. We got, it ebbs and flows so much during a postseason game in hockey. And then a series, it's quite remarkable. It really is.
Yeah.
And I don't know how else to say it, Vic. I don't have any sort of phrasing I can use to make people understand it. It's hard.
Well, when you have the memory of certain playoff series that come to your mind, like go back to when the Avs lost in Dallas in that 7th game in the Western Conference Finals. What was it, 2000? Year 2000? Do you remember the puck rolling just right to the left of the pipe that could have tied it? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I also remember Adam Denmarsh hit a post.
Yeah.
In the closing seconds.
It's funny from this one. It's funny.
And Brady was like this.
Yeah.
Ping!
It's funny because you got swept, so one game does not a series make. I get it. But the one image I will have of this series, I went back and watched it like 4 times yesterday because they replayed the game on altitude, and I just had to see it. That open shot, was it in the second or third period? by Brock Nelson when he was one-on-one.
That was the second period.
Was the second?
Yeah.
And it was just him and Hart.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's a goal. There's a goal. And it's just 1 inch higher, 1 inch wider, and it's a goal.
Okay, so we don't get accused of copium here. I'll do it the opposite way.
Well, I don't care. I don't care if people.
Hang on.
All right.
In the Minnesota series, if Nathan McKinnon doesn't, with an extra attacker on the ice, hit a perfect shot above the shoulder of Allstott, is that series entirely different?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like you dominated Minnesota in 5 games anymore. It feels like you're in a battle because you would have went on to lose that game, and now you're in the middle of a dogfight. Like, little stuff like that is a huge difference. And so I understand the point, Vic, of you got swept, you weren't a player away, but it does – hockey's just weird in the sense of, like, if McKinnon doesn't do that, Minnesota series does not feel like you rolled through them anymore. It feels like you're in a dogfight. And in this series, you get one of those. I think it can change the entire complexion of how it looks. It's why I said if this series was played 99 more times, I think this is the only time in a 7-game series out of 100 that the Avs would get swept. Yeah. I really do. And so what do I do with that information? The hell do I know?
2022, Game 6, St. Louis. Helmer shoots it wide. They go to overtime.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you still lead the series. You still come home for 7.
Well, then you're tied at 3.
Yeah, you're tied 3-3.
You ain't leading jack.
Then you're setting yourself up for potential
squeeze,
utter disappointment at home.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that it's those plays, like those one single plays decide series. Let's go to dude.
Moj. I can't trust hockey.
No, you probably
that's
can't.
The conclusion I've come to.
No.
I took the comments made by Brett yesterday, and I thought a lot about them. It's an untrustworthy game. You guys are untrustworthy. I can't trust you. The whole sport.
Vic, I told you yesterday, I can't trust myself anymore.
Yeah, I can't trust my thoughts. I can't trust the game. I can't trust the puck. I can't trust anything about the game because there's too much puck luck. There's too much hot goalie. There's too much of all of that.
The Avs lose. Let me go back.
How far back you going here?
Not the barbershop. Let me go back to game 1. Uno. That's my Spanish, by the way. I'm pretty good at it.
It's very impressive. You know 1 in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to find a goal early in the game?
Yeah, hang on. Coughlin's goal. Okay, let's go to Coughlin's goal where he's
Dylan Coughlin's goal where he's trying to probably go top shelf. He misses and it goes right between Wedge's legs.
Correct. Dorofeev, then Marner makes a terrific play in the Dorofeev goal. Okay, Marner chased that puck down and just swung around. How about the Howden goal though? It's blockered away. He bats it toward the net, and then as it's crossing the goal line, he gets a stick on it.
Just gets a touch, yeah.
And I mean, listen, he made the play, so I give Howden all the credit in the world. But the odds of that happening in real time again are incredibly small, but that happened.
Right.
And so now you're trailing 3-0. You come back, you put 2 in, and then they get an empty netter. I go to game 2. I mean, I don't want to sit here and go over every frigging game, although in my head I probably have done it 1,000 times already. So Ross Colton, I can go through that one where he scores late in the first period, and you have ample opportunity to try and, make it a 2-goal lead. So that the Eichel goal at 9:15 or halfway through period number 3, you still got yourself a lead, but the dynamic changes. The whole, if you got a 2-1 lead, it's the confidence level, it's the brains, it's the mentals, it's the everything. It changes the outcome. I don't know how else to tell you that. It's not a guarantee, but I'm telling you, this is how typical series work. You couldn't get that second one, even though you had opportunities. The puck just rolled wide or whatever.
I know that the players, a lot of them, and some of them might be listening to this right now. The Avalanche players might be getting together as a team, just to go over it, man. Just to chill, get out of the heat a little bit, do whatever you want to do. Go play golf, vacation together, whatever. I would love to know what they're thinking, what their thoughts are, what they're talking about when they discuss what happened. Because I know they're not sitting there going, well, Vegas is a better team. I know that's not happening. I know that's.
Then you know what, Vic?
But I would love to know what the discussion points are.
The average fan would then tell you.
What in the world was that?
Yeah, we just had Chris text in.
Mm-hmm.
Can't trust the Avs. We never will again. Okay, that's fine. We look like hot ass. Oh, he means all the stuff he's saying. So, if Gabe Landeskog, you put truth serum in him, and he goes, I still think we're the better team. A guy like Chris would say, well, Gabe Landeskog is a friggin' idiot because clearly you're not a better team. Mm-hmm. So you're going to tell the captain of the Colorado Avalanche, who was in the fight, who's been there, done that he's a moron.
But they are the better team.
And he doesn't. No. Chris would argue to you. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a total diphole. Yeah. And I'm telling you, Chris, that's not the way it is, bro. When I talked to those guys after, there were zero answers, zero real answers. And you might have a reason here or there for the way this play didn't connect or whatever that cost you. But in the grand scheme of things, you sit there and you go, I don't know how we got here. And it's such a game of, again, I talk about the margins. Yeah. McKinnon, it's off the end of Cale's stick. How does Braden McNabb, a friggin' dump truck, make a 70-foot lob pass?
I know, like an entry pass to the center.
Right on the money. John Elway couldn't have floated one to Rod Smith any better 80 yards, Vic.
It looked like one of those Nikola Jokic long-distance full court passes into the awaiting arms of Christian Brown.
What I'm trying to tell you, no offense to McNabb, but he's not that guy, pal.
Well,
pal, he's not that guy.
You can listen,
but he was on that play.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com.
He's not that guy.
That's willheightwins.com.
I don't know how to tell you. He's not that guy, Vic.
This is Brett Kane from my friends over at Surfside, and it is officially golf season. You can find these on the golf courses pretty much anywhere, but mostly they're just delicious. Whether it's the golf course, at the house, on the patio, at restaurants, bars, stores near you, Surfside can be found everywhere. Why? Because they're awesome. They have a million different flavors for you to try. Lemonade vodkas, iced tea vodkas, half and halves, Arnold Palmer's. Every single one I've had, and this is not a lie, God's honest truth, if I'm lying, I'm dying. They've all been delicious. So go try one for yourself. Surfside, 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, easy to sip and enjoy. Get yourself a Surfside. Official partner of the Avs and the Nuggets. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Sometimes you want to go someplace and you're like, oh, man, there's nobody around me who can help me out. That ain't the case with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations in Colorado, guys. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So there's one by you. And it's worth it because they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men for low testosterone, ED, and a lot of other things. They can help you. And when you get your testosterone fixed like I did, higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, wake up feeling refreshed, afternoon naps gone, more productive at work, no more brain fog, and so on and so forth. What are you waiting for? Advanced Medical Strategies are working with it. TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So call today. The telephone number to get a hold of them is 720-440-7900. Or you can go online, find out everything they do, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That number again, 720-440-7900. Do not wait. If you're feeling like you need that help, you call today. I'm not excuse making. I was talking to somebody yesterday, Vic. Welcome back, everybody, to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm the Moj part. That's the Vic part. That's the Brett part over there.
That's a good radio description.
Yep. Thanks. I know that the Carolina Hurricanes won last night to take a 3-1 lead. They're going home for Game 5 to try to close out the Montreal Canadiens.
Saw an insane stat on that, by the way.
Do you think that the Montreal Canadiens this postseason have been playing with some sort of magic fuzz? Is there some sort of...
Yeah, they have 2 shots on goal a game, and they win 1-0 every night. It's so weird.
Well, I think John Cooper just sucks because his team... Would you say that the Tampa Bay Lightning are a better team than the Montreal Canadiens?
Seems that way.
Well, I know his team outshot Montreal 29-9 in that Game 7 on the home ice. I know they outshot him 29-9. Outscoring chanced him 15-2. But Cooper sucks.
Sometimes you win the game and not the score.
No. The Montreal Canadiens are a better team.
Can I give you a stat?
No, Brett, but be honest, it's the truth. I mean, they're a better team because they only needed 9 shots to win 2-1.
How many shots?
They didn't need 29.
So let me extrapolate then. We made fun of John Cooper when he said that. Is Vegas the better team?
Yeah, they are
right now. They are right now.
They are right now.
They are, but it's a silly thing to say when you lose.
That's I know, all. but it's mind-numbing, and it breaks your brain because if you had asked me that question a month ago, I'd say, are you crazy? Vegas barely what do you mean better team? This is a wagon here. But they are right now.
The undefeated Patriots were better than the 9-7 Giants, and they lost to them in a Super Bowl. I mean, that stuff happens. Now, can I have you guys take a guess? The Montreal Canadiens, how many shots on goal do they have in the third period of games 3 and 4 combined?
Very few. I know it's very few.
4.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
4 shots in the
few.
third period of games 3 and 4 combined. In 4 games, they've been outshot 136-65. They're averaging 16 shots a game.
How did they get by Tampa? How did they get by Buffalo?
I don't know.
How did they get by Buffalo? I demand an answer
because
they won 2 game 7s on the road. No, I want a legit answer from you.
I don't have a legit answer. Like they've made the play when it's mattered the most, but it's been like the only play they'll make.
Okay, so because it happens all the time in hockey, and it happens so few times in basketball, because 7-game series change the course of who the better team is. It just does, because you have to prove it after 7 games. Football happens all the time. The last memory of this is the year the Nuggets won the NBA title. How does Miami, the 8 seed, how does Miami beat team after team they're not supposed to beat?
Yeah, the Bucks, the Celtics, a whole bunch of them.
They had some magic fuzz in the air, dude. I don't know how else to say it. They had some magic, tasty magic fuzz, and that's what decides things sometimes.
That's memorable because in the NBA, it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
Correct. In hockey, Vic, it happens all the time.
Is that good, or is that bewildering? What is that? How do you define that, what you just said? I think it makes the sport more entertaining because you just never know.
Yeah, listen.
I like that.
You'd prefer it.
Realistically, the better team is going to win more often than not. But the odds, because the way the game is...
you're wrong. You're wrong, because if the better team, if the President's Trophy measures the better team all season.
Well, the best regular season, yeah.
Okay. How many have they won?
Well, they haven't won. It's been 13 years since the best team in the league in the regular season won the championship.
That's not... I mean, I don't think that's always the case either. The best regular season team isn't the best team.
How do you crown the best team in the regular season?
I don't know. It's tough though. Like Vic, was Detroit the best team in the Eastern Conference, or were they just the team with the best record at the end of the regular season?
How would we know? Until the playoffs came around, I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. What do you use to quantify that?
It's a combo of things. In football, this happens a lot where, the team with the best record. I mean, the best records in the AFC were the Broncos and the Patriots.
Yeah, but it's one game in the playoffs.
True.
And sometimes in that one game, your quarterback breaks his ankle on a weird play the game before. And then sometimes, instead of taking the field goal, you go for it. And then sometimes a winter squall comes through at the worst possible time. And then sometimes, come on.
Isn't that so funny?
Dude, how in the span of a week, how does all that crap happen like that?
Dude, I still remember we were in February, and the one thing, I think Chris Bianchi said this. He said, the worst snowstorm that we had all winter was the second half of the Broncos AFC Championship.
Not just the second half, but the part of the game in which the Broncos had the ball, possession.
I know,
but
not so crazy.
I mean, it was so pristine and nice. And then by halfway through the friggin' third quarter, dude, it's a wideout and guys can't stand on their feet. I'll never ever. So I'll never understand why Mother Nature could do that.
Just with a couple of minutes here, because we've talked about the Avs and we'll continue to, but just some things that we might have missed NFL wise with OTAs starting up. You guys saw that Patrick Mahomes is already doing practice stuff at OTAs.
I think it's confirmed he's going to play. They know that. He's way ahead of schedule.
It was confirmed the second they put the Monday Night Football game, the Broncos and the Chiefs at Arrowhead. I mean, that's when it was confirmed. They knew.
He's probably got some goat ACL in there, some animal ACL that
I think
Germany to
we
get.
talk about animals a lot on this program for God knows what reason. I thought the hippo conversation the other day was stellar. But I think the only part of it, the only animal that you can use to put into a human being is like a pig valve. Yeah.
Pig hearts.
A pig heart.
A buddy of mine, he's a beat writer for the Lions when I was out in Michigan. His name is Jeff Risson. He's been on the show a couple times.
He's got a pig in there?
He's got a cow heart. He had a heart transplant.
There's
It's a
no
cow.
Wow.
You can't put a cow in a person.
Well,
There's no way.
his ticker
3 big
came
old
from a
cow
cow.
hearts,
Yes.
2 pancreases, and
I
5.
wanted, when we had him on the show, because he's sort of a draft nerd, this was years ago, I wanted you to ask him about cow hearts because he's got one.
There's no way, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. But here's my question, just real quick, and maybe
I think
this
you
is
got
Every guy
dude.
with 3 big old cow hearts, 2 pancreases.
I think he went to the wrong vet.
Okay, here it is right
the
here.
The vet promised a pig, he ate a cow.
No, a human cannot have a whole cow heart transplanted, but they can have a heart valve made from cow tissue.
So there you go. That
That's
must have been what
he's got.
happened.
Okay.
Bacon?
It's not a cow.
Oh, that's a pig.
If I
That's
had
a pig.
if I had a pig in me, yeah, would I want to eat my own self? Like all of a sudden, like somehow the molecules from the pig's valve like get into my thumb, and I'm like, God, I'd like to fry that mother up.
I love this rendered Moser fat. I know this is a conversation for a longer amount of time, but just on the surface, we'll get back to this later. I want to ask you guys something. So Mahomes is back. People pretend the Chiefs' season went awry because Mahomes tore his knee up.
No, they stunk.
They were
before that.
sub 500 in December when he was still playing. Like, that was not a team that was going anywhere.
Correct.
But the Chiefs are now favorites in the AFC according to every sports book known to man. Do you buy it? Because what's really changed for the Chiefs here? They brought in Kenneth Walker, should help the running game, given. But Rashee Rice can't stay out of handcuffs, and Travis Kelce's older.
I love how you just sort of gloss over it, though. Look, first of all, they have a pedigree. And they've got an awesome coach and maybe the best quarterback in the league still.
Yeah.
Okay?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Well, you're not, Daryl. And then you say, well, they brought in this, Super Bowl winning running back he was highest free agent in the market. I mean, don't just gloss over that.
I'm not. I'm just saying,
It sounds like you are.
Is that the difference between them being sub 500 in December and being, 12-3 again?
No, man, but sometimes seasons just get away from teams.
Okay, I can buy that. Sure.
They've played, again, the late great Peter McNabb. They played so much important football over the years. You're going to have a season that gets away from you.
Fair.
But what guys like Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid do is they rectify that crap, and they're back and they're ready to go get you. That's my biggest fear. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're going to be a 500 club this year. But I doubt it.
Does it weird you out that Patrick Mahomes is out there for OTAs day one, and if the Broncos were on the field, Bo Nix probably wouldn't be?
That does. It does weird me out because this ankle issue happened in January. It is now June pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long time to overcome that injury. I've broken both ankles. This is the only injury I can speak of directly, personally. That's a long time to come back from an ankle injury. And that tells me, I don't care what anybody says, 6 months for a broken ankle? No.
Well, we'll get back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925, back after this.
Seems like everything nowadays is more expensive. You got to spend more for the things you buy on a regular basis. Sometimes you're using that credit card to make ends meet and be whole. And that stinks. It's Moser from my friends at American Financing, and they can really, really help you. The reason I represent American Financing is because I've known them for an awfully long time. I've known people they've helped for an awfully long time. I know how good they are. Salary-based mortgage consultants, no upfront fees and no obligation. And the thing about American Financing is they really want to help. They're not going to judge you. There's no finger pointing. There's no anything. You have a partner to use your home's equity to help you get out of that high-interest credit card debt and get your financial future back on track. Give your own paycheck a raise by lowering your debt obligation. Stop financing your past. Start funding your future. Give them a call today. They're licensed in all 50 states, but the best part, it's a family-owned mortgage lender. They're real human beings. Here's the telephone number, 303-695-7000. They can help you. Tell them Moser sent you. That number again, 303-695-7000. Or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
If I had to ask you, what do you do if you're the Avs and it's not about coaches? Let's leave that off the table. Let's just talk strictly personnel. What do you think they need? Vic, we've had this discussion with the Nuggets. You said you got to get more athletic, better defensively, all these different things. What about the Avs? What's your assessment after that?
You're asking me what they need or what they want? Because what they need and what they want are two different things.
Well, go ahead and break both of those down then.
I'm sure what they want is a little more playoff grit, especially against teams like this.
Yep.
How do you get that and maintain your identity at the same time? How do you go there? The teams that they've lost to, would you agree, Moj, over the last few seasons, possess that playoff? What is that? How do you quantify playoff grit? What is that? How does that translate to talent?
Sorry about that, Brett. Vic. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Vic. Would playoff grit? Is it playoff grit? Is it player girth? Is it an extra 10 pounds?
Is that size or is that what is that?
Yeah, is it a guy who's 6'2" as opposed to 6 foot? I mean, what are we? How do you quantify that?
I don't know.
Is it more mentality? Is it bulldog mentality as opposed to actual physical brawn?
Therein lies.
Because I can guarantee you, Vic, in 2022, there's a hell of a lot of mental bulldog on that team.
100%, and it's a lot of the same guys, so I don't understand it. This is where hockey has me questioning my sanity. If I had told you guys, here's the NHL in a nutshell. Here it is. You ready? If I had told you in January, this year, 2026, if I told you, fellas, close your eyes, my crystal ball says that come May and June, the most dominant goalie in hockey will be a fella by the name of Carter Hart. He's going to come in, sweep everyone. He's going to be crazy good. That's the guy. How would you react to that, Moshe, if I told you that?
I would have thought that you were probably a little bit crazy.
Yeah, how would you react to that, Brett?
Because
was that tip of your tongue in January of this year that I told you this guy would emerge from the shadows, emerge from everything he's gone through, all the controversy, he would show up in Vegas and, yep, he would dominate the playoffs.
He's a guy who he didn't play in the league for 2 years. He only played 18 regular season games. And then here he is in the postseason with a horseshoe buried somewhere. And I don't know where it is.
I thought he'd get lit up.
See, that right there, what I just explained, that doesn't happen in other sports that have to go through series. It happens in football where you'll get a hero in a game. But give me an example of that.
It's hard to, Vic.
It doesn't happen.
It's like some point guard who was out of the league for 2 years comes in, plays
it doesn't happen.
Couple handfuls of games in the regular season, and then he shoots
dominates the playoffs.
87% from 3-point range and locks guys down.
It doesn't happen in other sports, and that's the mystery of hockey that my brain can't wrap itself around that right there. I don't know what to do with that.
How much do you think that he was aided by really good defense in front of him?
I think they locked it up really, really well. I was watching, was it Merle's? Was it Merle and a couple? I don't know. There's a couple, maybe Biz was part of it. I'm forgetting on the plane. But everybody recognizes how defensively they sold out and they got chances. Because when you play that good at defense at times, it's hard to generate offense unless it's given to you, right?
Yeah.
That's what a counterpunch team does. That's what the LA Kings tried to do. The thing is, they don't have as much talent as Vegas, scoring-wise.
Right.
Top to bottom, right?
Right.
They're not as deep in that regard. So their counterpunches, their margins are even thinner. But if you've got a team that's a counterpunching team for the most part, and a pretty good power play team when you take a penalty, but a team that's going to take advantage of your miscues, they did a great job. And it started with their smothering defense.
Okay, let me read this from Paul in Grand Junction on the text line. Hi, guys. Just wanted to say here in Grand Junction. I've been listening to your show during the entire playoff run. Really enjoyed it. I'll be signing off at the end of the week until next year. Where the hell are you going?
Yeah, why?
What are you
signing off?
You got a tea time every friggin' day at Tierrado? What's your problem?
You're going to miss a hell of a summer of radio. Things go really off the rails. Just want to say great job.
What happens? Sorry, Vic. Real
as
quick.
I sign off tomorrow, I would say this Avs team needs to have more of a junkyard dog attitude on a lot of levels. Quit being so fancy all the time and just shoot the puck.
With the way the roster is constructed, they're not a junkyard dog team. Do you need to add some of that element for, quote, postseason hockey? That's fine. But,
too much skill, not enough dog?
Well, Vic, I don't. You tell me. Is not enough dog the reason they lost to Vegas?
I don't know. Again, the word baffle comes to me. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know.
Not enough dog. Is it the reason that friggin' Braden McNabb, the dump truck, was able to throw a 70-foot aerial on the money to Mark Stone?
Here's the reason they lost. At the highest stage of the season, a lesser team, in my opinion, outplayed them. A lesser team played with more confidence and made the very, very game-changing plays that we normally see the Avs make. And I don't know why or how.
What's his name from Grand Junction?
Paul.
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
We're going to play the feud sometime this summer?
I'm sure.
Okay. We don't know when. Could be late June. Maybe it's August. Who knows? But, Paul, if you're not here, you may miss the greatest feud of all time. You might?
You might. Yeah, there's no reason to sign off. Sign on. Stay on. Now, I always have trouble with this. This feels like it's always a topic of conversation. Virtually every year that the Avs have been eliminated before hoisting the cup, it's always been there's been a lack of physicality or dog mentality or whatever. Like obviously that conversation didn't take place in 2022 because you won. It feels to me, and maybe I'm wrong on this, people are asking this team and its construction to not be constructed in a way that most suits their skill set. So, Moj, if you're an Air Force football fan, well, why don't we pass the ball? The game's built for passing. Why don't we pass?
Because you can't.
Because you're Air Force, and you aren't built that way. That's not what you do. And I know I'm using like an extreme example here, but that's what it feels like to me is people are asking this team to not be suited to the skills that these players have. Like, what do you want? You want McCarr to be somebody who's laying 15 hits a night? Or do you want McCarr to be what he is right now, which is a guy who is incredibly skilled and can skate through people and find shooting lanes and set guys up and hit guys on breakout passes? Your game's built around speed because that's what your players are built around. You're built around skating. Nate can skate. Kale can skate. Natchez can skate. Logan O'Connor can skate. All these guys are skaters. And you've tried to bulk it up. I mean, Mose, you went out. You brought in Brent Burns, a big body this offseason. You went and got Nick Waugh, who's more of a physical type of center. I feel like you did make a commitment to it, but you only have so far you can go.
I'm sure that some people will listen to us talk and go, yeah, you know what? You guys are just coping with all this talk about this and that and margins and everything.
Well, that's not cope. That's just looking at the roster and how it's constructed.
No, I understood. But I would argue to other people that you saying, you need more junkyard dog. That's more of a cope than anything. Mm-hmm. Because I'm telling you right now, the way this team, they lost. But this is a great hockey club. I'm not coping. I think trying to take stabs at the dark of what you think the problem is coping. Look, your top players did not score the puck in the series. Your best players. You find me a team in the league in the course of it. What did we say about Kaprizov toward the end of the Evans miniseries? What was he not doing? What was Boldy not doing?
Well, Kaprizov had one shot on goal the final 2 games of the
If
series.
Kaprizov and Boldy are scoring, do you think that's a 7-game series?
Yeah.
Very well could be, because Minnesota's a damn fine club.
Especially when we talk about it in this sense, Moj. When you're doing the power ranking of what went wrong in the Vegas series, somewhere, I would argue the top, but if you don't think this, near the top is your top players didn't perform to top player level. That's not something you just, what are you going to do? Trade McKinnon because he didn't score a goal in 4 games?
You know, we talked a lot about how the power play during the regular season was going to cost him something in the postseason, and it improved a little bit. We saw improvements, but I can't get over the fact that Game 2, you're up 1-0 in Game 2. You have 2 power plays after being up 1-0. They didn't generate a shot. A shot.
Yeah,
You're up 1-0.
big.
You put the game away here. You're up 1-0. You have 2 power plays. Now, I hate those power plays that come at the end of a period and they're cut in half. Part of that was unlucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Moj, you get a shot.
Well, Vegas came back in Game 3 on that exact same situation. Mark Stone split power play, goes to the second period, scores 20 seconds in.
I know. You know, you talk about changes in the offseason, and I don't know how many changes they can make, trade value, all that stuff. I have no idea. I'm just reading. This is the obituary I'm reading now.
Yeah.
Evan Rowell from, is that how you pronounce his last name? My apologies.
Who?
From the Gazette.
Evan Rowell?
Yeah. He had this number, the ends, Natchez, Nelson, and Nichushkin. In 13 playoff games, those 3 guys who were dominant during the regular season, all at some point, all very good, combined for 2 playoff goals against actual goalies. 2, those 3 players.
Maybe some would argue it's a miracle they got as far as they did, if that's the case. I wouldn't. I will say this. As I look at the roster, the good thing about the Avalanche and the better thing about the NHL compared to the NBA, because it's had to be constructed differently, the CBA, is that every single contract on the roster is tradable. If you want to.
Yes. Well, but Nichushkin has like a trade restriction to like 12 teams.
Correct.
On his contract.
Well, yeah, you're right. But with the cap going up the way it has, it's going to be well over $100 million. Well, now you have to look it up. 103, 100. I mean, it's going way up there even more. Every single contract will be tradable.
It'll be easier to move Avalanche contracts than Nuggets contracts. Put it that way.
No doubt about it. Marty Natchez said 11-5. It kicks in this coming year. Is Marty Natchez tradable at 11-5, top 10 score in the league,
Yes.
top 12
Yes.
score? You're damn right he is.
Let me ask you this, though. Is Nichushkin tradable with 4 years left at 6.1?
1,000%, because his contract is not solely based on his point production.
Okay, when
his
you say tradable, are you baking in there that they are tradable for something that the Avs would like to get in return as well?
Well, it depends.
Just trading a guy and then trading a guy for something you want in return is different.
No guff, Chet.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
What? Then let me answer.
But before I'm just kidding.
What I mean is, you're not stuck with anybody that you don't want to be stuck with if you don't want to be stuck with them. Period. End of story. You're not. You're not stuck with anybody. Now, you may not get the return you want. It may be we'll take him off your hands situation on any given guy, depending on how many teams are involved or whatever. It may be, you know what? We will give you 3 firsts and this star winger for that guy. Your return. Every player has different value, but you're not stuck with anybody on this roster except perhaps your captain. And Gabe Landeskog ain't going anywhere anyway.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is because, hey, does his leg look like it's healthy?
Yeah. Somehow.
And I would, but again, intrinsically, he has more value than just his production, which was actually pretty damn good. It only got better as the year went on, and it was pretty damn good in the postseason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he would be traded, but he ain't going anywhere. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
At least I hope you do.
303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold will join us in 45 minutes. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Why? Well, because the other books, their rewards are the same. All of them. But Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency, and Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. Up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose, and unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in the league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get elsewhere. So convert your Fan Cash into profit boost, and you can bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting the access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatic Sportsbook, so switch to the book that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, so just some things that we missed over the last, I would say, couple of weeks in discussing the Avs and their playoff run coming to an end. I do want to ask you something regarding the AFC West, and it looking like the Kansas City Chiefs will have Mahomes starting week 1 as he's already participating at OTAs the first day of it. Who's the fear here? How much do you think the Chiefs look at a team like the Broncos and be like, they scare me? And how much do you think that those teams look at the Broncos and say, it was a weird year, we were down? Chargers look at it like we had both of our left and right tackles out. How much of that do you think's going on?
The Chargers, for them, that's just like a rite of passage. It's like the Swallows returning to Capistrano.
Yeah.
Having your tackles out. I mean, I
it's funny.
don't know what else to tell you.
You mentioned the poor Chargers. It doesn't matter who they have on their roster of September. By December, half the roster will be gutted.
Dude, it's like
that's just what they do.
Who is the healthiest player in the league? You trade him or he goes to the Chargers, I guarantee you he loses a limb.
I'll give you an example.
No,
I'll give you hang on. I'll give you a perfect example. Najee Harris did not miss a game his entire career. And then he's playing against the Broncos and Achilles goes out.
You develop this contagion as a member of the Chargers, and I don't know what it does to your body, but it breaks it down.
Derwin James. Didn't he just sign the biggest contract for his safety in history?
He did, yeah.
Is he a great safety?
Yeah, one of the best.
He's making $25 a year now.
It's pretty good cabbage. Derwin James, it's not just that he gets hurt or they get hurt or whatever the case may be. It's like the most inopportune time. Now, he's played a lot of games.
I'm so confused. I always thought that Derwin James was dealing with injuries on and off. He's played 16 games the last 3 years.
He has, but he's been,
has he missed playoff games? Is that the issue or what?
And banged up here or there during the course of games, yes.
Moj.
The one season I think he played just a handful of games, but other than that, he's been not missing games, but not always whole. That's what I'm trying to get.
The Chargers are so banged up, their quarterback, Justin Herbert, played a handful of games without a right hand.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
True.
Do you remember how he had to take snaps?
And they still went 11-6. They still won 11 games despite all that. It's crazy.
What about their wideouts? Aren't there wideouts for years, guys that are pretty good players, yet they find themselves out at times? Or am I wrong about that? In and out of the lineup.
Mike Williams was certainly one of those guys for a while.
Well, Keenan Allen, didn't he have his own issues at times?
Keenan was usually pretty healthy.
Now he's back there.
I don't
know.
It's just there's a very, I would say, there's a lot of different ways you could evaluate the AFC West and who's going to come out on top. The big thing is, here's the main question surrounding the Broncos. Do you believe that last year is repeatable? Because if you do, they're fine. If you don't, then the Broncos are in a little bit of a weird place considering they have the exact same team coming back. And for me...
Well, they got Jalen Waddle.
Well, yeah, that's one guy.
Pretty good.
But, Moj, think about this. Every year, teams go through, even if they're good, they'll recycle, 80% of their roster, but they'll have new guys coming in. They'll have new. The Broncos have Jalen Waddle and what? And rookies? They signed that safety that's like a special teamer, but they really didn't add anything outside of Waddle.
And they lost a pretty big piece in the middle on the defensive line.
Yeah, so it's how much do you believe that last year is a repeatable thing, given tougher schedule this year, all these different details?
That's a great question. I look back. I think it's repeatable, but I think they have to be a better team. And I don't even know if they can get to that record anymore, Vic, because their schedule is going to be more difficult. They're playing a first-place schedule. But when you listened to Sean Payton basically come out and say, we can't live on the edge of the knife anymore. Right?
Yeah.
Is that essentially what he said?
Sure.
We can't walk that razor's edge anymore because what we did is not repeatable in his opinion.
Okay, let me ask you this. Choose one of these two. Which will be more impactful? And I guess you could take this good or bad. Will the addition of Jalen Waddle be more impactful than the change to giving Davis Webb the play sheet?
I don't know that that's an answerable question yet. I feel like Mona Lisa Vito on the stand. It's a BS question.
But it is
nobody can answer that question. It's what you say. It's a trick.
I'm positive.
It's a trick question.
There is like if you talk about impact to your offense, Jalen Waddle is an impact player, no doubt about it. You could argue if Davis Webb really changes how you run your offense, it would have more of an impact than bring in an impact wide receiver.
I'm really excited to see what Davis Webb does to this offense. I'm really excited to see if the defense can do it for another year, right? The defense, their only legit loss, was John Franklin Myers. And I guess the linebackers.
If you want to consider Greenlaw part of that, you can, but
But Vic, I don't know how to quantify with this Broncos defense. It's an all-for-one and one-for-all defense. And I realize they rotated guys in and out a lot. Everybody got a taste. But I don't, at this point, know how to quantify taking one. I'm not going to mince words. He was a major cog in the middle. JFM he's a major cog. And you take that one cog out. Can a rookie cog handle it? What if it's a handful of plays a game where JFM would have won and the kid loses? That could decide a game.
Just going back to it, think about this for a second, guys, because I asked Vic. Vic said he was concerned. So Mahomes, who was coming off of a brutal knee tear, he tore his ACL and his LCL, I think were the two. Maybe there was other CLs in there. I don't know. P's and M's and whatever.
I think there's an R in there, too.
That happened, let's see. The exact date of that injury was December 14th, I believe, against the LA Chargers.
Right, rolling to his right, trying to make a play, gets tackled. Who made the tackle?
That I don't remember. But December, what did I say, 14th?
Yes.
This is actually really weird to sort of think about. December 14th, he tears his ACL and his LCL, has to have surgery. He's done for the year. He's already participating in OTAs. Bo Nix suffered his injury on January 17th, a month and 3 days later. And if Broncos OTA started today, Bo Nix would not be participating. Little weird. Now, I'm not concerned. But you can't tell me that ain't a little bit weird. Somebody gets his entire knee blown up, and he's already back on the field participating in things. Another guy has an ankle busted a month later and would not be participating.
It was Nick Barrett. That's who it was. Rookie defensive tackle. Mahomes flushed to his right. Barrett, right as he let the football go, Barrett got him, and his leg blew up. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Does that answer your trick question?
It does. Just very odd. I got something else for you, by the way.
What else you got for me, by the way?
So, Minnesota. I can't imagine what it's like to be, well, first of all, a Minnesota sports fan in general. But I want us to really, really think about this for a second. Minnesota 2 years ago was a Week 18 game away from being the 1 seed in the NFC, having home field for the entirety of the postseason up until the Super Bowl. They decided after that year, they finished second in the NFC North. They lose early in the postseason. They go, you know what, Sam Darnold, it was a fun ride, but see you later. We spent a first-round draft pick on this quarterback. We got to play him. Sam Darnold then goes to Seattle. He wins the Super Bowl. They start J.J. McCarthy, and within like 2 weeks, the team was like, oh, my God, what happened? What is this? Justin Jefferson was asked, what do you think about your quarterback? Yeah, he's a quarterback.
Guys, dude.
He's a quarterback.
He got a nose on him.
Did you guys happen to hear yesterday, after they signed Kyler Murray to bring in some competition or tutelage or whatever with J.J. McCarthy?
There's no way that Kyler Murray is going to be the starter, is there?
Well, Vic, did you hear this from Kyler Murray?
I heard the entire exchange, and it was so awkward, I cringed.
Let me hear.
So here's what happened. They asked both guys about the other guy in separate interviews at OTAs. Kyler Murray, new to the team, took this approach. Hey, Kyler, what do you think about your quarterback room, especially J.J. McCarthy?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
So Kyler Murray does what I think is a great answer, right, Moj? Which is
I'm soaking this all in.
Hey, we're in a battle, but I'm here to help and
I've been around. Yeah. I know I'm new here. The kids, kid, whatever. Okay.
JJ, what do you think of Kyler Murray being here?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
The hell does that mean?
That don't sound good.
I don't like him.
I don't either.
I don't like him. Not a big fan.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Not a big fan.
Obviously, he doesn't like the fact that Kyler's there. That part comes across crystal clear.
Because it's going to be tougher for him to be the starter going into week 1. I don't know what Carson Wentz has left in the tank, if anything. He's in his early 30s, and a guy who was at one point an MVP candidate.
He's insurance. He's not doing anything there.
Well, so was Sam Darnold.
No, Sam Darnold was. He was there previous to them drafting him.
No, I understand that, but he wasn't the guy to lead him to the promised land by any means.
No, that's reserved for Seattle. But for J.J. McCarthy, and I'm so with you, Vic. First of all, I hated J.J. McCarthy the second he said, "My name's J.J. McCarthy, but when I'm on the field, I'm 9." It's like, no, actually,
what?
You're not. You're just bad, actually.
What are you talking about?
He said his alter ego, when he's got his helmet on and it's between the lines, he's 9.
9.
His number, he's 9. It's an alter ego. It's like Superman.
Well, 9, you suck.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what? I'd say to him if I'm his coach. A 9, a 9 can go to a 0 real quick.
Try and complete 9 passes. Try that for a second.
Let me get his stats one more time. Talk amongst yourselves.
If they aren't great, I can tell you that much. Not great.
Well, yeah, that's QBR is 35.6. Rating is 72.6.
Yeah. Yeah, that's bad. That's what that is.
He did not. No, he's not good. No. Mm.
So he has no room to be upset about anything. It's like if this wouldn't happen if you played better. And he didn't. It's just weird response. Just give the quarterback answer of like, yeah, it's great to have a veteran here. Awesome. Sweet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to having a Call of Duty buddy. This is sick.
Yeah, you guys saw what happened with Bo Nix and Stidham and all of them. They're somewhere on a beach.
It reminds me in inverse to when Joe Flacco was here in Denver and he was asked about mentoring these young quarterbacks. He's like, yeah, it's not what I'm doing. It's not what I'm here for.
Maybe this is hypocritical of me to say. I don't blame him for feeling that way.
Yeah, but you don't say it.
But you don't say it.
You don't say it. You can feel however you want to, but you say the right thing because otherwise you come off looking like an ass. And that's what J.J. McCarthy sounds like.
Why in the world have we not talked about the story? Why have we not talked about Vaughn?
I'm going to be doing Vaughn's Vision tonight. He's got the big charitable fundraiser.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if Vaughn wants to come on our show tomorrow, and we can talk extensively about it. But I'll be there Yesterday, if you guys missed it, Vaughn said he wanted to play for the Broncos, and he made no secret about it.
No way. He wants to play for the Broncos, Vic?
I was not aware. I never got the signs.
Somebody do me a favor. Yeah.
I think you were gone this day. But I told Vic, I was like, Taylor Swift has like those, she has to put restraining orders on those creepy dudes.
Weirdies, yeah.
I mean, Broncos are
essentially Springer.
The Broncos are this close with Von Miller. It's like, dude, relax. Just leave me
Somebody
alone.
please. Okay, Brett, you won't get this. Vic will. It's a movie from a long time ago called Say Anything.
I bet you I won't.
John Cusack. He's outside with the boombox and the trench coat. Yeah.
At her window. Von Miller now is Lloyd Dobler holding that boombox up to the Broncos window. That's what he is. And I love Von Miller. I'm just saying, and I love the fact that he keeps trying. I don't think that that's part of the equation, though, my man.
No, you know what Von Miller is? Have you seen?
He can help a football team. There ain't no doubt about it in my mind.
Have you seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Yes.
Remember what's his name? What's the dude's name? The main character, the actor.
Oh, Jason Segel.
Jason Segel.
He was in that TV show, right?
So beginning of the movie, he comes out of the shower. He's got the robe.
Oh yeah.
That's Von Miller to the Broncos. He opens the robe and he goes, "Do I got a surprise for you?" Like he's just doing that. Like, please say you love me, bring me back. But this isn't from a month of him doing this. This is like 4 years of him saying this. I want back, and the Broncos are like, "I think we're good." He's like, no, but really, I want back. He's like, I heard you. I get it.
The Broncos that he left. I don't know how to quantify it to you. The Broncos that he left are no longer. There's nothing.
Well, that was intentional from the start with Peyton. Peyton was like...
There's nothing left from the Broncos that he left years ago. Nothing.
Any of that old... I mean, what? Garrett Bowles. That's it.
That's about it.
Is there anybody else? Is it just Garrett Bowles that's left from that era of the Broncos?
What era do you speak of?
The Von Miller era.
Did Cortland Sutton play with Von?
Yeah, I think he did.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think he did.
How can you be so sure?
So, yeah, Cortland and Garrett Bowles, is that it?
I can't think of anyone off the top of my head beyond that. No.
So, it's anybody who was here in 21, before the trade deadline in 21. Anybody.
Yeah, I think that's it. Anyway,
it's been 5 years.
That's turnover, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, turned into a 14-win football team.
I know,
last
but
year.
it's just crazy to see.
By the way, coming your way next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel you should be aware of, and we can start here from a couple of days ago. Adam Schefter had this story. I just don't know if I've ever seen this in sports. And Vic, tell me if you've seen it and if you think I'm off or incorrect here. The Supreme Court on Tuesday refused to intervene in a discrimination lawsuit led by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores against the NFL, so that case will proceed towards trial. How many times have you seen somebody in an active lawsuit with the league who is still currently employed and taking checks from the league?
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's been ongoing for a couple years, though.
Oh, for a while.
Yeah.
But Brian Flores, I mean, there's no doubt Brian Flores is one of the best DCs in the league. And it's just bizarre to me. I don't think I've seen it before. Like somebody's in a lawsuit with the company that they're working for while being paid by the company.
Might not be as rare as you think, but that being said,
yeah.
That being said, do you think that maybe he's just so far along with it now that it has to be seen through?
Perhaps.
Or maybe he, again, if he believes in what he's fighting for, then keep fighting, I guess.
Speaking of, by the way, of the law in the NFL.
How dumb do you feel when that hits you, by the way?
Yeah, it just slipped my mind.
You feel pretty dumb. Just say
I feel dumb.
Just say I'm dumb.
It is rare. It is rare, though.
But just say it into an open microphone right now. I'm dumb.
Yeah, speaking of the law in the NFL, did you guys see that Josh Jacobs might be facing some huge trouble?
Oh, yeah.
Huge. Now, his attorney has said they categorically deny all of these allegations of several things from domestic abuse and violence to a whole bunch of other stuff. But, I mean, that's Josh Jacobs is one of the better running backs in the league. If the Packers don't have them or don't have him, I don't know what they do there.
If it was one thing, that might be one thing. I deny that.
Yeah.
But, I deny that. I deny that. And that and that. That's what I meant. And I deny that. And that and that. And that one last thing, I also deny that.
The 18 things you've accused me of, I deny them all. Yes.
I mean, it's just.
Did you guys?
I haven't seen the evidence, but the listing of accusations is pretty significant.
Did you guys happen to see, by the way, we're pretty good at using curse words in multiple different ways, whether they're adjectives, nouns, verbs, whatever. We are experts in the category. We obviously can't do that on the air. But if you got us off the air, you would see how proficient we are at this. Never have I seen somebody quite in the way of Javon Kinlaw, who plays for the Commanders. So he's at OTAs. He's talking to reporters the other day. And the best way that it can be put, this is from PFT commenter, the Barstool dude. He said, Javon Kinlaw uses the word S-word in place of commas, and it's awesome. This is him talking about the team.
Yeah, we got some mother now. Excuse my language, but yeah, old way he can go. Charles Omenihu can go. Caleb Vaughn can go. Tim Settle, he can go. Who else am I missing? Then we got D. Wise back. You already know he can go. We got DA coming back. He can go. Jerzon can go. I mean, D. Payne can go. You know, it's going to be exciting, bro.
All of those bleeps were the S word.
Hey, Kenyon Martin used to do that, too. During live interviews in the locker room.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that a tough edit to use on TV and on radio?
We just sort of rolled with it, brother.
Yeah. Yes.
And don't you like how he said, excuse my language, and then said the S word 10 times?
If you say, excuse my language, it's perfectly fine.
So, Moj, it sounded like
it's in the Geneva Convention.
Yes. Who do you work with? Shh, I got Moj. I got Vic. Shh, I got Nelly. Shh, I got Kevin. Yeah. Like, that's what he did every single time he mentioned a name.
Okay.
Excuse your language, and everyone will excuse you, and you're fine.
Yeah,
and then you just go off.
That's a Moj trick.
That is.
Excuse my language. After I already say it, right? Yeah. I asked for forgiveness after.
It's like with all due respect.
Yeah. That being said, if he had substituted the S's with M.
Well, that's what he did to start.
Okay, well, that's.
Yeah, we got some mother
Okay, now stop.
Right
there. Now, that's a man after my own heart. I'm telling you, I love that guy. That is a man after, because I've used that several times when talking about, players. You need some of those, man. You have to have some.
Quarterbacks across OTAs, by the way, there's this thing, and Russell Wilson actually talked about it when he was here, that quarterbacks got to have some fluff to them. They have to be able to absorb contact, and they do that by being a little bit thicker. So I don't know if you've seen the pictures of like Caleb Williams at Bears camp. Caleb Williams has gained weight, and quarterbacks do this intentionally.
But that's just an excuse to be able to hit McDonald's drive-thru a lot.
I suppose, but somebody asked that to Drake May in a weird way.
Follow up Butchie's rude question. Are you thicker with 2 C's? Is that the way you're supposed to say it? Is that kind of like the hip thing? Are you thicker with 2 C's? Is that how we're supposed to be? Or
I think that's paused, if that's anything. I think that's not the way to put it, but
Okay, I'm an old man. Why is that pause?
Because I think that's more of a
that's
sexual
how you describe
thing.
a voluptuous woman, typically, is how it's described. Yes.
Gotcha.
If she thick with 2 C's, Vic.
So if Moser showed up with a little bit more punch, I can't say thick with 2 C's.
No.
You can say whatever you want.
Well, you could. Here's the other thing. I know I'm not a journalist, but can I give advice to journalists out there? Can we stop with the, are you thicker with 2 C's or whatever the hip thing is that people say now? Don't do the hip thing. Don't say that. Just if you're going to do the thing, just do the thing.
Yeah. Obviously, you know it.
Right.
So just say it.
Like, here's another one. Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it these days. Just say Twitter or X.
I call it Twitter.
Yeah, I do too. I haven't stopped. I'll never stop.
Oh, by the way, today's the 28th of May. World Cup starts in 2 weeks, boys.
Yeah.
Less than 2 weeks. About 2 weeks. World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. Oh, caw.
Okay, you ready for this one?
USA's named its roster, by the way.
Name one American player, Moj.
Christian Pulisic, Weston McKennie.
It's Pulisic.
It's
Pulisic. Weston McKennie, the guy who plays in Turin. That's about all I know.
No, I'm with you.
You know
I
what?
can't help.
The rest of the country is pretty much in the same sphere.
Yeah, but you know what? It would be awesome when we get to July. It would be awesome for names of these guys to be on the tip of people's tongues. That would be great.
I think
that means things are going well.
Look, man, for the average fan during the Olympics, I bet you they couldn't name a whole bunch of players on the U.S. roster as far as hockey. And then Quinn Hughes is now like a household name. Okay, and Jack Hughes.
Here's the thing, though. Our goalies, I'm looking at this. I don't know these guys, but one place, so they're all 3 MLS guys. Okay, Chicago Fire, NYCFC, New England Revolution. Defenders crew. But then you get some guys who are Crystal Palace. You got some Premier League guys in there. You've got some Serie A guys in there. You got a Bundesliga guy in there.
It's already happening.
What?
I'm looking at Twitch, and one of the loyal Twitchers, SNelso3, whatever, writes in World Cup ? Who cares? I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm gonna give you just a warning. During World Cup play, we are going to talk the hell out of soccer and World Cup on this show. At least I am. I don't know about my compatriots.
I like the World Cup. Yeah.
Because I am in love with World Cup soccer.
Now, I'm probably not
in love with it. My team's not even in it. Well, outside of the U.S.
Oh, look at
you
and your dual loyalties.
I don't like how you said that. I don't like how you said that at all.
I do not like that.
I thought this was America.
I don't like how you did that.
I thought this was America.
Just so you know, when the U.S. played Italy in, what was it, 12 years ago?
Yeah.
I was Team U.S. all the way.
Yeah,
to the point where I got into a shouting match with my uncles and cousins over it.
That's fine, but the way you said that was my team is not in it, and that says that your number one team is Italy.
Well, I look at it this way. Which team has a chance to win it all? Which team can the U.S. win it all?
Considering they're playing in the World Cup, yes.
A better chance in Italy.
Yeah. Considering they're participating in it, it's a better chance in Italy.
Outside of the U.S., I have no idea where my rooting interests lie. I hate everybody. I'm going to hate watch the World Cup. I hate them all.
Yeah.
I hate France. I hate Spain. Germans, are you kidding me? Get the hell out of here. I'm going to be like Moser on this. I hate every country in the world.
Hate their guts.
Hate the way they play. Hate their faces. I hate all of you.
I got one for you.
That's how I'm going to watch the World Cup.
I love your attitude, Vic. Just for good measure. Hey, Greece. Moj here. I know you're watching. Screw you. Screw you, Greeks.
Why? What happened?
I don't know. It's an old battle wound. It dies hard for me.
Greece
was not cool to this show, man. Italians, Rome, very cool to this show. Greece, no.
Buenos dias. Greece, let the record show. I've never said a bad word about you. It was all these two. I would love to visit your country one day. Welcome me. Well, I'll leave them out. I'll put up wanted posters to them around there if I have to.
Be the first time you've ever crossed the Atlantic.
Do you even know
well, do you count the Caribbean?
Okay. Do you know which direction to go to get to Greece? Do you even know where it's at?
Do you even know that the Greek live in Greece?
Well, that would make sense.
You ever heard of Socrates, Jack?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the Parthenon?
I believe that's Shaq's nickname, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. You ever hear of Plato? It's not a dog that dances with Mickey Mouse.
Hey, Athens is in Greece, not Georgia.
There is an Athens, Georgia, though.
Yeah, they ripped it off.
303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, is brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com joins us now. Hello, Jeff.
Morning, fellas.
So we were just talking about this earlier. On December 14th of last year, Patrick Mahomes leaves with a knee injury, torn ACL and LCL. He gets that repaired, I should say, and he is on the field for day one of OTAs with the Chiefs. A month and 3 days later, Bo Nix breaks his ankle in the divisional round of the playoffs. If the Broncos were to start OTAs, he would not be on the field. Is that weird?
I don't think so. I mean, look, obviously I was not a medical school attendee, but just from watching the video of Mahomes throwing, and I actually asked team doctor, friend of mine for another team, not the Broncos, but if he had seen the video, and he said he had, and he said he would be very surprised if Mahomes could play week one. So I think, just because a guy's on the field doesn't always mean, just means that he probably pushed for it, wanted to be out there to show his teammates or himself. A lot of times guys just want a reward for all the rehab because it's so, alone and by yourself and just grinding through the rehab with the trainers and everything. So sometimes the guys just want a little reward and they give it to them. But I don't think we can take anything by who participates right now. I think the opening of camp is really the indication of where things are.
It's pretty interesting, Jeff. Here's, I guess, the spidey sense in me. Just get a little bit behind schedule, maybe not, but maybe it's one of those kind of spidey sense things that you can't really explain. I'm probably worried about nothing.
No, I mean, most they don't do a second surgery if nothing's going on. I mean, if you're just recovering, fine, they don't do a second procedure, no matter how they frame it, and they have framed it as if, it was a given from the start that he's just one of several players who had a cleanup procedure, all of these things. But, I sort of live in the beat writer world of simplicity. When I see him with my own eyes doing quarterback things, then I'll say, okay, he's back, he's fine, he's doing his thing. But, I don't think we're going to see much of that in the OTAs next week or the week after, or maybe, mini camp is what I keep hearing. They may let him do some limited work, and maybe in 7-on-7, 11-on-11, something. But I keep hearing the mini camp, which is third week of June, that he may do something.
Vic's doing a thing with Vaughn tonight. Big charity thing, which is awesome.
I saw Vaughn last night.
Yep. Read your story. Yeah. Read your story. Read the whole thing. Oh, man.
He's trying hard, man. He's trying hard.
Outside of ramming his car through the gate and parking it in the lot, it feels like he's done just about every parachuting into the practice facility, right? Out of Centennial. It feels like he's doing everything else just to try to get a last taste with the orange and blue.
Do the Broncos need a restraining order, Jeff?
It may be. Look, I've known Vaughn since he came into the draft, in 2011. So we've traveled a lot of road together. I've talked to him hundreds of times, texts or whatever. But this isn't phony. I mean, he really, really, really would like them to give him the proverbial last ride. I just don't know that they have the snaps to do it. And, I'm going to be intrigued. Other teams need a pass rusher, and he'll have some options when camp gets closer. But
what's the argument against the depth of having him, though, if you're the Broncos?
I think it's just Sean Payton's gauge on what does it do to the locker room if those third down snaps, Are you going to be able to play Cooper, Bonito, and Vaughn at the same time?
Right.
And that, where do those snaps come from? Are people upset? You just paid Nick Bonito $100 million, and he is the pass rusher for the Broncos. There's no question. Even Vaughn says that.
Yeah.
I mean, Vaughn basically is framing this that he played 37% of the snaps for the Commanders last year, and that he could play 30% of the snaps for the Broncos. And it's really who doesn't get those 30% of snaps, and are you getting developmentally, all of it, just how it fits. But I did find it interesting that he admitted he had lobbied Sean at that flag football event in Los Angeles and wasn't kidding around. He was really lobbying him to try. So, again, it's in some ways tough to see because he wants something that may not be able to work out. He wants a DeMarcus Ware championship run, at the tail end of his career. DeMarcus played one more year after the Super Bowl, but he wants that vibe, how DeMarcus was looked at in the Broncos locker room those years, his standing in the league, all of it. And, on a personal level, I know Vaughn wants to be in the top 10 sacks all time. And he's sitting at 13. He could get in the top 10 with like 6 or 7, I think. So all of that's at work. He's 37. And this is kind of what it looks like when star players are, nearing the end and they've sort of come to terms with the clock is ticking.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. One thing we were kicking around, if you're just talking about what will have the bigger potential impact on the Broncos offense, would you say the bigger potential impact is the acquisition of Jalen Waddle or the fact that Davis Webb is now in charge of play calling?
Well, I still say Webb's the biggest deal because we don't know yet. Is it going to be, how much flavor is Davis Webb going to be allowed to add? We don't know the answer to that yet. If they're much quicker before the snap, if they're much quicker getting plays in, if they sub less, if they move quicker on offense, we know he's having an impact. And then some of the pass concepts we just got to see and where the run game fits. Are they going to have halves where they run the ball 3 times? After saying all week we need to run the ball, those types of things we're not going to know until we see. And, I'll be honest with you, in the league, an awful lot of people are still skeptical Sean is going to step back far enough to give Davis a lot of impact. So we don't know the answers to that yet.
I don't know the answers to what makes a team work, what doesn't make a team work. Would Sean Payton allow his quarterback to miss OTAs, to fly to Europe to support his singer-songwriter wife for a couple weeks?
Well, I think it would be a discussion. I mean, attendance in the off season is a lot more spotty than we are told.
You're probably, because I was looking at Herbert. Yeah. I know that Harbaugh said, "Hey, you need to ride to the airport? I'll drive you there," for crying out loud. I don't think he needed that. But I mean, does that mean that the Harbaugh and Herbert are so locked in? It's no big deal. Is that it?
Yeah, and I think Sean has told people he's not concerned about Bo's injury because Bo doesn't need OTAs. At this point. He's got a good handle on things. So I think, and a lot of times when teams say, oh, we had 98% attendance, they mean that 98% of the players showed up for 1 or 2 days a week of OTAs. There's or the off-season conditioning. There's 4 days a week of, right now, conditioning work going on. Not every player goes to all 4 days every single week.
Right.
And, so there is some of that at work. yeah, you'd love the high profile guys to be around, but let's say if the right guard missed to support his girlfriend, I doubt many people would notice, you know, but if it's Justin Herbert, you got to explain it a little bit. So I think there's some of that.
Hey, by the way, Jeff, if you need mouth to mouth, don't call me.
No, I would not. I'm a man. I stand alone.
Okay, good. Well, it sounds like you had what Moser had about 2 months ago or a month and a half ago, and
this is too much talky on the phone. I gotta get off the work hamster wheel at some point.
You're a worker, though, Jeff. That's what you do. You work.
Too much talky. I gotta just settle it down a little bit.
Okay, one more talky, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah, I'm good.
Bill Barnwell, he had the best and worst free agent signings or off-season moves, I guess, for every team. And for his worst, he listed failing to address the departure of John Franklin Myers for the Broncos. Yeah. Now, I would argue, although it feels less consequential because their draft picks weren't premium, they did use their first pick on a defensive lineman in Tyler Onyedim. Like, is that addressing it or not?
Well, I think some of that's the standing of the team. If that's the worst move you can come up with for a 14-win team, I mean, it's all relative.
Yeah.
He's not saying that's the worst move anybody made.
Right.
In the league, he's saying this team is pretty settled, and, you know, of all the things they did or didn't do in the offseason, you know, that's a lot of snaps that have to be filled. That is a question mark. You know, what is that? 500 snaps, 400 snaps?
And I said, I want you to expand on this, because I said to Kane, I go, in a team like this where they rotate guys and it's all for one and one for all, that's awesome. But you never know how much that one, he's a big piece because he's just a big, ugly in the middle. You never know how that one cog in the entire wheel, you know, what it supports and what it doesn't. And let's say during the course of a game that the kid has 4 losses against a blocking assignment, you know, on him, that Myers would win and the kid loses. Is that the difference in keeping a drive alive, a game alive? I think the answer is yeah.
No. And we don't know the answer to that.
Right,
you know, they played Wazarike in those snaps that Franklin Myers didn't play last year. He's still around. But I'll just say Zach Allen led the league, not ahead of Myles Garrett, ahead of Will Anderson, ahead of everybody in quarterback hits. And Zach Allen says if he ever buys a beach house, he's going to call it the John Franklin Myers house.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of impact that Franklin Myers had. So, again, that's not a position we talk about, but those are, I always look at off seasons are, how do you replace the snaps, not the people, as it were. You know, that's important, but those are snaps they have to fill. And as they go to camp, other than Bo Nix's ankle, that's probably the biggest question they have on the field.
Jeff, last thing for you. So at Commanders camp, Javon Kinlaw had a sort of new way of using punctuation and commas where he would just say the S word. It sounded like this.
Yeah, we got some mother now. Excuse my language, but yeah, old way he can go. Charles Omenihu can go. Caleb Vaughn can go. Tim Settle, he can go. Who else am I missing? Then
it goes on and on and on from there. I want to ask you, you've been covering this game for, as we play every intro before we talk to you, been covering this game for a while. The most prolific curse word user that you've covered is?
Ooh, that's an excellent question. Some days it's me, sadly. I have to admit, my in-season behavior is not always awesome on the profanity front.
Yeah.
But I'll say the funniest is, there was a defensive line coach for the Titans who, away from football, was possibly the nicest human being I've ever been around, Jim Washburn. But when you put him on a football field, I'm not sure any human being could sling profanity like he could. But it was amazing because away from the field, he was easily one of the 5 nicest people I've ever been around in football. But yeah, he was a pro profanity. Greg Lloyd, probably of the Steelers way back, was this is pre-internet, so pre-social media, so it was a lot more common back then when guys weren't on camera all the time. But Greg Lloyd aired me out a few times that was pretty impressive.
I'm looking at a picture of Jim Washburn. That guy can curse.
No, he
just by a photo. That guy, he throws them out there.
One of the nicest people I've ever been around as a human being. Like, if you needed anything, Jim Washburn would like come fix your car, buy you groceries. I mean, he would do anything for you. Players loved him, but he said absolutely some of the funniest things I've ever heard. I once filled in on baseball in Pittsburgh, and they got killed in Montreal. I was on a road trip with the Pirates. They got killed in Montreal. The Expos stole like 57 bases on Denny Nagel. And I kept it on tape for a long time, but Jim Leland absolutely imploded after the game. And he was pulling his jersey over his head, and he got stuck. And he was cussing as he was stuck in his jersey, spinning around in the room. And it was hard not to laugh. There's only like 3 of us in the room. You're trying not to laugh because he's furious, but he was stuck in his shirt, spinning around. And at one point, I kept the tape forever. At one point, there were 9 words in a row that were just cuss words.
Awesome.
With no other words in between it. And it was one of the most amazing meltdowns ever.
Did he have a heater lit while he was doing it?
Oh God, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And he had like the burn marks on his hand where he was cupping it in the dugout because he wasn't supposed to smoke during the game.
That's awesome.
I came in before BP one time. He was smoking with the patch on. I was like, dude.
With the nicotine patch?
Yeah. I said, have you read the box? It says like your heart will explode if you do that. And he was like, oh, I don't care. But anyway. But
Jim was the man.
There were 9 words in a row. I'd never heard anything like it.
I love it. I love to hear it one day. So that is Jeff Legwold. ESPN.com joins us every week. Always appreciate the insight, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
Too much talky.
Too much talky.
My God.
All right, see you, Leggy. He was about to throw 9 curse words in a row.
100%, yeah. We've all been there, though, dude. Jeff, he is a worker.
Yep.
I don't think the guy, he just busts his hump. Something to be said for that.
There is. Jim Leland's the man, by the way. I love
when
Leland.
he was here, dude, there's a voicemail. I got to see if it still exists. The guy used to sleep at the ballpark. You know that. He lived at the ballpark.
Yeah. Yep.
Just great stuff.
A lot of those guys like that. All right. All guests join us on the Ramos Law Hotline back after this.
that says only one thing about the Colorado Avalanche. We were a better team, we were more talented, and we were definitely a quicker team out there. But there's one reason why a defensive team can come out on top in a scenario like that, especially against a team as good and deep as the Avs, and it is one thing: desire. How bad do you want to win that game? How bad do you want to get to that puck? How bad do you want to get it on net? And how bad do you want to get that rebound?
Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People like Stubby did right there. It's on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Hit that microphone at the bottom, and it goes straight to Nelly's ears.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with all that. Otherwise, the most desirous teams would win every year. Otherwise, talent has to play a role. Luck has to play a role. There's a lot of things that play into this. It can't be just desire. It can't be.
It's all-encompassing. Desire on any given shift can change the course of a period, change the course of a game, change the course of a series, but it's all-encompassing. That is correct, Vic.
I mean, did Brock Nelson desire to score when he was all by himself in front of Carter Hart? Was there a desire there?
Yeah.
I think, again, to kind of go back to where we were the day after the game, I think there was a problem.
That was yesterday, Brett.
I don't know what day we're on anymore. I think there was a problem mentally with the Avs, but it wasn't a matter of desire. I don't think it was a matter of toughness. I really think it was confidence, and people confuse these sometimes. Confidence is so much different than a want to, because you can play poorly by trying too hard. I mean, that's where the term gripping your sticks a little bit too tight comes from. That's where, if a guy's slumping at the plate in baseball, he wants to hit a liner, but he's almost like he's trying too much and not being loose enough. If you got a couple of things that bounced your way, if Brock Nelson was able to finish one of those shots where he's wide open in front with him and Carter Hart, I think that it could make a world of difference, because then that could permeate through the team. Like, do you think that Vegas wanted it more than you, or do you think that Vegas was playing much more confidently than you were? Because I think it was confidence.
I think, well, yeah, it's that esoteric jam that you can't quantify the esoteric jam. And you know what? I don't care whether you people out there choose to believe me or not. You should. But I know what I know. And
Thanks.
I know what I've known now for 30 years.
Thanks.
The esoteric jam is unquantifiable, and sometimes you got it and sometimes you lose it. Yeah. It sucks when you lose it.
The Esoteric Jam, new band name. I dibsed it.
You know what? That would be a killer band name. Hey, tonight down at the Paramount, Esoteric Jam.
That's my esoteric jam.
That's gross jam.
No, that's called Twatchla.
Twatchla.
There's a couple of different things.
You know, when I'm done with life and I'm 6 feet under and I'm thinking about myself, I'm just thinking as they're proceeding to read the rosary, I'm going to think that I left this world a better place because I taught my boys the word Twatchla.
It's funny. I've just never heard a word that you have to whisper the end of it. And that I guess, is the proper way to say it.
What's funny about that word, all right, Twatchla, which means snot, in the dialect version of our Italian, it's the dialect. If you walked up to a real Italian and said Twatchla, they would look at you and say, what the hell are you talking about? I've never heard of that term in my life.
Mm-hmm.
It is so, the word esoteric from Moser, it's so esoteric to the small region of the country. Nobody outside that region knows what the hell you're referring to.
It would be like in the backwoods of Georgia.
Yeah.
If they had a little something, that's what it would be.
So next time your baby girls, because a lot of baby girls walk around with Twatchla, and boys.
Yeah.
You tell people, hey, you clean up that Twatchla.
Baby Jamal Kill. That Twatchla. Adios.
But Daddy, what's a Twatchla?
Okay, so here's something else. I wanted
what
to
else
play
you
this
got?
for you. This was Pat McAfee's show. He had Adam Silver on, and they were talking about flopping. And this is a big subject because you can't watch a Spurs and, well, more specifically, a Thunder game without having that be like front of mind. Because not only is it like right there in front of you, it's now become the main talking point.
It's so crazy where basketball's gone. It is the number one theme of the series, and people are not even paying attention to the series because all they're talking about is the histrionics within the series.
So they asked him about this, the flopping in the NBA. Here's Adam Silver's response.
I would only say that there's a difference between selling a call, exaggeration, and a true flop, which is where you're actually fooling the referees. I think sometimes, even as I sit in the stands at games, players may be falling down, players may be reacting to a call, but then to me, if they're not fooling the referees, it's like, okay, that's like the players are taught to sell calls these days. I mean, can officiating get bad? Can officiating get better? Of course. We're always working on that. Can officials get fooled occasionally? We're always looking at that as well. But the officiating is incredible.
See, but I still, and I've said this for Adam Silver, the fact that this is the main discussion for, look, this could be a dynastic team. This could be one of the better teams that's existed in decades. And the one thing that you're pointing to is they get a whistle. That's the number one thing that they talk about when they talk about the Thunder.
I disagree with this tenant there. I mean, why not just draw the line? He said there's a difference between selling a call and flopping. I know what he's talking about, right? Selling a call, Nikola Jokic does it a ton.
Yeah.
He wants people to know he's getting fouled, so what does he do?
I actually hate that stuff too, but yeah.
So why not just say this? Why not just go to this tactic? How about you just draw a line and say, you're not allowed to sell the call anymore.
Yeah.
Even if you're fouled, even if a guy has you by the neck, you cannot sell anything. There's no selling. This is not a transaction. No transactional sell of calls. If you sell a call, we will whistle you for a foul.
Vic,
how about we go there?
When did we get to selling calls? When did it become most prevalent?
Well, okay, let me think about this. Because in the 80s, during the we would watch some games in the 80s with the Pistons, the bad boys. They beat the crap out of each other.
I think it's Manu Ginobili, I think, is the one that
I think
really
it happened in
started
the
it
early
all.
2000s. In the early 2000s, Manu, that bunch, started doing, when they'd shoot, they do this number, this. That started there. And then people learned that if you accentuate the follow-through, if you accentuate all that, more players started doing it. It's gotten to the point now where you cannot differentiate between athleticism and theater. When you've arrived at the point where athleticism and theater, it takes you a while to pick which is which, you've lost the whole damn plot. It's over.
So it's a Stern thing. It's a David Stern thing. God rest his soul.
I'll ask.
It was under Stern's watch that it started and was not stamped down then.
Okay, and hold on. Guru says those damn Europeans brought it from soccer. No. You could say however it got here, whatever. Americans took it to another level. Right now, which sport features more flopping? Soccer or basketball? Which sport?
It feels like basketball.
It's not even close.
Soccer's got a ton of flopping.
It's not even close. Every play in basketball is a flop.
True.
Every play. No. Basketball has taken center stage on flopping. They've taken it and run with it.
And Vic, when guys throw up their hands like that to sell a call, what's the sound they make?
Oh! Hey, let me ask you this. What does Anthony Edwards do every time he shoots the ball in traffic?
Hey!
Every single time.
So I asked our robot overlords, when did selling calls begin in the NBA? And it said, well, there's no exact start date, but here's what they said. In the 1990s, they started a defensive flop, most notably Vlade Divac and Dennis Rodman, throwing their head back to draw charge calls. And then in the 2000s, that's with Manu Ginobili and guys like that, snapping their head back, flailing their arms, all of that.
So how about this? Back to what Adam Silver was just said there. Oh, well, that's not flopping. It's just selling calls. How about none of that? This isn't a flea market. We're not selling things. Nothing's for sale here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening now is if you go to a youth basketball game, I got nephews and nieces. They play at the Gold Crown. Go watch a youth basketball game at the Gold Crown facility. Go out there and watch what happens. Watch what happens to the sport that I love. Watch these kids do what their heroes do. It sickens me.
Do you know what's crazy? What's that league that they do that's sort of like every once in a while a pro player show up and it's just there's no refs, it's just guys like Rucker Park stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the summer league you're talking about. God, it's in LA. I forgot the name of it.
Is it the Drew League?
The Drew League.
Yeah,
that's exactly it.
Do they call fouls? When it's
no
up
flopping there.
When it's up to the players,
there's no flopping
to call their own fouls in games. You see a lot less falling on the floor and screaming and yelling and one.
Yeah, you fall down in a playground as much as this. You'll bleed out.
Well, no, they'll just look at you and be like, "Stop being a wuss. Let's play basketball."
So let me bring it to this, fellas. How do you officiate it? I have no idea. You can't in the mid game differentiate between sails and flops. Okay, you can't.
Oh, I think you can.
Well,
the NHL does it. They have embellishment calls.
You can, but it would make an NBA game 7 hours long. Okay?
Until they stop.
Which is why you just go right to the very end of the line and say, no selling. Forget flopping. No selling. If we see you accentuate a play, when Lou Dort kicks out his feet every time he shoots a three, when you can go down the list. If there's any accentuation whatsoever, that's an offensive foul. Tough. Even if you got clobbered, if your face got taken off, if you lost half your face, but in the process, you moved your head back to sell it, tough. You lost half your face, it's a foul on you.
All on David Stern.
Tough crap.
Sorry.
That's the measure you have to take. It's the only way. Because you know what's happening now? Remember, we talked about this. We whispered about this last year in the Nuggets OKC series. We said, I wonder if Mark Dagno and his staff are teaching this. Coaching it. Well, what do you think they're doing, guys? Because every single player, look at Jared McCain, who came from Philly and now is an OKC. What do you think he's doing now?
Well, Adam Silver just admitted to it. They're being taught to sell calls.
They're being taught and coached.
Yes.
This is in Oklahoma City, you walk in, instead of getting baptized, you get baptized by flopping.
Brett, you're a Bedouin in the Middle East.
A what?
A Bedouin.
Don't know what that is.
You're let's say you're a nomad. Okay.
All right. That makes more sense.
You're a nomad.
Okay.
A Bedouin is like part of a Middle Eastern tribe.
Okay.
Ancient tribes.
Got it.
Anyway, you're traveling. You're going to go sell your goods. You got a camel. Right. You set up your tent and everything at night. Right. That camel does one of these underneath the tent. Okay. He kind of puts his nose in.
Okay. Yeah.
What are you cooking in there? That kind of thing. If you don't get the camel out of the tent, before you know it, the entire camel is in your tent. If you didn't stamp out the selling and the flopping and all this kind of stuff right away, before you know it, I'm telling you right now, in today's NBA, the camel's in your tent and he's eating your dinner.
Hang on.
That's what he's doing.
Here's the issue. The issue is this. You need to do more than a no call, okay? Because a no call doesn't do anything. There has to be, much like in hockey, the embellishment. It's, I'm calling you out for being a wuss. Stop.
Yeah. Public embarrassment.
I'm going to let the entire crowd know that you're being a wuss.
Yeah.
And you need to knock it off.
No, but if in the course of a game, a player throws his head back, swings his legs, falls for no apparent reason, someone has to be in charge going through the tape and saying, fine. Next game, you start with one foul from the previous game. I'm talking extreme measures here.
Because there's no way to fix it unless
you can't do it mid-game.
No,
you can't, guys. You can't do it mid-game. Everybody's saying, "Well, why don't they just review it?" You can't. It would take 5 hours to finish a game. It has to be so penal that they won't even bring it to the game.
Otherwise, Vic,
because the game of basketball, as I know it, the game I love, the game I play, the game I cherish, it's gone. It's gone.
Agreed. So I'll tell you though, dude, you'd have to go through a season of, you know what, we're going to fix it right now, and this season may be ugly, but hopefully the guys jump on board sooner rather than later.
And you know what?
And
you got to hold your own players accountable. You got to hold your own players accountable. Yep. Nikola Jokic flops.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
And so for Oklahoma City fans to sit there and say, oh, no, our guys are just playing. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Your guys do it more than anybody. And then you're allowed to do things on the defensive end that are a joke. Did you see SGA has done a cease and desist on the Underdog Sports
We'll get
Company?
to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
303-504-0925. Fact checker next. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And here's why. Because other books, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. That's what you get with Fanatics. And Fanatics lets you get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. Who else does that? And unlike points that expire, you can use your Fan Cash whenever on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences. All of those can be found on Fanatics.com. But Fan Cash also unlocks value you just can't get by converting that into profit boosts and allowing you to bet with it too. Fan Cash, you're getting the access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Download the app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, so Shea's team sent a cease and desist letter to the story we were talking about yesterday, which is Underdog Sports teamed up with Dylan Brooks to make the Operation game, except it's a foul game about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and it's funny. But they had a whole bunch. And look, if this goes anywhere beyond this cease and desist letter, Shea's going to win. It's very clearly Shea that is depicted in this game, and that's a name, image, and likeness thing that you just can't do with people. I do think the embarrassment that you would have or you would feel by somebody doing this is necessary. I think you need to have stuff like this happen.
Yeah.
You need to shame people.
Yeah.
Shame works. Okay? It works.
But you know what works more? Money. He makes enough money that the shame doesn't, that's not going to change anything.
Yeah.
He's wealthy enough, given what he's made in the game, how he's proven it. He's a great player, first of all. There's no amount of shame in the world that will overtake that money. By the way, somebody on the text line said, Vic, you mentioned that it's taught in Oklahoma City. Well, their coach is European. He's not. Mark Daigneault has a name that's French. He's not European. He's American.
Yeah.
He's American.
Wait, who said their coach is European?
So some Mike on the text line. It's 100. Do you guys believe? I'm going to ask you this point blank. Do you believe the Oklahoma City coaching staff may not like openly sit there and run through drills, but they go through film session and they say, "Good play there"?
Sure. I bet they have a coach whose
do you
sole
believe
job
that,
is
Brett?
to.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe it. Do you, Brett?
Or is
Probably.
it just player run?
I don't know. I don't think that he'll go through like they're at they're watching film together. Somebody flops and he goes, "Hey, great flop there, Jalen Williams." I don't know if he does that, but I think it's something that's just understood on that team that this is what we do. I don't know. It is odd that virtually everybody on that roster does it. That is weird. All of them do it. I can't think of a single guy who does not.
If it's allowed, you have an analytics guy who gets up and shows film. If you do this, you're going to get more calls. Do this.
Okay, so I can go through the Nuggets roster, and if I told you guys, is this person flop? Tell me yes or no. And we're being authentic and honest here. It doesn't make it a bad person. It's just what the game is today. Ready? Here we go. Does Nikola Jokic flop?
Mm-hmm.
Does Jamal Murray flop?
A little bit.
I don't think he
No,
does.
I don't think Jamal does.
No.
Oh, I
don't think Jamal Murray does. I don't think he does it enough. I asked for him to flop during this. I don't think he does at all.
Vic, I don't think you notice it because it's so prevalent so much
I
all
just
the
don't
time.
think he does. I don't think he does.
I've never seen Jamal on the floor selling a car.
I'm not talking about on the floor. I'm talking about going to the bucket, that kind of thing.
So
I'm not talking about being a human mop.
Does Aaron Gordon flop? No.
No.
He doesn't flop. Does Christian Brown flop? No. He doesn't flop. Does Cam Johnson flop? No. He doesn't flop. Let me keep going. Does Peyton Watson flop?
No.
Okay, so right now we've identified one player through their core that flops, all right?
And Jokic never used to.
But he does.
And he
It's
does
just,
now.
it is.
No, I'm saying he never used to until he's like, I got to find a way to get a call.
But he's not an on the floor kind of flopper.
But I understand why
he's
Nikola
the arms
does it.
in the air kind of flopper.
I understand why he does it. We all do. It doesn't diminish his greatness. We all do. But I'm just trying to do an exercise here. All right, so one player in the Nuggets core unit that does it. Bruce Brown doesn't do it. Okay, let's go through Oklahoma City's roster, okay? Does Shea flop?
Yes.
Does Lou Dort flop?
Yeah.
Well, Lou Dort's dirty.
Does Chet Holmgren flop?
Yep.
He does now.
And I mentioned his name because I just saw him do it the other night. Does Jared McClain flop?
Yeah.
That's 4. Does Jalen Williams, the big and the small, do they flop?
Both
Yes.
of them.
Okay. So,
Does Isaiah Hartenstein flop?
Yes, we've seen him do it.
Alex Caruso.
Yes. So we are at 7 players on that team that openly do it versus 1 that openly doesn't.
Yeah.
That's why OKC's under the microscope, because it's a team function. It's not a superstar function.
I said it before.
Team.
James Harden did that where he did the rip-through thing in Houston, but Houston wasn't a team full of floppers. It was his style was distasteful, not the team's. It's just weird. By the way, I got a question regarding name, image, and likeness stuff. I don't know if you guys have the answer to this or not. You know when movies make like biopics?
Yeah.
Like I love the movie Ray because I love Ray Charles, but I think Jamie Foxx did great in that movie.
He's pretty good.
Do you need to get permission from the Ray Charles estate to do a movie about Ray Charles, or can you just do that about anybody?
I don't know. I'm sure you can do you've heard of unauthorized books written all the time? Unauthorized books? Why?
Because Shea is suing for using his name, image, and likeness for this little operation game. But if you make an entire movie that makes $100 million about a guy's life, but do you have to give a piece to the guy or the guy's family?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if somebody does a film about George Washington, they got to track down his descendants. And
I don't know. That's why I was asking. I don't know.
It's a good question. That's a legal question. Get Dante on that one. He's got his degree now.
He would have those answers, wouldn't he?
Hey, the Hartenstein, somebody on the text line mentioned this, and you're so right. Hartenstein, when he played here, he never flopped.
Never.
Goes to OKC, and look what he's doing. Jared McCain, when he played in Philadelphia, was he known as a flailer?
Not at all.
I honestly didn't watch Philly enough to have any idea.
It is inherent. It is the OKC way. Now, who's responsible for that in Oklahoma City? Is it the coach? Is it the best player? Is it the culture of the team? Whatever it is, OKC fans, sorry, judge and jury has already hammered it home. You guys flop.
Yeah. And I think that it's taken away, not just from the team, it's taken away a little bit from the sport.
From the legacy. It's ruined the sport. Do you want to watch that?
No, I think everybody is vocally, loudly decided that is not something that they want.
In an NBA final, here's what we're going to get in an NBA final. We're going to get Jalen Brunson driving to the basket, doing this with his head, throwing his head back, versus Shea Gilgeous-Alexander doing the same thing. There are going to be so many heads bobbing and weaving, they may have concussions.
That poor towel kid. You know the towel kid, whenever somebody falls down, they got to wipe up the sweat on the floor? You got to be paying that kid like some overtime stuff whenever he has like OKC playing.
You guys are getting me fired up about this. I love this game. I love the game of basketball. And I blame the players at the top, superstar players, superstars. You are ruining the sport for the rest of the world because it's filtering down to kids now. Stop it. Stop ruining the sport and play ball.
Do you think OKC closes out?
Yeah, I do.
Tonight?
Think about this. OKC, and this is how deep they are. The Nuggets were without two key players, and a lot of us use it as an excuse as to why they lost their series. Oklahoma City's without Jalen Williams, their second best player. His replacement, A.J. Mitchell, didn't play in the last game. His replacement started, and they won.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts. But we'll see if Wemby's got something in the tank to push this to a Game 7. 303-504-0925.
Moj, was hockey ever at a point where something had to happen or the sport was going to go down the drain and they changed a rule?
Yeah.
What was it? An inflection point.
When they came out of that one lockout and they started calling grabbing, clutching, they started calling stick fouls more.
Yes.
Because Peter Forsberg got who knows what he would have been. Or how many points he would have to this day. He's already Hall of Famer, but I mean, he was allowed to, guys were allowed to ride him like a bucking bronco. Sucked. Bad for the game. Bad.
But it took a while for players because they started calling it and players complained, but it took a couple years, right?
Yeah, but it took really one season out of the, because I mean, you put a guy in a box, Vic, it's totally different. When you hamstring your team, right, and you lose because of it, it's totally different than, it's going to cost you 10 G's.
Last comment. I know we got to go to break. 0648. How did the refs that allow them to flop get a free pass? The reason I'm not going to put this entirely on the refs is simple. Sometimes they're so good at it. The theater of the absurd is so good, you cannot see it until you go super slow-mo. So if you're going to ask a ref to go super slow-mo on every damn possession, these games will last 7 hours. That's why I'm not putting it on the officials. I'm not.
Fact checker, please, Nelly.
daily monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
So Front Office Sports has just tweeted out that Underdog is refusing to bend to the requests of SGA's team for the cease and desist. And I assume that the way they're going to fight this is by citing parity laws. Because if you look at the board game, I mean, it very obviously is him. It is SGA with the way they designed his jersey and the headband and his hairdo. And it has the number 2. But it says unethical on the front of the jersey. So they might be able to bring up these laws that protect parities that are widespread.
I don't know if that's going to pass. Again, get Dante on the phone. He would know better than me.
He would.
This is just going to be the Barbara Streisand effect. Like, the harder SGA's team fights this, the more attention it's going to call to it. He's gonna look worse in the end, I think.
That is true. All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast if you missed any of the show today. Again, a lot of the autopsy of what to do with the Avalanche offseason and what moves should be made down the line. So a lot more to discuss with this tomorrow. Have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you then. Love you. See you.
What up, people? Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside not the coach today, but they call him the radio machine. He's one half between the pipes. He is Mark Springer. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Still a couple of days removed from the Avalanche season ending at the hands of the Vegas Golden Knights via the sweep. So we'll continue that post-mortem as the hours go by and no changes thus far within the organization, Spring. And the way that I read that is as the minutes pass, the job security of Jared Bednar gets better and better and better.
Well, I asked you at the end of our final Between the Pipes of the season, when we did this show here today at 10 a.m. on Thursday, would Jared Bednar still be the head coach of the Avalanche? And he is. And, if you listen to that show, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with Jared Bednar being the head coach of this team. I like Jared Bednar. But, yeah, I know the organization really likes him, and this feels like a repeat of last year. Remember, some people wanted him gone last, and then we went to that.
People have wanted him gone his entire tenure.
I know, and I've not been one of those people, but I understand. Maybe it's a vocal minority. I feel like it's pretty 50-50. Like, I'm producing Nate and Andy yesterday, and I'm looking at the text line. One texter will text in like, "How dare you say fire Jared Bednar?" And another texter will say, "You gotta fire Jared Bednar." Like, it's so split down the middle. They'll
call him a Mickey Mouse head coach who has a Stanley Cup championship. I do agree it is 50-50.
And so the 50 that wants him gone, if he is back, man, they're going to be snarkier than ever this year. And I think that's unfair. I think he's a great coach. But I'm just saying, it reminds me of last year where, remember, we went to that end of season press conference and we're all thinking, like, is Jared Bednar showing up to this thing? And he didn't. I don't even know if he was going to be there, scheduled to be there. But I remember we were all thinking the first question, or the first thing said is, what's the status of the coaching staff? And the first thing they announced was, we've decided to part ways with, and I remember, dude, you grabbed my leg. Do you remember that?
I sure did.
You Andy Lindahl'd me. And granted, I was tense too. Like, looked at you. It was like Mac and Charlie at the restaurant. We just both looked at each other. And we decided to part ways with, and it felt like 10 seconds passed, Ray Bennett. And we were like, oh. But, I feel like it's similar this year, except they're coming off of a sweep. It's very awkward because I hate it, man. I like the team. I like the coach. But I understand some people are upset right now.
I fully believe the Avalanche are going to have their end of season press conference tomorrow at some point, whether it's 10 a.m. or noon. I think those are the two times that they typically do it. So that is my expectation. And no, those press conferences typically do not have the head coach involved. Those conferences with the Avalanche, now a little bit different with the Nuggets, who had the two-headed GM monster of Tenzer and Wallace alongside head coach David Adelman, and they were all tied together by Josh Kroenke. Last year when the Avalanche did this, in a similar fashion of you are so stunned that the season is over. Now, you got swept in the Western Conference Final this year. You had a multi-goal lead with 10 minutes to go in the third period in Game 7 last year, in which you saw a former Stanley Cup champion in Mikko Rantanen with you finish off a hat trick and end your season. So shocking in a very similar way.
Mm-hmm.
There was no Bednar for that press conference. There will be no Bednar for this press conference. It will be McFarland and Sakic. That's my expectation.
And I know hockey's different, but and I guess it could be a situation where at the press conference they could this time around, 365 days later or plus, a little longer. That's a little longer this year. Where they could announce by saying we have decided to part ways with Jared Bednar, but I don't know. I just feel like it would have been done by now.
I feel like it would have been done by now as well. Because it'll be the first question asked tomorrow. If there is no, and again, assuming the press conference happens tomorrow, that will be the first question asked. Mm-hmm. Is Jared Bednar, who is under contract for next season, still your head coach?
Do we know how many years are left on his deal?
1 year.
1 year.
He has 1 year left.
So okay. What's up with that? Because you don't want to be the lame duck coach.
I mean, if they do bring him back, we've talked about what does cup or bust mean. Coach and I talked about it yesterday. If they do bring him back, I highly doubt that they will run it back with largely the same team. And obviously, you can't have the same exact team. The Avs are up against the cap. They've got like $2.9 million in space. They probably need to open up an additional 7 in order to bring back players that are currently on this roster to fill out. Most of the team is back. Like, they don't have a lot of holes to fill. They just don't have the requisite cap space. They'll have to make a few moves. So if they do decide to retain Bednar going into next season, they will make a few trades. I think those guys might be Val Nichushkin, Ross Colton, maybe a Naz Kadri, those types of players. Maybe Arturi Lehkonen is on the chopping block at this point. Maybe you've gotten the best out of him. I don't know.
Well, and what sucks about that, though, is like, I want it to be Natchez or Nelson. Like, that's who I want, and or. Like both, to be honest with you.
Players.
Yeah, now you bring up the no trade clauses that they have.
Full no trade clause for Brock Nelson, who has 2 years remaining on his deal. And then starting on July 1st, the Marty Natchez deal kicks in, and it is a full no movement clause. So if you are trading Martin Natchez, which I don't believe the organization wants to do.
He's a good player. Marty Natchez is a great regular season player. And it's what we heard. All the comments were, well, let's see it in the playoffs. Let's see it in the playoffs. He fades in the playoffs. Well, yeah, I don't know how you can argue that right now, but maybe things change if Natchez is on which he's likely to be. I get the context of it all, that he's likely to be. You got to hope that, Jack Eichel developed his two-way game. You mentioned to me how Mikko Rantanen, got more physical last year. He became a prick in Dallas. Got coached up. So you're going to have to do that. Can you do that with Marty Natchez? Can Brock Nelson... I mean, right now it's just finish shots. That'd be nice, but I'd like him to play more physical too. And because Nichushkin is a guy who plays physical. Lehkonen is a guy who is, under 6 foot tall, but is physical.
Plays the right way, two-way monster.
Those are the guys I want. The not using your body, because everyone on Vegas, like Eichel developed that game. Everyone on that team plays that way. Natchez doesn't. Nelson doesn't. I'm looking at those are public enemies number one, and maybe public enemy is too harsh to say. It's just sports. It's fine. But maybe Natchez would waive his no trade clause because he's going to hear it this year. He gets his $11.5 million no matter what. You can go play in Ottawa or Anaheim or something like that. Media ain't going to hound you. It's good. We care in Denver. You're going to get. It's going to be awkward a little bit. You can have an amazing regular season. That's another awkward thing about this. You can go have an amazing regular season, and everybody is going to say, show it to me in the playoffs.
Brother, you could go 82-0. You could sweep the first round. You could sweep the second round. And if you run into Vegas or a team like Vegas, there's not a lot of them in this league. Again, like Florida is built like them. Obviously, the Vegas Golden Knights having gone through you means that is a roster build and a style of play that you don't really like. Dallas is
they're not
similar,
quite
but
Vegas.
Different.
Oh, look, but you got to 7 against Dallas.
Right.
So obviously, and they're less the Vegas style, but there's similarities, right? So you got to 7 against Dallas, but you still couldn't get through them. I do think there are matchup things, right?
It's a bad matchup.
The Minnesota-Dallas thing, you got Minnesota instead of Dallas. Maybe that's a better matchup for the Avs, whereas Dallas is a better matchup for Minnesota.
I still think if you had gotten Dallas in the Western Conference Final, you get through, or you're playing a 7-game series. It's just a stylistic matchup that simply
and there's only a few
work.
teams. There's really only a few teams.
And thank you, Billy. Yes, 84 games in the regular season.
That's right,
and
I forgot that too.
Okay,
I forgot that too.
Let's say the Avs are 92-0 going into the Western Conference Final.
Uh-huh.
There will be a question. If they face Vegas or a team that is built like Vegas, you will always go, oh no, when is the cliff coming? When am I going to take a step forward with my right foot and the ground won't be there anymore? Now, if you go 92-0 and the Ducks are there and Edmonton is there, or any other team that isn't built like the Vegas Golden Knights, then you look at this and you go, they can win again.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was the part of the reason why you went 16-4 is you did get the proper matchups for how your team was built. You ran into a buzzsaw in Vegas, and I don't know if my postmortem is complete right now.
Oh, I'm still processing.
Still
it for
processing.
Sure. Stages of grief. I lost my damn mind on what night was it? Tuesday night. The only team in the West that's like kind of up and coming that I could see playing that way that Vegas plays would be Utah.
There's actually some numbers that back up that the only two teams that Colorado had legit problems with in terms of creating offense, and that is what the series comes down to. The series doesn't come down to the admittedly sub-average goaltending from Wedgwood, although it wasn't the reason why you lost. He just wasn't on top of his game. The reason wasn't you defended terribly. You had a couple of absolutely catastrophic turnovers and defensive checking miscues. But the reason why you lost the series is you could not penetrate the middle of the ice. And there are numbers to suggest that the only two teams that Colorado had legit problems with this year were Vegas and Utah.
Yeah, and
I'll find those.
And I love when the numbers agree with my eyeballs because I would look at Utah. Now, does that scare anybody today? That's going to be the Winter Classic matchup next year, Avs and Utah.
This is Travis Yost. Colorado blew the doors off most teams this year and regular opponents 4 or more games played against those guys, so Western Conference teams or Central Division teams. The two exceptions of that rule were Utah and Vegas. Their expected goals advantage per game against Winnipeg, north of 1. Against Nashville, north of 1. Against LA, which is shocking because they play such a defensive-minded game, around 0.8. But again, this is your differential between you and the opponent across those games. Against Dallas, nearly 0.8. Against Minnesota, 9 games played, just under 0.6. They had negative expected goals advantages per game against Utah at nearly minus 0.35, and then against Vegas in their 7 games, minus 0.55. They're the only two teams.
Yeah, and I brought up, like who could be a team that could, be on the cusp of playing, a better level of hockey with that style, certainly in the West, because you'd love to avoid Vegas or Florida in the Cup Finals. Florida's healthy next year. Injuries hurt them this year. Like, that's that style. Carolina is finally coming into their own, and they can play that style.
Oh, they murdered Montreal last night.
Yeah, that's a difference,
That was not a fair fight.
Montreal's young, and you're going up against a team that's now fully in their prime, that's been at this for years, that is physical. The Canadiens are they look like the Avs. Like they are the Avs in that situation against Carolina. It's the same style, and the Canadiens, are fun. They're scrappy, but they got skilled goal scorers. Newhook is scoring goals. Slavkovsky, Caulfield, Suzuki. I mean, they're scrappy, but there's some that's let's pot some timely goals. Let's score some goals. But you go up against that big defensive team, you're shut down. I'd love for Colorado to avoid Vegas and in a Cup final, Florida or even Carolina now, but is a Utah coming along, and it's just knowing your luck. The second you're crossing your fingers, please let's avoid that style. And it's only 4-ish teams in the league. If we can just avoid these 4-ish teams who stylistically we don't match up great against, and it's been proven now that this is an issue. What do you know? The next thing behind door number 2 is one of those teams. Cross your fingers, try to avoid it, and lo and behold, that's just going to be in your way at some point.
We'll take a quick time out here. Mark Springer is filling in for Coach Mike Sanford today and tomorrow. I'm Alex Ryanemi. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude 92.5. We'll continue going into what are the types of players that you want on this roster next year to try and combat those types of teams. The Utahs, the Vegases, the Floridas, the Dallases of the world. What are those types of players that you want to bring in? Also, another player that wants to come in here to the Mile High City. Did you hear the latest from Von Miller? We'll play it next. It's the morning sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside the radio machine. That's Mark Springer filling in for Coach Sanford today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. If you want to watch the program, do so on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR or subscribe today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a single thing. All of our shorts, our press conference coverage that we have. Thanks to Chris Mitchell and Darren McKee for getting all those videos up. You guys won't miss a single thing. The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is the place to be. Spring, before we get back into the Avs and talk about these players that might change what it feels like to be a difficult playoff team to play against, here's the latest from Von Miller.
I mean, obviously, I wouldn't start. Obviously, I wouldn't play special teams. But I will say the type of room that we would have outside linebackers, me, Nick Benito, we would be a force. Whatever coach that we have going on, I would just contribute to that. The defense that we would have. I would love to bring back those Super Bowl 50 bombs. I would love to assist and be a vice president to Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton. I've been the guy, and also I've been the vice president as well. I would love to contribute to us getting back to the glory and holding up that trophy and confetti falling again. For me, my whole entire life, I've helped out guys be the best version of themselves, and I would love to do that back here with the Denver Broncos back home. Do you lobby, Sean? No, I lobby. I do lobby. I lobby publicly. I lobby privately. So I lobby.
That was from Parker Gabriel, the audio from Parker Gabriel.
Off his cell phone.
I have been saying this for the past couple of years with Vaughn. I think he would be a wonderful fit back in Denver simply because he is still a very effective pass rusher. I don't think he would be a big distraction. I firmly believe he would be the DeMarcus Ware style player that was alongside Vaughn for that Super Bowl championship back in 2015, except now Vaughn is Nick Benito, right? That is what would happen here. I banged the table for it last offseason. I banged the table for it the offseason prior. And what we know about Vaughn, certainly after he turned 31, 32, is he wanted to go to teams in search of rings. He goes to the Rams. He wins another one. He goes to Buffalo, who's been knocking on the door, obviously, with Josh Allen for this past half decade. He doesn't win one there, but he goes from Buffalo to Washington, who the year prior was right there on the doorstep of getting through the NFC. Vaughn is he's not in the business right now of going to a team that isn't competing for a Super Bowl. When he wants to keep playing and play for a team, he wants to play for a team that can put another ring on his finger. And I do think that's a stamp of approval for Denver, obviously being in the AFC title game next year. I would welcome him back with open arms for a year.
Yeah, I'll say off the bat, my lean is, I'd bring him back. One, he's old, and he's 37 years old, okay? But he had 9 sacks last year. It's a little sneaky. 9 sacks with the Commanders, 6 the season before with Buffalo. He didn't have a single sack in 2023. He played in 12 games, but then he goes with a nice 6 and 9 in the following 2 years. So 9 sacks at 36 years old. Okay, so he can still get to the quarterback, and it's got to be pretty cheap, right? I imagine like that dude could probably he clearly wants to play here because he goes to the Rams, he gets traded to the Rams and Buffalo and Jaden Daniels before he got hurt in the Commanders, all teams that he thinks could win now. Now Denver is a win now team. So
without a doubt.
So if he's going to go to a win now team, then he's always been a Broncos fan. Like even when he left.
1 year, $6.1 million was the deal last year. He was a $6 million cap hit player with sacks incentives of $500,000 to get to 7 and $1 million to get to 9. That is edible.
Now let's talk about the cons, okay? Even though I think, if it's a cheap, low number like that, I don't think these cons are that big. Why not bring him in? And if for some reason,
He's back to zeros. If you watch him in camp and practices and you're like, oh, damn, the dude aged a lot from the 9 sacks. Now he is 37 years old and you can cut him or something like that. I don't know. Bring him in. What's the harm in bringing him in?
There's no harm in bringing him. Do you know where 9 sacks would have been on the Broncos last year?
Third?
Second.
That's pretty crazy. And because one of the cons is they are very deep at edge rusher, but that is crazy that he'd be second.
I'm nervous about taking sacks away from Jonah Ellis.
Well, they're so deep that they might be moving Jonah Ellis to inside linebacker. I know they like, and I like Q Robinson.
I'm worried that Justin Sternad isn't going to get to the quarterback more
No,
often.
hey, the more, like, pass rush is one of those you can't ever have too many of them. So, and then the other con would be off-field distractions. But
there haven't been many the past few years with Vaughn.
There have not. And I do think Vaughn is a good dude. Like, you can hear it in his voice when he talks. He's a funny guy. I think, things happen in life and, you get in this situation or that situation, you lose your emotion sometime. That's human, okay? So I don't think there would be any distractions. I think it would be good for the vibes. Now, here's another con that was in my head a few minutes ago, but I forgot about, but just popped back in. And this is a way less tangible one, but just an overarching thought that I'm having right now. Like, the Avs bring back Nazem Kadri, and he's still good, but I don't know, the reunion thing, just the reunion thing in general, feels like years ago it was like a good, like, karma juju thing. Like, you bring in the old guy and everyone's like juiced up.
They tried to do it with Forsberg and Foot, remember?
They just go and they win and it's like, yeah, the nostalgia. But it doesn't seem to work anymore. But again, this would just be a rotational pass rusher and he's down for the role. Like, this isn't Joe Flacco who's like, I still should start and I'm not mentoring anybody. No, this isn't like
Vaughn ain't in there on 1st and 5 after a penalty where there's a running back toting the ball. Vaughn ain't in there.
But also,
Vaughn's coming in on 3rd and 12.
But even if he barely played, because like Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito are really good. Q Robinson is young with a lot of upside. He's showing potential. Even if Vaughn doesn't get a lot of snaps, I don't think he'd complain. I don't think he'd, have that sense of like, I should be in there. I do think he would be all about the team, which you need at this point of your career.
Do you know the percentage of snaps that Vaughn played in Washington last year and had 9 sacks with?
It's probably just a 3rd down specialist.
37% of the snaps. He's not taking playing time away from young developing players in this situation. And for young developing players, again, a guy who created the pass rush summit that all of the best dudes in the world go to learn from Vaughn and the other best players in the world at that position. You don't think that would be good for a 26-year-old Nick Bonito or a 27-year-old Jonathan Cooper? You don't think that would be good for a 22-year-old Jonah Ellis?
I mean, what if somebody...
Or a 24-year-old Q Robinson?
I know they're deep, but all it would take is one... player to get hurt, one edge rusher to get hurt,
right.
and how much do you trust? And like I didn't mention Dondre Tillman, who, dude could be a fullback. He's great in open space. He's a good player. Do you trust Drew Sanders? Does Drew Sanders, who's that like last pass rusher?
You can't trust Drew Sanders to stay on the field.
Dude, I've never even really seen it, to be honest with you. And maybe he wouldn't make the team, but you could. How large is the roster in camp? Isn't it like 80 something, 90 something? Just bring if he just simply wants to be here because he loves the Broncos, and maybe another team offers him like that, a couple million more than like whatever the minimum is. Like if the Broncos brought him in on the minimum, but maybe he'd even pass an opportunity up elsewhere just for the chance to try to come make the team. It's like a Disney movie.
I think he would. Like, the amount of off-season comments that Vaughn has made that is Broncos adjacent, it's overwhelming.
He's talked about he would bring up the Broncos and stand them when he was playing for Buffalo. Because he does this little podcast of his, and he always has to mention the Broncos because he just loves his team.
Well, how many times did he have the Freudian slip of when he was with another team speaking about the Broncos? What was the term he used? He would use "we" when talking about the Broncos. He has always seen himself as a Denver Bronco. I think it would be perfect. I thought it would have been perfect last year. I thought it would have been perfect 2 years ago. He doesn't need snaps. The numbers will tell you that. His words will back it up as well. And I'm not kicking 9 sacks out of bed because it would have been second on the team last year that had a terrifying pass rush to the point that we were going, are they going to break NFL records this year as a sack team? Bring him in, brother. How pissed off do you think Justin Simmons would be if Von Miller comes back and Justin Simmons doesn't get the contract?
They never brought Justin Simmons back, and I want to read this text from Adam because this is something that I've thought of. Because he's been hinting at this for several weeks now, and this has crossed my mind too. Adam texts in, Vaughn's fit and possible production doesn't feel like the issue. I think Sean sees Vaughn like he saw McManus and Simmons, symbols of the past that interfere with the present, and that's why there hasn't been a move. I think that if Sean Payton had that mindset, that's it's not real. Like that's all in Sean's head. That's actually not something you should be concerned about. A stink of the past.
The culling of the previous generation.
Yeah, and even the Walton Penners, wanting to put their own. We don't want to think about the past. We want this to be this era of the Broncos, but also, I mean, I think Vaughn is different than Justin Simmons. First of all, like Justin Simmons, like nobody wanted to sign him. The Falcons ultimately did, and he played all right. But then nobody wanted to sign him after that. Like the whole league. I think Vaughn gets a job elsewhere. This is different. And Vaughn, like Justin Simmons is like, we debate if he's a Ring of Famer. Vaughn is a first ballot, unanimous Ring of Famer.
And McManus is a kicker.
Yes. And Vaughn's personality, I think that there are differences, and I don't think that we would be like, oh, this is the past. But Sean's like that. Sean Payton is very micromanaged. He cares about his Jordans. He cares about his image and his brand and all of that stuff. And he'd get questions about the past, and there would be things brought up about then to now. And I don't know if they want. And I think that's low on my list, but that's just something again to consider.
To talk about that nostalgia play that we mentioned, I don't believe this is Peter Forsberg coming back for 2 games and a minor playoff run in 2007, 2008, or how many games? He may have played like 10 regular season games and then that one playoff series in 07, 08. This isn't bringing back Adam Foote when he was 38 or 39 and could hardly skate in this league to just like basically wear a Captain C and retire as an Av. I don't think that this is the same thing. I think he is a different level of player at this time in his career than Peter was, as oft injured and basically not knowing what's going on with his foot. And then Foote, forgive me for talking about Peter's lower body injury and
lots of feet here.
Is
Rex Ryan listening right now?
I don't think it's the same thing. I firmly believe that Vaughn is a player that can give you the DeMarcus Ware bump of somewhere between 4 and 8 sacks during a season, and then when the playoffs roll around, he can be a guy that makes. He has to make 2 or 3 impact plays over the course of a postseason for something to be worth it, right? Like 2015, DeMarcus Ware plays 3 games. He has 3.5 sacks. He has 10 combined tackles and 4 tackles for a loss. Vaughn, when he left and went to LA in, 2021, plays 4 postseason games, has 4 sacks, 14 combined tackles. Like if he makes 2 or 3 impact plays in a playoff run, it will automatically be worth it.
Yeah, I see the DeMarcus Ware parallel in that, veteran pass rusher who, 9 sacks is no joke. I don't think it would be DeMarcus in 2015 or anything. I don't think it's to that level.
Why not? But why not?
Because I'm just saying DeMarcus in 2015 was still like damn good.
DeMarcus in 2015
he was at the end of his career.
Was 1 year away from retiring.
He was.
Now, he was 33, but he was 1 year away from retiring.
And that's, me seeing the 37 years old and, in my brain is just going to be like, well, it's different because he's 37. But 9 sacks is 9 sacks, right?
Vaughn, 2015 2014 was the first year that DeMarcus Ware came to Denver. He was coming off of a 6-sack season as a 31-year-old pass rusher in Dallas. He had a 10-sack season his first year alongside prime Von Miller. I think it's the same exact thing.
Well, like when DeMarcus came in, it was like, oh no, you're playing opposite Vaughn. Like we knew that right away. Here, it's still Cooper and Benito on the edges. Even Q might be your third pass rusher. Hell, Dondre Tillman is still in that group potential. But if you're just in that rotation and you get 5 sacks. I mean, that's huge.
Be my guest, brother.
That's huge.
Also, you want to sell jerseys? The amount of Von Miller jerseys that would be at Mile High? Are you kidding me?
I got a brand new, the brand new facility at the training in Dove Valley. I'm sure there's a big brand old new team store in there.
I'm sure there is.
You know,
Vaughn would immediately become the third highest selling jersey on the team behind Bo Nix and Pat Surtain.
Well, there's a lot of people who could just, go to the closet, right?
Yes.
And whoop, now you're back in the rotation.
All right, we didn't get to it this segment, but coming up on the other side, there do have to be changes for the Avalanche going into the offseason. If it is not a head coaching change, what are the changes that have to happen for Colorado to get over the Vegas hump next postseason? We'll discuss. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Springer today, filling in for the coach today and tomorrow. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Been talking about Von Miller's latest lobbying to get back to the Mile High City and play for a Super Bowl contender in the Denver Broncos as we go back to post-morteming the Colorado Avalanche. And something will change, right? It seems as though as the minutes go by, the big change will not be Jared Bednar is no longer the head coach of the Avalanche. Now, still a possibility, right? I expect that the end of season press conference comes at some point tomorrow. Now, still a possibility that we learn that there's a coaching change tomorrow. But as the minutes go by, it feels as though Bednar, who still has one more year in his contract, is still going to be here. Now, you can't just simply run it completely back. There do have to be changes made to this team. If it's not the head coach, it comes on the roster. And my question to you, Springer, is what are the types of players that you want on this roster, and who are the players that are open for trade speculation?
I'm so glad you asked me that question that exact way, because it's about the type of player that they need. I don't even care. Like, we'll get to who they could give up and what it would take to get that type of player later. But what they need is they need more guys who play like Gabe Landeskog, Valeri Nichushkin, and Nichushkin's the funny one because a lot of people are just mentioning him because he doesn't have, like, you know, he's got 12-team no trade list and the $6.125 million cap hit. Like, and good for Nichushkin for like proving himself to the league that he can stay, you know, stay clean out of issues. So I think there's trade value there for Nichushkin. But the thing is, like, I want that type of player who plays the way he does. Landeskog, Nichushkin, and Lehkonen. Like, as far as the top six go, I want players like Landeskog, Nichushkin, and Lehkonen. Guys who play both ends of the ice, who skate hard, who play physical, who get in front of the net. Those are easily their three best players in terms of doing that. Landeskog, Nichushkin, and Lehkonen. I mean, we were talking about Landeskog during the break.
Can we sit on the Landeskog thing for a second?
You go. I want to talk about Nichushkin in a sec, but go off on Landeskog right now.
I've seen, for some reason or another, and I've heard it on our airwaves, people that have been upset with Gabe Landeskog's performance. Now, nobody gets off scot-free in a 4-game sweep.
Sure.
But people pinning that sweep on Gabe Landeskog is insane to me. The Avalanche scored 7 goals in the series. You know how many Gabe scored? He had 3. He scored nearly 50% of your team's entire goals in a series in which you could not score. And where did he score all of the goals from, Mark Springer?
Net front.
Net front. He had a tip net front at the end of game number 4.
Still, and they were still. Everyone's still trying. That's a great tip net front goal.
He had a goal in which he followed up a one-on-one break for Devon Taves and scored a rebound right in front of Carter Hart.
That's how you read the play and crash the net.
And he scored a net front goal, I believe, on the power play.
On the 6-on-4 in
Nathan
game
McKinnon.
1, or game 1 when they tried to come back.
So the
Game
3
2?
goals that he scored are the 3 plays that people look at the Avalanche and go, well, they don't do that. So for some reason, he came under fire of like, oh, Gabe doesn't have it anymore. Is he the same player he was prior to the injury? No. But that is not to say that Gabriel Landeskog has not found a way to be effective. He goes to crappy parts of the ice. He is willing to get in on physical play, both post and pre-whistle, and he scores goals from spots that you were seemingly allergic to in the series. So miss me with the Gabriel Landeskog crap. That is an uneducated hockey set of eyeballs that is saying that. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, no, and I talked to you a little bit about this, I think maybe even off air in our final pipe show. We were just talking about it during the break, and you said it there. Watching Gabe, and he scores the 3 goals from the dirty areas we want, and that's exactly what I want. So I'm not kicking that out of bed. Gabe Landeskog, and he's the captain, everything he brings, and at a $7 million cap hit, which nowadays is not much, considering the inflation that we might be about to see. So, yeah, no, Gabe's the type of player I want. I did notice in that series, despite the 3 goals, and now everybody's suffered from this, and how much of this was Vegas. I don't think Gabe quite has the same step. Not that he was ever a burst speed player, but I mean, he had a little bit more in 4 years ago when they won a cup, but that was 4 years ago. He's 33 now, so there's just a natural getting to 33. And one of the worst knee injuries you'll ever see. So, of course, he's going to lose just a little step given age and knee. But I tell you what, everything you said, the net, yes, Landeskog.
Like he does all the things that the Avs suck at.
Yes. And I want more of that. I mean, that's the problem is I'm only looking at 3 guys, really. Look, I think the 4th line does that. O'Connor, Drury, and Kelly, but it's the 4th line,
Yep.
okay? I need more of that in the top 6, and I only see 3 players who really bring that right now, like Valeri Nichushkin, okay? How about his goal? The one where he passed that in one of the first 2 home games. The first 2 home games are blurring together for me, but it was one of the first 2 where the outside pass to Drury, Nichushkin cuts down. It's a give and go. Drury gets it back to Nichushkin, who goes between his legs, top shelf to beat Carter Hart. That's the exact type of play I want. I want you give and go to the net and tipping it in. And that is what Valeri Nichushkin does. And I don't want to give that style. That's the style of play I want on this team. So Nichushkin, Lekkonen, and Landeskog are the 3 for me that are like, yep.
You need those types of players.
Absolutely.
Now, the thing is, Nichushkin and Lekkonen are tradable contracts if you need to find a way to open up space. I think the other trade possibilities on this team, certainly Ross Colton, is a tradable commodity with 1 year left on his deal at $4 million and a 12-team no trade. I think Kadri is a trade possibility. Now, maybe you look at Naz and you go, it was simply injury that held him back, but it's very clear that Naz's step has been lost in terms of his pace. You wish that he was a little bit more of a prick to play against in that Vegas series, and you did give up a whole bunch in order to get him back, and it's not like that contract is going anywhere. So those are possibilities for me.
Nick Waugh, maybe. I mean,
I liked Nick Waugh. Defensively, he struggled against Vegas, but I liked his... Again, he brings something to the Avalanche that they don't have.
He is a bigger body. He is. He doesn't play with that edge,
but
though.
He did. So that's the thing. That's the thing. When he was a Vegas Golden
I know.
He was miserable to play against.
Was it going up against his former team and his boys? Did he hold off a little bit? Just because sometimes when you're playing against your friends,
and that brings me back to: is it message? Is it system? I will always go back to, but Nicholas Waugh is that type of player, and why did it go away in this series? And for me, looking at all of these variables, it's like the only other variable I have is message.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's not enough players like Nicholas Waugh on the team. And I will, because of the cap situation for the Avalanche, always go to, there's going to be a lot of AARP gems that I'm going to be looking at in a horrendous free agent class, by the way. I would sign Corey Perry to a 1-year, $1 million deal yesterday.
He has that FU to him, something I think that is missing a little bit. And, you know, that's that type of 4th line player that's just not nice, you know, chirps at the other team. And they need some of that.
There's always something at the end of the whistle that Corey Perry is involved with, and I don't believe that there's a player on the Avs that end of a whistle, right around the net, someone's starting it. It feels like the Avs
Keegan
always,
Kolesar
right,
for the Knights.
Right.
And they got a couple, too.
Like, is Keegan Kolesar a good hockey player? No. But is he effective at what he does? Of course he is. So, yeah, I would sign Corey Perry to a 1-year, $1 million deal to force the team to get in the fight. Without a doubt, I would look at that.
And like, they were so deep that, you know, you had Kadri on the 3rd line, and you thought that was going to be great, but it didn't work. You can put Perry. We talked about this during the break, Raj. You could put Perry on the fourth line, and you're looking at O'Connor or Kelly moving up, and they played at a third.
They probably have to.
They kind of are third line players. That's how deep they were. That they were actually playing on the fourth line. Again, the depth turned out to not matter so much.
Perry scored 17 goals last year.
Kolazar had the nice little net front play. All you got to do is specialize in a couple areas and Corey Perry is an absolute fit here. And people will say, well, he's the losing the finals curse. Whatever. I'll take the finals right now. Take the finals right now over swept in the conference finals. Okay. Nas, what I said about Gabe in terms of he's 4 years older now. Nas is 4 years older now. He's not the same player he was, but Nas was more productive than Brock Nelson. If it's between Nas and Brock, and one thing that Nas brings you, because remember, before Nas, they were trying Brock Nelson on the right wing on the power play, and they still got to fix this damn power play. And Brock was the best answer they had, but we still saw that needs to be better. And then they bring in Kadri. Kadri took that role on the right wing on the power play, and it was better, as you probably would have forecasted it would have been, because Kadri's a little smoother, a little quicker on the shot. So I'd like to keep Nas over Nelson. And they have a center glut now. They went from looking for centers for years to now they got 5 of them, actually. They actually have 5 because they're playing Waugh on the wing or Kadri on the wing, right? You got Drury, you got Nelson, you obviously have Nathan McKinnon. With the center glut, the one I am trying to move right now would be Brock Nelson, but he's got that full no-trade clause. I don't know. Maybe you go to him and you just say, hey, is there somewhere you want to go? Maybe there's something like that.
There's one place that he would go to, and you're not trading Brock Nelson to a team that needs center depth within your own division.
Yeah, because he's from Minnesota. So yes, I understand the difficulties there, but I like Nas. In terms of he's higher on my I want to keep power ranking right now than Brock Nelson.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Mark Springer's filling in for the coach. It's the morning sprint. Rolling into hour 2 of the morning sprint. Raj alongside Mark Springer today, filling in for the coach, who will be out tomorrow and on Friday. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. Been talking more about the postmortem of the Avalanche, Von Miller's desire to find his way and weasel back into the Mile High City for a Super Bowl run this year. And both Spring and I've been on board for the past 2 years, but both Spring and I on board with Von Miller. You mentioned something to me in the break. Did the Avalanche let somebody off the hook by bowing out of the Western Conference Final in the way that they did?
Yeah, it just kind of dawned on me yesterday because, like, man, it's just like it's all Avs right now because that was shocking that they were swept and discarded like that when we thought they were going to win a cup. We didn't think the Nuggets, like we knew the Nuggets could win a championship, but you also knew that OKC and San Antonio existed, and you knew of the injury issues going in, Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon going in. But man, the Nuggets get eliminated, and they showed like no fight really. Again, I see similarities to both the Nuggets and the Avs. Like, you're watching both these teams, and I honestly felt like both of them were trying, but it's like watching someone you love, and I thought both of them were trying their little hearts out, and they just couldn't overcome the current. They're swimming, and the current is just pushing them in.
Such a patronizing way to talk about professional athletes trying their little hearts out. It's an unbelievable
Let's be
statement.
clear. I'm on my couch eating Cheetos, right? And I'm just like, these poor guys.
Bless
They're
your
trying
heart.
so hard. But it was like, oh, man, like I love these guys. And like, they're just, they don't have. But what we did the same thing with the Nuggets, because my gosh, what happened, right? And now the Nuggets are out of sight, out of mind. The Avs have let the Nuggets off the hook. It's all about the Avs right now, and the Nuggets are catching a massive break from public discourse perspective.
I have kind of forgotten about what happened with the Nuggets.
And you watch
as
the
a
Thunder
result.
Spurs series, and it does make you feel like, oh, well, like even if AG and P. Watt were healthy, yeah, so maybe that's something to do with it, where it kind of, I don't know if that eased anybody in any way.
See, like, I feel as though if Watson and Gordon are fully healthy in that series, I can't guarantee Denver wins. But I think it's really close, and they've got an awesome chance. Sure, the Avalanche had injuries, whether it was McKinnon or Kadri or Landeskog, or obviously Manson dealing with stuff, and then you bring in the Cale Makar missing games 1 and game 2, and I still think the Makar not playing in game 2, I think put the headstone above the grave.
Sure.
And there's many things that go into Cale not playing in game 2 and you losing the series in which you did. I feel as though if all of those injuries go away, stylistically, it's still a miserable matchup for Colorado. And I say that unless Vegas has the catastrophic mistakes that you had in this series, right? The failed clear, the 5-hole goal from who's the Dylan Coughlin,
Yeah.
right? That 5-hole goal, the failed net front check on Mark Stone twice, and the failure to pick up Stone on the back end in game number 4. Like, if Vegas, the only way that I think if you are completely healthy for you to win that series is if Vegas has those types of mistakes, and they simply didn't. They had like a couple of them, not a lot.
I mean, the Avs are gonna get banged up every year. Makar's had these upper body injuries pop up every now and again. I've seen him take hits along the end boards, and like he winces, and that's fine. I'm not like, it's a physical sport. Like Mark Stone played through a groin injury. William Karlsson had just come back. Maybe, if it was a regular season, he wouldn't have come back when he did, knowing Stone just went out. Karlsson was a little banged up. Like, the Knights were a little banged up. Everybody's a little
Riley
banged
Smith didn't
up.
play. Nate Schmidt didn't play.
Like, the Avs, and I've always said, like, and for the Nuggets too, really the most important for any team, the most important thing for me is, are you 100% or as close to 100% healthy game 1 of the playoffs as you can be? I don't really care about the seeding. Now, maybe last year I cared about the seeding more with the Avs because maybe I felt like home ice in a Game 7 against Dallas, because Game 7 was in Dallas a couple years ago, that would have helped things. And just simply avoiding the 2-3 matchup would be the only. Now I don't even care about that anymore, actually, because the 1 seed of the President's Trophy seeding didn't even matter. But guess what? Being 100% healthy at the start of the playoffs also didn't really matter, because you're just going to get a little nicked up and bruised up, and that's going to happen next year too. Everyone's going to take a hit. A couple guys on every team are going to take a hit to the level where they're like, well, that didn't, oh, no, now I'm at 50% the rest of the playoffs. But yeah, no one's talking about the Nuggets right now. And what I liken it to, Raj, is remember Tiger Woods and, rolling another car over. Dude,
isn't he in like a Swiss rehab facility right now?
It was the thing for like a week or two. If you went on Twitter or wherever, all you saw.
It's because it happened like 2 weeks before the Masters.
Well, I think because it was Tiger, if it would happen at any time of year, it still would. And the fact that it happened to him like again, but that was all you saw. But then what happens a couple weeks later? If you're Tiger Woods, I guess this is what Tiger gets for being the best golfer of all time. Is God smiled upon him and said, "I present to you Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini." And it got Tiger the hell out of the news. And now all anyone could talk about was Vrabel and Rossini. So the Nuggets are Tiger Woods, and the Avs are Vrabel and Rossini. In fact, Vrabel and Rossini, nothing has replaced it really. Like there hasn't been that. It's faded now. Like I think over the past few weeks, it's faded. But there hasn't been that next story to kind of even take their place. Like if I'm Vrabel and Rossini, I'm like, where's my thing? Tiger got us. Where's our whatever? Speaking of that, Mike Vrabel talked to the media yesterday. Check out this question and answer at Mike Vrabel's press conference.
When we spoke to you last, you were talking about the balance of family and football. Just how would you describe how that process has been going?
Oh, really good. I think that's again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love my personal friends, and then this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players.
He had to answer a question about that, and at a National Football League press conference, Mike Vrabel had to say, "I love my wife Jen. I love my 2 boys. I love my personal friends." Man, he's going to be asked about that all season long. That's going to be quite the distraction. But hey, they need something to get them out of the news. Right now, the Avs, I don't know. There's nothing getting them. Everything else is over. Maybe the Rockies go on a 20-game win streak, and people stop talking about the Avs. The Avs need the Rockies to go on a 20-game win streak.
That's not going to happen. No, this is a full off season of sitting in your Western Conference Final excrement.
I don't know if
nothing's coming to save you in terms of another Mile High City breakdown. Like, you can't even look back at the Broncos and go like, oh, yeah, they lost the AFC Championship game. No, the quarterback was injured, and you just get to throw it up into the air. I suppose you could look at Jarrett Stidham and go like, remember when we were all fooled that dude could win a football game?
Changed all of our Twitter avatars, profile pictures to that Stiddy thing.
How stupid was that?
I never did it.
How
I never.
dumb was that?
I was smart. Even though I did on this station say I believed in Jarrett Stidham, I thought he was a good backup quarterback. Hey, I was not 100% right about that. But yeah, this Avs offseason, like this is gonna be the longest stretch of criticism, being critical about the Avs, skepticism, doubts, questions. This is going to bleed for longer than it has in years past.
It goes back to a point that I haven't quite made yet today. If they run it back with the coaching staff, and they will run it back with the vast majority of this roster, they are under contract, right? The only actual players, like the impact players on the roster that are free agents this year, are Jack Drury, restricted, Brett Kulak, unrestricted, and Brent Burns, unrestricted. Those are basically the only three roster holes that you have to fill. Not from the Avs don't do this well, so there's a roster hole. From an actual, body in position standpoint, the Avs really only have three pieces that they either have to bring back or fill going into next year. Everybody else is under contract. So if they retain the coaching staff and they make some other trades around the outside, next year truly becomes, on Bedsy's last year, cup or bust. If you don't win the West, he's probably gone.
Yeah, no, then it really is. I do like, though.
There's no running it back 3 years in a row.
Even though I'm frustrated and I do want something to change, and for me, it's not the coach, but I do like that the Avs they're an exception to kind of the rest of the league. I guess maybe it just comes down to, how long you have your front office and your coach in place. I like the consistency. I like making it feel like it's like some sort of long tenured college football coach who's just in, Bobby Bowden at Florida State or whatever. I don't know. But I do like that with the Avs, there's an identity. You know who the coach is. You know who's, Sakic is leading the front office with McFarland. Yeah, maybe McFarland leaves for Nashville. I don't know.
Bobby Bowden didn't win enough national championships.
I know.
He was in Florida State for how many years as a head coach?
I'm just saying it's something that does make the Avalanche a little special, that they have this true organizational identity.
He was there for almost 30 years?
Because
he didn't win enough. He didn't win enough.
You know that Sakic and McFarland do not want to fire Jared Bednar because they collaborate all.
No, they don't want to. The organization loves him.
They are friends. But you're right. It's because
there's a shelf life.
Because what's going to happen is not just through the offseason, but next they could. Again, they could go 84-0. Yes, now it's 84, and we are still going to have an eyebrow raised at any regular season success they have.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. KJ's NFL Notes, next.
No score. 2.5 minutes into the opening period. Forsberg setting one up now and going for the net himself. Pass doesn't get out to him. Now it's in front. They score! Pass came out in front of the net, and very quickly Lemieux back in the lineup tonight. I believe it was Claude Lemieux who wrapped it home from close in. First blood. Coffey dumping it into the corner. It's around the net for a point. Kucherov has him well covered. Red Wings have 3 in deep. And they can't come up with it. Coffey will stop it. No, he won't. He missed it at the blue line. So they have to scamper back onside. And a penalty is going to be called. And it's going to be Lemieux again, I think. The Red Wing player near the bench was dropped.
Hit him right from behind and jammed him right into the boards.
Breaking news here on the morning sprint as we welcome you back into the program. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Springer today, filling in for Mike Sanford. What you just heard there were 2 highlights from the storied career of former Avalanche Stanley Cup champion and Conn Smythe winner in the 1994-1995 season, Claude Lemieux, who just minutes ago, the news comes down, has passed away at the age of 60. Claude was a current NHL agent who had players like Rasmus Andersson, Freddie Anderson, Victor Olofsson, Sebastian Aho, Timo Meier, Moritz Seider, among others, an active NHL agent and one of the great postseason performers in the history of the National Hockey League. He was an assistant captain for the Avalanche in 1996, 7, 8, and 1999, an assistant captain for the Phoenix Coyotes in 01, 02, and 02, 03, and 4-time Stanley Cup champion Claude Lemieux passes at the age of 60.
This is awful, sad news. Yeah, at 60 years old, that's actually relatively young. And was traded to the Avs their first season in Denver and won a Stanley Cup with them, scored 39 goals that season, and he was a two-way player, laid big hits, including the one on Chris Draper and the Red Wings, the exact type of player the Avs need right now.
Claude Lemieux created the Red Wings Avalanche rivalry.
He did.
One of the greatest rivalries in the history of sport. Probably the greatest rivalry in the history of hockey. Now, Montreal Canadiens and Bruins and Maple Leafs fans will be upset about that, but the bloodiest rivalry in the history of the sport was created by Claude Lemieux. He is, as you just said, Claude Lemieux is the exact player the Avalanche need. That's the guy.
Oh, well, why'd they win a cup in their first year, right? Guys like him. And who do we? And that's it's a tough physical sport, and he embodied that, but also 39 goals. That's a good player. One of my favorite players growing up. It wasn't just Sakic and Forsberg. It was guys doing dirty work and also producing offensively, and awful news today to hear that.
Lemieux, between the age of 20 and 34, made the playoffs every single year. And in all but just 4 of those years, between the ages of 20 and 34, did he play 10 games or fewer. In fact, in those 4 seasons in which he didn't play double-digit postseason games, it was only 7 or fewer. He played 18 different postseasons in his NHL career. 234 games, 80 goals, and 158 points. He won the Conn Smythe in 94-95 with the New Jersey Devils. He won cups in 85-86 with Montreal, which was the famed rookie year from Patrick Waugh. He won cups in 94-95 with New Jersey, 95-96 with Colorado, and then went back to the Devils in 99-2000 and won his 4th of his 4 Stanley Cup championships.
When you look at that 95-96 Avs team, and one of my earliest memories, because I was 6 years old at the time, was being allowed to stay up and watch that overtime in Florida where they clinched the cup. They swept, right?
They
that
swept.
series.
Yeah,
and it was
they swept
how many
Florida.
overtimes? 2, 3?
I think it was 3. Huey Krupp.
Yeah, Huey Krupp. But look at on this team, in the top 6, Claude Lemieux and Adam Deadmarsh. Third line had, Stephon Yell, Mike Ricci, Mike Keane, Sean Podine.
Different version of the NHL, but yeah, that's.
I mean, that's just some grindy. That's the Vegas Golden Knights,
the
right
Vegas
there.
Golden Knights, man.
With Sakic and Forsberg and Valeri Kamensky, but Sakic and Forsberg, your skill guys, and Sakic's tough. Forsberg is tough too, but but then you surround them with a bunch of just grindy guys who could produce, and Claude Lemieux, the best of them.
That's shocking. Again, Claude Lemieux, dead at the age of 60. We will get back into that momentarily. But KJ, without further ado, my friend, your NFL notes. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Well, earlier in the show, you guys debated the pros and cons of adding Von Miller and how this version of Von would fit with this version of the Broncos. Well, one day before Von lobbied to be a Bronco again, inside linebacker and likely captain Alex Singleton explained how the Broncos can be the best defense in franchise history coming up in the 2026 season.
We want to be the best Broncos defense in history. This organization is nothing but history and defense. So to be able to, come in day one, it's our 4th year with VJ to kind of let's get all the wrinkles figured out, which, we're doing right now. That's what these next few weeks are all about, and take advantage. And I think if we just do the little things better, we will get those turnovers. So it's just kind of really all coming together even more. Like last year felt like we were in sync. I think we'll be even more, but that's what the next, 4 months is for us to, get that figured out. And when we do, sky's really the limit for us. And so it's just, competing every single day, getting better, and letting what happens comes. It's not putting the expectations today. It's working every day for the highest expectations for that day. So then in September, it can all come together.
I thought Alex Singleton was going to be let go by the organization this year. I thought the organization was going to go, we've seen the best out of you, tackling machine, and thank you for your service. Also, thank you for battling through an enormous health scare with cancer in the middle of a season. I thought they were going to let him go. I'm happy they didn't. I feel as though had they let him walk and done the prudent thing from a, hey, you're 33, 34, as a guy who, probably shouldn't have had this long of a career based off of your draft pedigree, which I believe is nothing, right? Undrafted.
Yeah. He just kind of a few years ago just had an outstanding tackling season with the Eagles.
Yeah.
And I kind of found it odd that the Eagles let him go, and the league didn't really want him that much. Broncos brought him in for pretty cheap, and he inside linebacker is their one question mark on defense, but him and Sternad were solid last year, and I didn't know if they'd bring either of them back or both of them back. Probably one of them at least would have been back, but I had a hunch. I was like, you know what? One of my sneaky predictions was they're going to cut Dre Greenlaw. He will not be back next year, and that's exactly what happened. It's funny how that works out. They paid Dre, but Sternad and Singleton played admirably. And that's your real one, I guess, maybe losing JFM on the D-line, but now Malcolm Roach slides into a little bit bigger of a role. You drafted Onyedem, and it's the same awesome defense from last year. We talk about it's all offense, got to get that weapon. They got the weapon in Waddle. This team is still carried by its defense.
I'm happy that they didn't do what I thought was the prudent move of saying, thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm.
You can go elsewhere, and we will try and find another Alex Singleton. I am happy to admit that as the days pass, that I believe I was wrong in my initial assessment there. I feel as though if you don't re-sign that type of player, and I feel as though now that if you don't re-sign that type of player, it's something that could fracture a locker room, right? The guys are going, the dude had freaking cancer and played through it. and
played well.
And you're going to
Does Alex Singleton have moments where, he loses a tight end in coverage or something?
Certainly does.
Sure. But you know what? When you're stacked at all position groups, one, you're going to kind of pay at a more mid-level area, and that's inside linebacker with Singleton and Sternad. They're solid. They're really solid players. When I look at the defense this year, Raj, everyone, you kind of know who they are right now, and then the one step guy is Jahdae Barron. What do you get from him this season? If he takes a step into, a reason that they, best player available, a little bit of surprise given the glutted corner they had when they drafted him, if he takes a step, then this defense is every bit as good, if not better, than it was last year.
KJ, what's next?
I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
The second most interesting quarterback battle in the NFL just took a very interesting turn yesterday when both Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy spoke to the media in Minnesota. The tone is night and day when both quarterbacks talked about their relationship with one another.
I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
That's it?
It's been great. It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
That sounded a little awkward, JJ.
How far apart in the room are they sitting? JJ's actually making it sound like it's a rather large room, but one of them's on the far end of one room.
There's only two people in the room. They're staring at each other.
And there's 20 chairs between them. Hey, all you got to do is go 1 for 2 if you're Minnesota. You're either, developing JJ or it gets to that point where he is developed. So this is year 3, year 2 because of the ACL, or Kyler resurrects, which... Hey, man, I'd clown on these guys, but Sam Darnold, changed his career. Daniel Jones did too. Kevin O'Connell's a good offensive coach.
He's a quarterback whisperer. A lot of people around the NFL go, if that's the one dude who can do it.
My lean would be that he can fix Kyler, a la, Sam and Daniel getting fixed, because I don't love what I see from J.J. McCarthy.
There's a far greater chance that Kyler Murray becomes a stud than J.J. McCarthy does in Minnesota. Also, KJ, you said second most interesting quarterback battle. Does that mean that you have, Tua and Penix as number 1, or Deshaun and Shador and Gabriel and whoever else is out in Cleveland?
Cleveland is the one.
So that's number 1 for you.
For me, that's number 1. Dude, you just don't know what's going to come out of that place.
See, that's funny. If I take the 3 most open quarterback battles in the NFL, I would put Cleveland at 3 in terms of most intriguing. I'd put Atlanta at 2, and I'd put Minnesota at 1.
Jacoby Brissett versus Gardner Minshew in Arizona.
Jacoby Brissett is the starter.
That's also and that reminds me of Simeon v. Paxton. And I'm just glad here that we don't have no more quarterback competitions here.
Is it too early to use the term pillow fight after the Avalanche lost to a Pacific Division champion?
No. When you're talking about Simeon v. Lynch, you can use whatever you want. I think Kyler has this little clause in his 1-year contract where the Vikings cannot franchise tag him. Money is a hell of a motivator. Kyler's going to try to go out this year. You know how many Call of Duty games he could buy? If he goes and has a little Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold type season, Vikings cannot franchise tag him, and would be a lot of money on a 1-year, $30 million deal, but he's going to try to get himself a multi-year deal on the open market.
A sneaky, fantastic futures bet. Kyler Murray, comeback player of the year.
I mean, I'm always going to ask myself, who's the next Sam Darnold? Who's the next Daniel Jones? Kyler is a candidate.
I wonder what those odds are. KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That is Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Again, if you are just joining us, some breaking news among the Colorado Avalanche alumni. NHL great and 4-time Stanley Cup champion Claude Lemieux passes away this morning at 60 years old. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside Mark Springer filling in for Coach today on the morning sprint. PhD is coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6. We expect that the Avs are going to have their end of season press conference at some point tomorrow. Like, I'd be shocked if they waited the weekend and then did it Monday or Tuesday. Like, I'm pretty certain it's happening tomorrow. And I would assume that we either bring it live for you guys here on 92.5, or we will certainly have people there live, whether it is me and you or DMac or a handful of other. We will be there as Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic meet the media. And as the minutes go by, the hours go by, Jared Bednar still with the Avs. I think it is good for his job prospects that we are midway through Thursday now, and no news has come out.
If Bednar is back, and yeah, as time passes, because I these things usually come down pretty quick. Maybe hockey's different, but like, you know, there's Black Monday in the NFL, like, and the NBA coaches get fired like 2 hours after their season's over. You know, I know that this one though might take some soul searching. This is a really tough decision, and if they did fire Bednar, like, that would have not been a light decision. But if you're gonna do it on a Friday. And isn't that even in office space, you know? The best time to lay someone off is on a Friday.
Oh, they did wait to kick Ray Bennett out the door until that. I actually don't remember when it was. It may have been a Friday, but they waited until the after season presser to go, hey, we're moving on from our special teams coach. Now, what good that did for the Avalanche, I don't know. The power play was atrocious this year. So we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Again, if you're just joining us, Claude Lemieux, former Avalanche Stanley Cup champion in 95-96 and 4-time Stanley Cup champion, passed away this morning at the age of 60. Honestly, he is the exact prototype player that the Avalanche would love to have on their roster. Big-bodied, thick, two-way player, gets to the net front, drags people into the fight, maybe a little dirty, certainly a little dirty, Claude Lemieux was in his playing years, but as effective a postseason performer as they come. We haven't mentioned that the Rockies are on a complete free fall. Did you hear Shohei after the game yesterday?
I did
Jay,
not.
when you look at just how you were able to navigate through the Rockies lineup, what did you find as being the biggest challenge and how you were able to get through it today?
I was just battling the lack of command I had throughout the night.
When you have situations like this, what is the biggest focus for you and how you kind of want to either stay in the zone or be efficient to try to, as you were able to, get through 6 innings of work?
Yeah, I have to give credit to our defense. They really, set the tone today. Again, just command was off, and I just felt like I was battling the lack of it and the frustration.
This is the most animated or frustrated that we've seen you lately on the mound. What led into some of that frustration?
Just way too many walks. And of course you want to avoid the hits, but the result of that was a lot of walks today, and that's something that I just don't really want to do.
Imagine hitting a leadoff homer that goes like 460 feet to center, throwing 6 innings of basically no-hit ball for the Dodgers. They were, 4 outs away from a combined no-hitter, as the Rockies get 1 run on 1 hit.
From Tyler Freeman.
Which, by the way,
in the 4th.
In the 4th. They were fantastic, man. And Shohei's going, I suck.
Yeah, well, he allowed a run to the Rockies. You know, all runs are not created equal, okay? You allow a run to the Braves. Okay. But Shohei's ERA is 0.82. It's the end of May, and his ERA is 0.82. He'd been struggling offensively earlier this season. He was like around the Mendoza line, like maybe even below 200, but he's got the average back up to 269 with the bomb last night. So he's coming into his zone, and now and you knew he was a good pitcher, but now he's pitching the best of his career after, offense had been, what was really awing people. Can't give up a run to the Rockies, man, or else he's frustrated after the game. Was that his translator talking?
That was his translator talking, yes. I should have mentioned that.
Which does make me wonder what Ippei is up to nowadays. He wishes he was there last night.
Shohei has a 0.82 ERA.
Yeah, it's sick. I mean, this is unbelievable, actually, because what he done offensively, like, 2 seasons ago, was it the 50-50 season?
Mm-hmm.
Home runs and stolen bases and all of the offensive magic, and he had the Tommy John surgery, and last season was kind of maybe like a little bit of a ramp up with the pitching, but now it's everything. It's unbelievable.
And he has gone under the radar because of like what Jake Mizorowski is doing in Milwaukee, which is just insane. Like,
Skeens still gets a ton of attention.
Skeens has struggled this year. For his pedigree, he has struggled this year. Back-to-back games of 4 and 5 earned runs. Now I think he had 3 straight shutouts prior to that, but obviously had the disaster on opening day and then bounced back to get his ERA close to now 3 at this point. But I've lost the dominance that Shohei has had recently because I'm watching Jake Mizorowski throw 50, count them 50 pitches north of 100 miles an hour. That dude is a freak.
Yeah, he's awesome. The Skeens and the Miz in that division in the NL Central. Have you seen the NL Central, man? Every single team is over 500.
The Reds are a threat.
And that's including the Cubs, who just broke a 10-game losing streak. And then
heck of a division.
And then there you have the Rockies at 20-37, and they are now. They were the second worst team in baseball, but the Angels are a little better now. Now the Rockies are officially again the worst team in baseball. The Angels are better than them.
The good feelings at the beginning of the season have now started to completely dissipate with the now 5 straight losses to Arizona and LA. You have lost all but 1 game on this road trip, and now you come back home to face San Francisco on a weekend series, and dude, I don't see it getting better. The exciting things that we had here in Denver was like, Chase Dolander's pitching well, and then as soon as he starts pitching well, he has 1 bad start, and now there's right arm tightness, and the sky is falling. I was so excited about this team not losing 110 games, and I was so excited about this team maybe winning 30 prior to what I believe I have them winning their 30th game on July 5th. I was ready to lose that bet that I had with Coach Sanford. I'm going to win that thing.
Yeah, no, I was in here with Coach a couple weeks ago, and we talked about your bet. And Coach was feeling good about it.
Oh, he's toast now.
Yeah, see, that's the Rockies. Give it a week. Don't count your chickens with the Rockies. They've lost 5 in a row now. They've lost 9 out of their last 10. The host the Giants, who are struggling this weekend, and hey, there's gonna be a lot of people at Coors Field this weekend. No Avs.
That's gonna be gorgeous.
No Avs to watch. Obviously, no Nuggets. Weather's nice. Yeah, there will be some fans there. Then they're at the Angels early next week, so the battle of the 2 worst teams in baseball. And I'm glad they're losing now, because when they were like somewhat plucky and kind of winning games, I was thinking to myself, crap, now they're not going to trade Mickey Moniak. Now they're not going to trade Antonio Senzatella, because Dick Monfort is going to convince himself we're only 5 games under 500. Like, we can do something.
Oh, no,
now you're
right
firmly 17 games under 500. You've got to still trade. I don't care that Mickey Moniak actually looks like a good, solid little hitter. CJ Cron did, and then he was nothing. Trade them when their value is the highest. You should be feeling blessed that Mickey Moniak did, and I know he's on the IL right now, but that he is hitting over 300 and has like 12 bombs. Get something for that.
Without a doubt. Like, he is a player that has to be moved, especially if he comes back off the IL and goes back to being as relatively hot as he was.
He's actually a good player. You know what? And I get it. Hey, I kind of want to keep that. No, you don't. No, they are years away.
Antonio Senzatella has to be moved. He's going to be one of the hottest bullpen arms at the deadline. And there's not many times where you can tout that as the Rockies front office. Mostly you're like, hey, do you want to take our steaming pile of crap and give us something for it? Like, Antonio Senzatella is a legit arm that can help a playoff-bound team. Tomoyuki Shigano at 36 years old, it's starting to fall off a little bit right now, but Shigano should be traded at some point this season. You have 4 pitchers on your roster right now that are 33 years or older. I don't think any of them are tradable, Quintana, Freeland, or Lorenzen. Shigano is.
You know what I was thinking about with Kyle Freeland? Is he one of the more well-known pitchers in baseball? Because if you bet baseball for like 10 to 15 years, every 5 days, you see K. Freeland. Like, you just know who that man is. The Rockies just refuse to ever move. Like, how is this guy with a 7 ERA still on this team? It's because he's from Colorado, and I love that, and Dick Monfort just likes having a hometown kid on his team.
Kevin Freeland. That's going to do it for us today. Mark Springer, filling in for Coach Sanford, will be back tomorrow, as will I. For KJ Granderson and Spring, I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. Again, Altitude Sports Radio and the entire Avalanche family mourns the passing of 1995-96 Stanley Cup champion Claude Lemieux, who leaves us this morning at the age of 60.
Claude Lemieux passes away, man. That sucks. I didn't really know Claude. Claude was kind of gone, like he was gone when I got here in 99. So I never covered the Avs with Claude Lemieux, but of course I've seen the highlights and all the stuff. And
I loved him.
He has an interesting stat. He's one of 10 players to win Stanley Cups in back-to-back seasons with two different teams.
Right.
Pretty cool. And here's what's really remarkable, and I don't know what the story is behind this, but it's got to be interesting. He wins a cup with the Devils and is the Conn Smythe winner, the MVP. He gets traded. You following me? He's the most valuable player on his team that wins the Stanley Cup, and he gets traded to the Avalanche.
And then they win the Stanley Cup, right?
It's like,
yeah.
That's this year. What's our guy? Kenneth Walker, MVP. I mean, not traded, but they let him go.
True. And you know, as we see some Chiefs highlights and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he's practicing. His milky white knee is doing fine.
He looks like he's all right.
Yeah, milky white knee looks okay.
Look at him running around there. Any thoughts on Claude Lemieux?
I loved him. He was like one of my I was a season ticket holder their very first year in Denver. Played at the old McNichols Arena.
Sure, yeah.
We had great seats. It was awesome. And I don't know. I kind of fell into him. I was talking with Andy on the drive in. He didn't know. I broke the news to him. And I don't know if it was Andy said it or Raj. He said, but basically, if you think about it, Claude Lemieux, a great rivalry between Detroit and the Avalanche. Claude Lemieux had a lot of fuel in that rivalry. You know what I'm saying? He put a lot of fuel into that rivalry. I've bought one sweater at my time. My very first, well, I guess I got a couple now, but my very first Avalanche sweater was a Claude Lemieux 22.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my very first one. It was before the Turtle, but it was my very first Avalanche jersey. It was Claude Lemieux.
And we don't know what happened. Is that right?
I don't think we've heard yet. I haven't seen it.
Young man, 60 years old.
Yeah.
What
DMac's age.
Easy. Closer.
Yeah.
Closer
to that than 50.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I crossed the middle to the older ends.
You're in the dark side
You
now.
go from 6 to 7.
Yeah, you're Darth Vader right now.
Who would you compare Claude Lemieux to on this?
None. Nobody.
Oh, maybe that's a problem.
Well, I think Raj also said
that's
this
an issue,
on their show with Spring. He would have looked. He'd have been nice. He'd have been nice with that team. You know, he talked about, okay, you had Sagan, Forsberg, two of the greatest offensive skill guys in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Forsberg's pretty tough. I mean, in what he did also.
Mm-hmm.
But then you put, what was it, Kane and Ricci would always sit in front of the goal, and Lemieux, and you brought these gritty guys around those two guys. You ain't got a Mike Ricci on this team. You ain't got a Claude Lemieux on this team, and that's.
I think you thought you had one with Kadri. I think you thought that was that. That was going to be that type of guy.
No.
Trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice.
Yeah, a little bit. A little greasy guy,
You might have had him that first year.
Scrappy dude.
And then he gets suspended and misses games in the postseason.
Oh, then he had to calm down a little bit.
And you tell him to calm down a little bit. Maybe that first time around.
I think Logan O'Connor.
I think
Logan O'Connor is kind of like a type of guy like that. Logan O'Connor's a pretty tough, all-purpose dude.
Throwing bombs at you all the time. You're not that dude.
Oh, you mean like a rat? I'm
just talking about a guy that's under your skin
all the
and
time.
Just bothers you all the time. And then, oh, by the way, let me drop 34 goals on you. I think 1 year, 24.
Parker Kelly's not like that. He's not kind of like that.
No,
sure.
This is a soft era.
Ross Colton?
There's nobody.
We don't get nobody, huh?
There's nobody.
Nobody's putting chains on their hands and punching trees in the offseason.
Parker Kelly's missing a couple of teeth that he's not bothering replacing.
Okay, God bless him. Did he
We'll
get hit in the mouth with a puck?
I don't know. He got hit with something.
Yeah, probably not a fist.
I don't know, man. Parker Kelly mixes it up.
There's no way you're going to try to sit there and say that any of these guys you mentioned
I'm
was
just
even
throwing
close
out
to
some,
Claude.
I'm throwing out
and
some
listen,
names.
I understand Claude turtled.
Claude did turtle.
But go to the games before, or go to the year before. Go the year when Detroit won 62 games and the Avalanche went in there and just smacked them around. Go back and watch that season.
Where do you
or 72? They win. Oh, damn, they went 62 or 72 that one year, the Red Wings, and the Avalanche knocked them out of the postseason.
I think it was 62.
Yeah.
72.
It was a stupid number.
Well, a sad day. I'm sorry to hear that. He's one of the all-timers there for the Avs, for sure. 4 cups. 4 Stanley Cups. Montreal Devils.
I heard Raj say something like in 14 seasons he made the playoffs 14 straight years.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's something like that. Yeah. Probably exactly like that.
That's pretty good right there.
Yeah.
And 4 cups. Take that percentage.
The
almost
winning,
a third.
The winning the MVP. This is what I can't wrap my mind around. You're the MVP of a team that wins the Stanley Cup. You're the MVP. You're at the parade. You're the man. And we're trading you?
Well, then
that's
Tyler
wild.
brought up. I mean, I know it was a free agent, but did they give Walker everything he wanted to keep him there, the MVP of the Super Bowl?
Matter of fact, if you heard behind the scenes, Seahawks were kind of itching to get rid of him. It wasn't just they didn't want to give it all; they wanted to get rid of him.
That might have been New Jersey.
They didn't trade him.
We got to fight all the time. Man.
Yeah, but what's the difference?
He's a free agent, though. He chose to leave. He could have stayed probably if he wanted
No,
to.
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying.
They didn't make him an offer?
They didn't want him back. I'm sure there's context to wanting him back. I mean, I'm sure there was a situation that they would, but
that's pretty wild. Who are their running backs right now?
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my
We
head.
had another guy that they were splitting time
They
with. For a
were,
while.
yeah. I'm forgetting who it was, though. You're right. It was. Raj has responded to your Gabe Landeskog heresy.
Oh, did he cry about it?
Well, you want to hear it?
Sure.
A little Raj on you one to consider moving on from Gabe.
Nobody gets off scot-free in a 4-game sweep.
Sure.
But people pinning that sweep on Gabe
Yeah, he's
Landeskog
dumb
is
already.
insane to me.
He's dumb.
The Avalanche scored
he's
7
dumb.
goals
Pause it.
in the series.
I can't pause.
Well,
You know how
end it.
many
You can
Gabe
start it
scored?
over. He's dumb already. He's dumb already. No, nobody pinned anything on Gabe Landeskog. Nobody. I certainly didn't pin anything on Gabe Landeskog. There was nobody out here saying that the Avalanche lost because of Gabe Landeskog. The only thing that I've been willing to do is to have a realistic conversation that at 34 years old, Gabe Landeskog's career trajectory in terms of ability, talent, and health, it's going down, right? And at 34 years old, the money that he is making, he is no longer going to bring that value to this team. So it's a stupid conversation because people want to get all bent out of shape when you say anything like that because they hear you applying blame to somebody. But Gabe Landeskog's a hero. Gabe Landeskog's not like put him in the Raptors the day that he's gone. I don't care if he's playing somewhere else. At the same time, put him up. I don't care. This is not a shot at Gabe Landeskog. It's a reality that he's 34 years old. He missed 3 seasons of hockey, and it's a miracle that he's still skating. It ain't going to get better. It's going to go downhill athletically.
And if he does play, I do like yours. If you get because you got to put him on a 3rd or 4th line center.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. That's a whole lot of money for a 3rd or 4th line center.
Oh, he's not a center, but winger, but
a winger, whatever. 3rd or 4th line, right?
Yep.
Sorry, but now I'll listen to the rest of them.
Okay, good. Dan will play it. Dan can pause it now. Dan, if you want to pause it and stop it and yell at Raj, now you can.
Great.
Go ahead.
Perfect.
The Avalanche scored 7 goals in the series. You know how many Gabe scored? He had 3. He scored nearly 50% of your team's entire goals in a series in which you could not score. And where did he score all of the goals from, Mark Springer?
Net front.
Net front. He had a tip net front at the end of game number 4.
Still, and they were still. Everyone's still trying. That's a great tip net front goal.
He had a goal in which he followed up a one-on-one break for Devon Taves and scored a rebound right in front of Carter Hart.
That's how you read the play and crash the net.
And he scored a net front goal, I believe, on the power play.
On the 6-on-4 in
Nathan
game
McKinnon.
1 or game 1 when they tried to come back.
So the
Game
3
2.
goals that he scored are the 3 plays that people look at the Avalanche and go,
Put
well,
his
they
number in the
don't
banners.
do that. So for some reason, he came under fire of like, oh, Gabe doesn't have it anymore. Is he the same player he was prior to the injury? No. But that is not to say that Gabriel Landeskog has not found a way to be effective. He goes to crappy parts of the ice. He is willing to get in on physical play, both post and pre-whistle, and he scores goals from spots that you were seemingly allergic to in the series. So miss me with the Gabriel Landeskog crap. That is an uneducated hockey set of
That's
eyeballs.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That is saying that. I don't know where that came from.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. If you want to put words into my mouth I did not say, then sure, Raj, you can be right about that. If you want to act like anybody on this show implied that Gabe Landeskog did not help the Colorado Avalanche, sure, you can go ahead and get mad and act like that's what was said, but it's not what was said. What was said is that Gabe Landeskog's 34 years old. He's about to be 35 next season. Scott, you ever been 34?
Oh, I think I was.
When you turned 35, how'd it feel? A little bit different?
It felt a lot different.
The 36, how'd that feel? A little bit different?
A little worse.
Did you have some injuries beforehand?
Well, yeah.
Did those injuries start getting better as you got older?
They kept creeping up.
Did your performance go downhill?
In certain areas.
Yeah, and in certain areas you can still compete, right?
Yes,
and now I'm not talking about the bedroom like you are. But in certain areas, athletically, as a basketball player, you could still contribute. There's no question, right? That's what the conversation is. It's a realistic look at a team that's getting older. And it's not just Gabe, by the way. There's a lot of guys that you're going to have conversations about. I mean, Nelson's 35. Manson's 35. Kadri's 36. You know, so we can have a deeper conversation here about, are the Avalanche about to age themselves out of a window, and what do you have to do about that to continue to compete?
On the text line, why is Raj taking it so personally? He did the same thing with Springer about Makar.
Because Gabe is
because he's a fanboy.
Because Gabe is the captain.
He's our Avalanche fanboy here in the studio. Every station needs one.
He's a pretty smart guy when it comes to hockey.
Yeah, but he's still a fanboy.
Nobody can hear anything about Gabe without it being personal. Nobody is accusing Gabe Landeskog of not doing his job. He's done his job at a high level, including this year.
Raj is correct. Tyler, shut up.
Yeah,
there's plenty of that.
So all these people out there saying you don't know hockey, fine. I'll give you this. Raj knows more about hockey than I do. There's no question. But you know what I do know something about? Being an athlete, getting older, and dealing with injuries.
Ooh, I played the game. I played the game.
Dropped the card.
I played the game card.
Hey, but hold on. Roger come back and said he played intramurals.
Yeah. I sure know something about how my body felt when I got older trying to compete at the highest level. I know what that felt like.
Bezzy still has his job right now, right?
Yep. Hey, by the way, Claude Lemieux, can we go back to that? Do you know his first year with the Avs?
1999.
71 points.
Or no, 96.
Think about this.
Sorry.
39 goals, 32 assists. Is that any good? Did your Kelly or who else? Colton or
Parker Kelly?
Kelly,
yeah,
Colton.
20
what are the other guys?
Ross Colton. I don't know how many goals Colton
39
had.
and 32.
He did not have that.
Did he have 39 and 32?
He did not have that.
Yeah, so once again, they had nobody like that.
I guess, well, yeah, man. I mean, 39. Well, Gabe had 53, right? Nelson had, I think Nelson and Natchez both had more than 30. 39. Wow, that's actually kind of unbelievable.
Right?
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, I guess we don't really have anybody like that.
And by the way,
that's insane.
Hey, here's the third stat I threw out there for you on this one, Dan. 39 goals, 32 assists, 117 penalty minutes, but he was a plus 14 for the year.
Dude was awesome.
He was awesome.
He was awesome.
His first year at Denver,
didn't
man,
even fight
I'm
anybody.
You.
Hockey was different, no doubt about it.
Oh, his first year at Denver, he was fantastic.
Everybody loved him.
And he was bloody while doing it, Scott.
Huh?
And he was bloody while doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Was the best thing about hockey just watching dudes fight in 1995 when it came to town?
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that just like, you got to be kidding me? This is awesome. This is unbelievable.
Well, listen, you win your first Stanley Cup with a dog sledder from Alaska, shooting from the blue line in the third overtime, I think. Your defenseman, bam, sending it and winning your first cup. So,
pretty fun, huh?
Yeah, it was cool.
It's funny. I did when I worked for the Sabres. I did a game. I produced and hosted a game for the Sabres in McNichols, and it was crazy where they set us up in that place. It was awesome. It was like kind of like what Kaz does, pretty similar to what Kaz does, like kind of like in the stand, but it was more causes in the stands. But it's like I think I was just sitting right next to
Well,
somebody.
you got to remember when they brought the Avs in, McNichols was still here, but they had never. I mean, I guess they had the Rockies might have been in there for a year or two, but it really wasn't set up for hockey.
No, it was kind of a dump, but the seating was fantastic because we were at center ice, first row in the stands, like right over center. It was awesome. But the building was a dump. Let's be honest. You know,
I loved old McNichols.
You like playing there? Or
I've got very vague memories of it. Wait, what year did it get blown up?
99, 2000, something like that. It was.
That's later than I thought. Actually,
It was some like Ball Arena. Like how long has Ball Arena been? around?
Well, it's like 26 or 7 years old.
Yeah, I think it's right there, 99, 2000, something like that.
Yeah,
I remember the ugly yellow
they
seats.
blew it up and then
remember
put Mile High where it is now was on McNichols.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Von Miller.
Stupid Raj. Raj is stupid.
Hey, listen, can we not have a fanboy here?
Stupid Raj.
I mean, DMac's a fanboy of the Rockies.
Stupid.
Oh, did you?
He's a fanboy of the Avs.
Do you want a Rockies update?
Did they get shut out?
Oh, it's actually Rockies are kind of a cool story. They lost, but there's a cool story. With the Rockies.
I'm sure the losing is cool. Just ask the Avalanche.
Well, there you go.
Best 4-0 sweep of all time. Just ask DMac.
PhD on 92.5.
Hey, let me tell you about my friends over at the Reputation Law Group. They specialize in two disastrous areas that anyone could probably go through, a divorce or anything dealing with a DUI. If you or someone you know is facing a tough time and going through a divorce or DUI, you need the Reputation Law Group on your side. Schedule a consultation with these powerhouse attorneys, easy to do. Go to thereputationlawgroup.com. That's thereputationlawgroup.com. They can help you with these tough times that you're going through. And listen, you do not want to go through it alone. Remember the name, get online, The Reputation Law Group.
I know. By the way, Tyler, you've got plenty of support here on the text line.
There's smart people out there.
Yeah, I mean it's split.
Tyler said it to me during the break. He said, if you got to, and it's tough.
Yep.
And I make fun of Roz, calling fanboy, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you said it to me. You got to take the emotion away.
That's right.
I mean, you really do, because emotionally, you'll never get rid of Aaron Gordon.
Correct.
You'll never get rid of Gabe Landeskog. You brought it up 3 or 4 weeks ago, or when the Nuggets season ended, about the Boston Celtics, how they just held on to these guys way too long.
Back in the day, yeah.
But it's the same thing. You love these guys, and you know, and finally the bodies just broke down after 30 and just never were the same. But meanwhile, you're stuck paying these guys a whole lot of money. They're just giving you 50 games a year.
The truth is, in terms of players, you actually have quite a bit of time to think about things. You got to figure out the coach thing here in the next day or so. Like, you can't really move forward with anything until you figure that one out.
I mean, there's no rush on the player stuff. We're just having big picture conversations here. But with Gabe, I actually think this one's actually incredibly simple. Like if you could take emotion out of it, and I understand the difficulty of that. Anybody that's ever been in an emotional fight understands that that's tough to do.
Yep.
But when you take emotion out of it and you just look at this thing logically from business decision. He's 34 years old. He had an injury that we were wondering if he was even going to be able to walk, yet alone play hockey, and he's proven that he can, right? So I'm not holding that over his head.
Just amazing, too.
But, yeah, it's unbelievable. But you do know this. It's not going to get better. The knee's not going to get better. It's going to get more painful. It's going to get more arthritic, all those sorts of things. And honestly, for me, it's really a bigger picture conversation than Gabe. Like, Gabe was the launching point. Here's the real point here, boys. This team's getting old. This is the real point. You've got Taze, 33 years old, Landy, 34, about to be 35, Nelson's 35, Manson's 35, Kadri's 36. What do you do with that? What do you do when you've got 6 dudes that you count on, 6 dudes that are like 35 and older, So now organizationally, what the real conversation is, can you hold on for one more?
Maybe.
Or do we have to have a really big conversation about resetting?
Well, I did my little video today about Bedsy, and I had to think about it a lot. So I took some time with it, and I just sort of put my thoughts together on it, and I really leaned on Biz from Spit and Chicklets, what he had to say. And I was listening to him, and I've included it in the video, and you can see it on our YouTube page. Biz's argument is they're just not that far away, that this series is a lot closer, that it does look bad because it's a sweep, obviously. But again, like we've talked about these close margins, and he was like, you need a stronger 6th and 7th defenseman. You need to be bigger there, and you definitely have to get better on the power play. And if you could do that with Jared Bednar, you could win the Cup.
Yep.
And Bedsy has one more year on his contract, and I think you got to offer him something, but I don't know. Maybe you can have him play it out. It's unusual, but nobody says you can't do it. And then I would sort of say, okay, you don't have to, it's not necessarily running it back. It's not quite like the Broncos, but it's not that far away from it. And you're not that far away from where you wanted to go. Can you get better in those areas? Can you bring in a more physical blue line, because you're going to move on from Brent Burns. He's not going to be back. That'd be silly. But can you be bigger there, and so that if somebody goes out, it's not Achan, it's not Blankenberg, it's somebody else who brings a physical presence that you can trust.
A Claude Lemieux type.
Sure. And I think Kulak is a guy who's an unrestricted free agent that I'd be like, let's have him back.
Yeah, but do you have money?
Well, you got to get there too, right? You got to do all those types of things.
Because Kyle McCarr's a free agent, so, I mean, where's your salary cap look like?
I don't think Kulak's going to cost you an arm and a leg. He's a journeyman guy. Played for 3 teams this year, I think you can sort of get him. A lot of experience there with Brent Kulak.
He was also at Edmonton for 7 years.
He was. So I think they should keep Bednar, by the way, cutting to the chase. It took me some time to just be like definitively like, I was like, I got to, stop tap dancing. T for 2, right? I was tap dancing. I was kind of like, I could see why they keep him. I could see why they get rid of him. Maybe they keep him. Maybe we move on. Then I heard John Tortorella say, get off Betsy's ass. And I was dancing around. I'm like, oh, that's good advice there. And then there's Bisonet, and he's doing his thing. And I'm like, hey, we should keep him.
The emotional thing that Tyler was talking about a while ago, is always fire the coach. I mean, go back and listen to the half the fanboys after the Nuggets got beat. I mean, that's all. Here's the solution: fire the coach. We did that a year ago. Didn't change anything. He still didn't win a championship. Vince, you're going to sit there and say, gosh, maybe we don't have the right makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we need pieces that fit a little bit differently, bring a little bit uniqueness and toughness to it. I really do. I think a lot of the Avs problems are a lot of the Nuggets problems. That's just the physical nature of the playoffs, both sports, changes. And you said it yesterday, Darren, because I agree with. I think both teams. I think they're built for the regular season, pretty good.
I think they're a regular season team.
I mean, Denver won as many games as they've ever won in the Jokic era, and he didn't play in 15 games.
They won 54 games this year. They tied a record for road wins, but they weren't built for the playoffs. Well, and they had a lot of injuries too, but they just weren't there, and neither were the Avalanche, as it turns out.
So the Avalanche,
close though.
The Avalanche are insanely close. I mean, to me, it's not even close.
Way closer than the Nuggets. By the way,
to me, it's not even close. Like they're capable. Like as they currently exist, they're capable of winning a Stanley Cup. Now, maybe that's not literal. Maybe we learned that they're not capable of it. I could close my eyes and picture this squad picturing winning a Stanley Cup. But here's where it gets really complicated when you say it's close. Close right now with the guys that you've got and the ages that they're at may not be the same close next year when guys get older, when you're 1 year further removed. And now the guys that are 34 or 35, the 36 or 37, and so how much do you buy into the fact that you could repeat how close you were this year and assume that all these guys that are getting older are going to play at a high level and stay healthy?
It's a fair point. It's you can see why teams that really, really go for it, as the Avs are going for it, if they don't reach that summit, and even if they do reach that summit, you can see why there's a precipitous downfall once it's said and done, because the cupboards are bare, and that might be the case.
Well, it's the same thing in the NFL. I think it's the same thing in the NBA. Once you go for it, set yourself up to go for it, and don't get there.
Ooh.
I mean, you've now got a heavy salary cap issue, which in all those sports have that. You've got usually a more veteran team, so you've probably lacked a little bit in younger player development.
Sure. You're the Milwaukee Bucks.
And you become, I mean, the Milwaukee Bucks should be the poster child of that, shouldn't they?
Yep, sure.
I mean, to be honest with you.
Yeah. They won a championship. They had a league MVP. They had it all. And then they kept going for it. They did keep going for it, and didn't work out.
But they kept bringing older and older.
Yeah, because they were going for it.
Yeah.
They weren't looking to develop. They were going for the win, and it didn't happen. And now I can't imagine them keeping Giannis. Like, why would they keep Giannis for any reason?
They ought to just sell out. Get two or three first-round picks for the next few years. Get a guy that's a good athlete, can play, and move on.
What sucks is when your team ends up in that position and you just have to grin your teeth and listen, man. What did we go for, a 4 or 5 year stretch when there were no playoffs for the Avs or the Nuggets? You remember those days? That wasn't that long ago. No playoffs for the Avs or Nuggets for like 4 straight years. It was something like that, Dan. You can check my math. But that was at the same time that the Broncos were really, really good, and it was just the Avs and Nuggets were afterthoughts then. It seems ridiculous when you think of all the sellouts, all the playoffs, the problems that we have now compared to back then.
Well, was it 9 straight playoffs for Malone, or 8? 8 or 9?
Was he there? Was he in the playoffs every year?
His first year there, they didn't.
Okay.
And then the second year might have been the year they lost game 82 to not get in there, and then they've been in the last 8 years, 9 years.
Von Miller. All right, let me play a little bit of Von. First of all, let me tell you, that Von's vision of all the charity things, and there's so many great charity things, I don't know if there's a better one that impacts people more directly and so unique than Von's vision. Getting glasses for underprivileged kids, that is such an amazing charity.
It's a great charity.
And he sees the kids who it impacts directly I've never heard of anybody doing anything like it. And as a kid who had to wear glasses since he was 7 years old, which sucks, by the way, to me, the thought of not being able to have glasses when I was a little kid is preposterous. It's ridiculous. So first of all, I just want to praise Vaughn for this charity. And I'm not going to rip him either. He's on campaign mode, though. He's on campaign mode. Here we go for Vaughn.
Like, have you heard from the Broncos? Have you heard from other teams? So sort of where are you in that process?
I was being quiet, but I continually talk to all of those guys. Like I said before, I want to be a GM. George Payton has been huge with that. Sean Payton was my coach with the flag football game. So I would love for him to coach me like on the football field. But those events are beyond my efforts. Everybody knows I want to be a Denver Bronco. It just depends on how it all shakes out. Even if it doesn't, I would love to continually push Vaughn's vision to be the greatest.
All right, the audio is weird, but you get the idea, right? He's talking about wanting to be a Bronco, how he'd want to be back, how he could help the room. He still wants to be in the front office, all that sort of stuff. Referring to the team as we, with everything he's saying, we could do this, we could do that. I feel like I should just ask where you guys are at with Vaughn. I mean, he obviously, it seems to me, would make a financial sacrifice to be back with the Broncos, and he seems to still want to play.
So this conversation is not any different than talking about Gabe Landeskog. It's not. People get all emotional about Vaughn, right? People get all emotional about Gabe Landeskog. It's not that complicated. He's my teammate. He's the MVP of the Super Bowl. I don't have a ring without Von Miller. You know my love for Von Miller. You know how I feel about him, right? And when you think about it logically, it's tough to come up with a logical reason why it would make sense to add him. Now, I'll give you this, though. I wouldn't say never. It doesn't make sense right now. You've got a plethora of young, talented pass rushers that need all the reps, that deserve all the reps that they're getting on the field, right? So right now, it doesn't make sense. But I would never say never. If there is a point in training camp, if somebody tore an ACL, God forbid, if there is a point in week 3 or week 15 that we had a need for a guy like Von Miller, I'd call him in a heartbeat. But it's not like I would do that before it made sense. No, you don't. There's not a logical reason for it other than the emotion that's attached to Von Miller and your memories that you have with him.
Do you think his public campaigning helps his case or hurts his case?
I don't think it does either. I don't think it hurts it. I don't think it helps it. It just exists.
When they say they signed him, though, they'll make fun of it. Said, we couldn't help but hear it. He kind of wanted to come here.
Yeah,
they'll make fun.
Well,
of
he
it.
hasn't been shy about it.
I will say this though. I mean, the dude in limited reps still had 9.5 sacks last year.
Oh, I
mean, so can still play.
Yeah. I don't doubt that for a second. The only issue, seriously, the only issue I have with it is that we've got young, talented pass rushers that deserve the reps. Where does it go? Where does it fit in?
I don't think it does. I'm throwing it out there. I'm not advocating for 12
it. And you put 3 or 4 of them cats out there?
Yeah.
But it's a tricky situation because, at what point do you want Nick Bonito in a pass rush situation or Jonathan Cooper not on the field? When do you want? I mean, I understand Vaughn would be kind of a specialist, but he would only be a specialist in place of somebody else who's really, really good in a situation that's beneficial for the pass rush. And it just so happens the Broncos have a lot of depth in that department, it feels like. And I do think this is like Justin Simmons in the sleeves too. There's a culture that's been created by Sean Payton that, Vaughn's kind of Vaughn. Vaughn's a big personality. He's a persona. He's Vaughn.
The coach didn't want a personality bigger than him.
I mean, we just heard about Justin Simmons in the sleeves. I think Sean, listen, he knew Cortland Sutton was happy to just, get along, and Garrett Bowles was a foxhole guy. Russell Wilson was a big pain in Sean's ass, and Justin Simmons was wearing the sleeves, which is a metaphor, okay? Literally he did it, but also metaphorically, he was the type of guy to stand up to Sean.
It was a metaphorical middle finger to Sean.
Don't you think?
Sure.
And don't you think everybody in the locker room knew it? What do you think, Justin kept that a secret?
Yeah.
You think Justin Simmons is the only guy? Sean Payton said, "I don't want you to wear sleeves."
Yeah, I don't think he said. Hey,
But you know what? I don't put
Watch.
that. I don't put that on Justin. I really don't. I put that on a coach that came in power hungry on the wrong things. And I like Sean. Sean's the right guy for the job. I'm glad he's here. But I've been a part of that when coaches come in early and they, it's funny. Even guys like Sean Payton, they could be insecure. Like what are you insecure about? You're Sean Payton. Why would you ever be insecure about anything like that? Like it's Justin Simmons. Like not every player has to be treated the same, right? So if you want to institute a rule on your team that, hey, we're not wearing sleeves,
right?
Cool. You know what? And there's always exceptions. There are.
Mm-hmm.
Every player does not get treated the same.
It would be fun to have Vaughn back here, though. I'm not going to lie. I mean, he's Vaughn. I mean, who doesn't love
thinking
Vaughn?
Of great quotes and stuff. We'd get to talk to him.
It's everything about Vaughn would be cool, but it's everything about Vaughn.
Hey, and I'll tell you this. As I just said, it doesn't make sense to me. If the Broncos signed Von Miller, I'd hoot and holler and I'd have a blast with it.
I'd like to be on the VIP list at Club 58.
And I'd finally know somebody in the locker room again.
All right. After 1 o'clock, I want to get to Adam Silver and the AI stuff, which is something else. It's a trip. Well, after 1 o'clock, because we got to spend some time with it. I'll give you a quirky sleeping giant Rockies update. That's not.
Oh my God!
It's not really about the Rockies. Does that help? It's something very cool, and it's Rockies attached.
Rockies adjacent.
It's Rockies adjacent, but it's a unbelievable story in sports. Details next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with low T is something that you might not even know that's going on, but here's what you know. Your workouts aren't the same. The love life might not be the same. You're just tired. You're logy. Like, what's happening here? But men in their 30s and younger are losing the low T, are losing the testosterone and less energy, less drive, all that sort of stuff. Well, here's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to the rescue. There are advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive. This is just you being you again. Be more confident in every part of your life. So hit them up today. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Draw some blood, have the results in 30 minutes. The appointment's only $99. Got the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
We'll get into the Adam Silver stuff with the hoops in a little bit. Also, Chris Sims on Bo Nix as we have minicamp right around the corner.
Bo Nix is circling the quarterback airwaves right now. Chase Daniels is just talking about him again. Chase is always talking about him, but
it's about that time. It's about the time. It's, you get into June and these OTAs and you start thinking about the football and the quarterbacks, and we're seeing highlights of Mahomes, who's out there throwing the ball on the field with what looks like a rebuilt leg.
I'd say it's safe to assume that he's going to be ready for week 1.
I mean, if he's on the field and participating in drills and throwing right now, why wouldn't he?
Well, that's about 3 months ahead of our guy.
Our guy
has milky white ankles.
Our guy. Let me give you this, though.
Jockey. We haven't had one of these in a while.
No, because the Rockies have been just absolutely abysmal of late. Even when they were sort of like in April, they were actually kind of okay. They were like 6 games under 500, and it was like, all right. And the run differential was really interesting. At one point, even though they were like in last place, their run differential was like -5, which really isn't that bad. Well, they've taken care of that.
Well,
the Rockies. So just to bring you up to date where your good old Colorado Rockies are standing, they are at 20-37. Their run differential in 1 month ballooned from -5 to -77.
Oh my God! So they're getting blown out in games.
Yes, it is the worst in Major League Baseball by 15 runs. So they're right now. Let's see if they have the worst record. Yeah, they're the worst in the National League. Yes, they've been swept by the Dodgers. They have the worst. Here we are today. First time all year. They have the worst record in Major League Baseball.
Congratulations!
So they've done it.
Back where we belong.
So last night,
but they're only 17.
You may have thought it was not achievable again, and it might have taken a little bit longer in the season than you thought.
You know what's crazy? 2 years ago, the White Sox set a record for the worst record ever. 2 years ago. Today, they're 28-27 and 3.5 games out of first place in their division. So 2 years removed. So that's the path I was hoping the Rockies would be on.
But last year would be the record, because we flirted with the record last year.
We sure did.
There's our bottom. So this year we should see how many 38 game improvement by the White Sox?
It was like a 20 game improvement for them from the worst year to their next year. Like that's what I was hoping for.
I thought it was 38, but
it was a 30. Boy, I would have to do a little research there. You caught me with my pants down. I'm not sure.
Well, let me see.
I know they got better. And my hope was that the Rockies would just break 100. You've heard of Bryson DeChambeau break 50?
Have.
Break 100. That'd be the Rockies. Anyway, last night, Shohei Ohtani had a little bit of a hitting slump, although he's corrected it in the past 13 games. There's only one man in the history of baseball to start a game and hit a leadoff home run.
Wow.
Shohei did it for the 3rd time in his career last night as he led off with a home run and pitched. He became the first baseball player ever to do that and through 5 innings, no-hit the other team. Shohei Ohtani no-hit the Rockies for 6 innings last night, but they took him out because he did walk 4 guys and he hit a guy. And the Rockies actually scored a run, walked a dude, hit a dude, 2 ground ball, fielder choices, run comes in.
Hey.
So you can have a no-hitter.
Don't look at gift mouth and the horse.
Now, let me ask you guys this. We had this conversation about if a no-hitter or something historical is happening against your team, do you root for it or not? They did decide to take Ohtani out after the 6th inning.
Right.
So they were going for a combo
which I don't
no-hitter.
Like. Yeah, those don't.
So you root against the Dodgers and root for the Rockies to break up the no-hitter
break up
in
the
that
combo
case.
no-hitter. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it did happen. Tyler Freeman got a base hit in the 8th inning. That's the only hit the Rockies got, and they got 1 run, and they lost 4-1. These games against the Dodgers have been relatively close, aside from 2 days ago, when they lost 15-6. And the Dodgers led 15-1 going in the ninth inning, and then the Dodgers pitched their second baseman, and the Rockies scored 5 runs off a Dodgers infielder.
Well, got that going for them.
By the way, can I just say something here real quick? This ABS system, Sagano, it was a fun game last night because for Japan, it was an unbelievable game with Sagano going against Ohtani. I mean, that is like headline news in Japan. And Ohtani hits a home run off Sagano on the first at bat, but there was another at bat that he struck out Ohtani, but the Rockies were out of challenges. Guys, can we stop just messing around here and just go to robo-umps and forget this challenge mess and seriously just get every pitch right and we can just avoid all this stuff?
Well,
Isn't it time?
you were the one that sent the link, I think, but NBA going to AI for instant reviews, or what was it?
Well, we're going to get there after 1 o'clock, but yes.
Okay, that's fine. We don't have to talk about it. The point is, like, we've got leagues that are officially adopting AI in some areas that you're like, wow, is it ready for that?
They said let's talk about it one.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll talk about it one.
If there's ever been a sport that it's simple, baseball is the one.
Doesn't it feel stupid that you have this random system set up? I got to check on time. I only get 2 challenges. Just get every pitch right. What are we doing here? Just get every pitch right, and we don't have a challenge system at all. Green ball, red strike. Whatever you want to do. Bam, strike. Just tell the ump what's going on. What are we doing here? I felt terrible for Sagano because it was a strike, and he taps his head, and the umpire looks at him like, sorry, bro, you're out of challenges. So dumb. Listen, it's not why the Rockies lost. It's just a dumb part of baseball that's going on right now.
Or just have refs and no AI at all.
I mean, if we're going to have a challenge system and we're going to use technology, why the hell wouldn't we just go all the way? Or don't use the technology at all?
Yes.
So either way. But don't do this halfway. It's like you're kind of pregnant?
Yeah.
You is or you ain't. What are we doing here? It's so dumb. Anyways, I just wanted to check with you guys about how you feel about no hitters against your team.
Yeah, if it's
a combo.
Yeah, combo doesn't count. That's a fake no hitter. Somebody just had a fake no hitter in major leagues this past week.
Was it the Astros or was somebody did a combo?
Now, why is it even a thing?
Well, technically a no hitter is a no hitter. It's weird though because he allowed.
No, but everybody knows what a no hitter means.
It's odd. You're
talking about an individual.
So they talked to Ohtani afterwards, whose ERA is .84. It's by far the best in baseball with 9 starts.
And by the way,
he's about to win. If he keeps going like this, he's going to win the Cy Young Award.
Now, was that game in L.A.?
Yes.
Okay.
But do you understand how mind-blowing it is, how good he is right now? And he was pissed. He was upset at how he pitched because he walked 4 guys and he hit a guy.
Did you see how much movement he had on his curveball?
He's ridiculous. But he in the past 2 starts, he's kind of struggled with control, and he's kind of frustrated that he's not as efficient. So he's having the best year of any pitcher in baseball, and he's pissed off that he's not as efficient as he could be.
He's not even better.
He could be better.
Yeah.
How scary is that?
Well, it's a guy that doesn't want the second place medal.
You know what I hate? I have to like the Dodgers. How can I not like the Dodgers?
The cool colors.
I should hate them. And I've disliked the Dodgers for the vast majority of my life. But how the hell am I supposed to hate a team that just does everything the right way?
Well, let me ask this.
With a whole lot of money.
Fine, but that's within the rules.
I totally agree. I don't have spite for him because
here
of it.
in Denver, you should hate San Antonio Spurs too, but you kind of like him right now?
I love the Spurs.
Because Wemby's his guy.
Wemby's my guy. And I like Steven Castle too, but I love Wemby.
So you've now turned a bit of a fanboy for Wemby and Ohtani. And
Yeah.
by association, you got to like their teams.
Yes to both.
If you can't fanboy out on Ohtani, you just hate sports.
By the way, I'll give you another reason to like Wemby. When that game was said and done, did you see him whisper in the ears, like, go mess up that dude? Did you see him do that?
No.
Oh, yeah. You got to go check the highlights. I forget who it was.
Kind of surprising that some French guy would have somebody else do their fights for him.
All right. On that note, we'll turn to the
Pretty
NBA.
good, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a PhD.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, they all suck. It's all a bad feeling, but you can do something about it if you just call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, by the way. And you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they're just fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, folks, with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Bam. Bam. All right, we'll get to Chris Sims on Bo Nix here in a little bit. We'll let you know news if we have any about Jared Bednar. I would say the least that we hear, probably the better for him. And we were told, or sources saying, that there would be some sort of press conference by the end of the week, which last time I checked was Friday, but we don't have that confirmed. So we'll see. We'll see where that all lays itself out.
And if it's Monday, he's safe.
Monday?
I think if it's
tomorrow, he's safe.
I think it's tomorrow he's safe, yeah. I kind of agree with Tyler there.
48 hours?
Well, it's been 48 hours. By tomorrow.
No.
How much time do you need?
It's a big decision, man.
It's a big decision,
No question.
but like, how much time do you need? I mean, there's no new evidence coming
Well,
to the table.
if you're smart and say you want to, you're thinking heavily about firing him. The smart question to ask is, and I think Tyler brought this up yesterday. All right, who? Who's next? Yeah. And if you don't have a who's next,
see,
and or know the who's next would have interest of coming here to be who's next, why rush?
I do think that you can find a good coach. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible to go out there and find another good coach, or maybe even a coach that's better than Jared Bednar. But a lot of times when you fire a coach, it's anybody but Jared Bednar. It's anybody but Nathaniel. I shouldn't say Jared Bednar. I should say anybody but Nathaniel Hackett. Anybody but Vic Fangio. Anybody but Vance Joseph. Right? You just like, no, that's not it. This is just not the situation the Avalanche are in. So it does feel like they would have to know.
Right?
Hey, nah, it's not. We're like,
no, you can't miss this one up. And it's watching you. I told you I watched the first. I ended up watching the other two. The docuseries on the U.S. men's
soccer team.
It's been
great.
Get ready, which is fantastic.
HBO, yeah.
I mean, they're going back. You know, they're covering it for the last four, but they even go back before the last World Cup too.
They got rid of their guy,
but they got rid of him, and they kept pulling along,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, they went complete opposite, kind of, right?
Well, they went for another ex-World Cup athlete soccer player, which Burkhalter was too, but this guy was on a different level with Argentina.
Yeah, he was on Argentina.
But I don't know how he worked out either, because don't spoil it for me either, because I'm not up to date on my U.S. and soccer, but I'm loving the documentary.
Right.
So but to your point, they get rid of the guy who wasn't effective for the next guy.
But who was a great guy that everybody loved.
And they all loved, yeah. But they're bringing the next guy, and they're doing worse. Even though it feels like, we should be doing better. No. We're actually doing worse with this guy. We're only up to episode 3 in this documentary. I'm not sure where it goes from here. But that shouldn't be a surprise either, right?
No.
All right, let me do.
You know what? As I'm sitting here thinking about it, at first I agreed. Maybe I was the one who said it. I don't know. By Friday, I was like
sitting in this chair a little bit.
Yeah.
You're a little confused.
Yeah. You rub off on me, buddy.
I'm sorry.
By Friday, I was like, yeah, by Friday. If it doesn't happen by then, now you might be right, because this one does feel a little bit different.
Yeah,
there's too much emotion in this one. This one's not. This one's not. It's not going to be black and white. This is like one of the most This is John Elway. I got to sleep on it type of thing.
All right, no dumb question. By this time in 24 hours, will we know one way or the other?
Well, I think that's what I'm saying is that if we don't, I'm not going to take that as confirmation that he's not.
Well, I
fired.
think we're just going to know. I think we're going to know by 24 hours from now. I think we'll know. That's my bet.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We'll know. There'll be a press conference. We'll know. We'll know he's coming back.
Okay. I mean, if there's a press conference, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they have a press conference without knowing.
You know what?
I don't think there'll be a press conference.
You don't think so?
Not till.
I'll tell you this: if there's not a press conference tomorrow,
well, didn't you tell us yesterday that there is a press conference tomorrow?
I was told there was going to be by the end of the week.
Now,
you could have a press conference on Saturday, and technically that's the end of the week, right? I mean, I guess, but in
Can
general,
I say something now that's petty?
Sure. Why wait?
Because
don't hold back.
You brought this up yesterday. I mean, I don't even know today is Thursday. So I think you brought this up Wednesday. They got beat on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
But you put it in passing, and I didn't. It didn't stick.
Yeah.
And then I was listening to Nate and Andy yesterday, and Nate said something.
Mm-hmm.
And after he said, but that's okay. But I'm like, is it okay that McKinnon didn't speak after that series?
Oh, it's consistent with who he's been over the years. So is it okay? Probably not. Was he getting treatment? Probably was. Is it consistent that they let a lot of guys, not just Nate, off the hook when it comes to awkward moments speaking to the media? Yeah, they do. So there's nothing about it that is different or surprises me.
But McCarr spoke, right?
McCarr always speaks.
Hey,
I have never seen one instance where Kale hasn't spoke and Gabe is the same way. Nate's a coin flip.
This is no dumb question from yesterday that I saw on the text line. This is not me asking. I'm asking for a fan. Is Nathan McKinnon's body language a problem for the team? That's what somebody asked yesterday.
Well, he's Nate McKinnon. He's Jamal Murray.
When things are going bad, does his body language affect the team?
He's that guy. Does it? I think without Gabe Landeskog, it does. Because there's no balance in the force. Gabe offers balance. And too much of it rides on Cale Makar, who, again, is not a natural leader. So he's uncomfortable with it.
So Cale Makar is Joker, Jamal is McKinnon, and Landeskog is Gordon.
Probably. I think that's a probably. If we're going to do that, that's probably pretty fair. Probably pretty fair. And without Gordon, there's too much imbalance. You need – he's not the best player, but he's really good, and you need some balance between your two other superstars. I think that's a pretty fair comparison.
Wow.
So should Nate talk, on the surface? Yes. You're a leader of the team.
Yeah.
You're the best player. I mean,
you're going to win the big trophy for
but what he did is not inconsistent with what's happened his entire career. So I'm not going to be critical of a guy who just all he's doing is what he's always done.
Who they've allowed to be.
Yes. So I mean, be mad at somebody else. And I do think he's hurt, and I do think he was getting treatment. So I don't know what to say about that. I wouldn't make a big deal. I wasn't surprised when I heard it, by the way.
Right.
There was nothing about it that surprised me.
It went by me on Wednesday, and I didn't even think about it. When I heard heard Nate Kreckman last night say it, and they said, which not a big deal, and I went, I don't know, man. Your best player at the end of the season, you still want to talk, don't you?
I guess, but I will tell you this. Nate has been available, even if it's a short period of time, almost after every game.
And you know what? Joker usually is always available.
Joker's always available.
Right.
Joker's
as long as you're on his timeline.
So is Kel, but
sure.
Is Jamal always available?
He seems to be.
More, but there's times he sneaks out too, though.
Okay, but I'd say this. I think Jamal's more available than Nathan McKinnon is.
I would say Jamal is more available in bad times than he is even in good times.
He's unbelievable. It's crazy. Jamal is an easier guy to be around and to talk when things go poorly. I don't know why that is.
I get it. I do. I mean, I'm not saying it's right, but it's a cockiness thing. It's an arrogance thing. And then there's a humility that comes with failure, right? And with success, you're feeling yourself, and that's how that happens.
The vibe with Jamal when things go well is like, of course, I'm Jamal.
Right.
And when things
but I'll actually give him credit that when it's not going well, he'll humble himself a little bit and be like, no, that's not the right attitude for today.
By the way, though, you want these characteristics in Nathan McKinnon because it's the stuff like that grinds him to be the best player in the world, okay? Not everybody is the same personality. You got to get your juice from somewhere. Not everybody can be the same. So I don't think it's a big deal that he did something or didn't do something that he consistently has or hasn't done his entire career. It's just par for the course. Gabe's there. Kale's there. Blackwood, everybody else is there. It's all good.
I know.
No big deal.
But I know.
To me, it's no big deal. I got this Adam Silver thing.
I would dance and be merry, life would.
Appropriate.
All right, so where are you with Adam Silver these days? You want to get into this stuff?
He's a nice man.
So
he's a nice man. Gosh, he's a nice man. I think he's wants to be really progressive.
You want to talk about AI first or flopping?
Well, he skipped over to flopping.
Well, I got some flopping right here.
Well, no, he skipped over. If you go back and listen to that interview,
all right, let's do the flopping. Let's do the flopping stuff first. Go ahead, Dan. The flopping stuff.
Yeah, it's been a conversation. I would only say that there's a difference between selling a call exaggeration, and a true flop, which is where you're actually fooling the referees. I think sometimes even as I sit in the stands at games, players may be falling down, players may be reacting to a call, but then to me, if they're not fooling the referees, it's like, okay, that's like the players are taught to sell calls these days. I mean, can officiating get bad? Can officiating get better? Of course. We're always working on that. Can officials get fooled occasionally? We're always looking at that as well. But the officiating is incredible.
Just saying that.
He
right
said
there.
that. I know, like that. Like I couldn't hear anything else
Hit it,
now.
Dan. Yeah, just by saying that right there, you take everything you said before and go. Come on now.
The officiating is incredible.
Listen, you can ask people. I talk to a lot of people.
I know you do.
And I know everything. Well, you're just a homer. Well, okay. But then so are the 27 other guys from 27 other teams, coaches, players who said, man, this officiating has gotten horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now spreading, seeping over into, because everybody's a sleuth now and everybody has their own television channel in front of their face with their phones. It's not a problem. All I've seen is highlights in just in the San Antonio series. How many highlights have you seen of dudes flopping and getting calls? 15 or 20.
Should there be review for flops? Even if it's after the game, where you face some sort of consequence
they're
after
supposed
the game.
to be. They instituted that 10 years ago.
Oh.
I think that flops, like I don't know that you should be able to challenge a flop per se, but I do think that like fouls that just get challenged, if you find out the dude flopped because you're challenging a foul, there should be something that happens to a flop. Is that the same? Am I saying the same thing? I think there's a difference there.
Marlo has a great way to finish flopping. If a guy falls down, you never give him the call.
Listen, you know what? And I ticked off Avs yesterday. I would talk about Gabe Landeskog. I guess I'll tick off Nuggets. Nikola Jokic drives me as crazy as anybody else in the NBA with it. He drives me nuts with it. And I like he might not be as good at it as SGA, but he tries it just as often. I mean, it's everybody. We're not innocent over here with the Denver Nuggets. It's a league-wide epidemic that our guy is equally a part of.
All right, I have more from If I Only Had a Brain about AI, but Dan has breaking news.
Oh. Yeah, from Shams, the NBA's Board of Governors has passed officially new anti-tanking rules that include expanding the draft lottery from 14 to 16 teams, a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams get penalized with lessened chances for the number 1 pick.
Look at that.
And flattened odds.
Wow.
Hold on.
I'll put this up here for you.
So if you're the bottom 3 teams, you get less.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a relegation system.
That's the complete opposite of the NFL approach, right? Like NFL, if you're worst, you're first.
Well, it's a
but
ping
there's
pong
no lottery, I know.
Right. But now you have less of a chance. So there's more motivation because now there's relegation. Now there is sort of draft relegation.
That might fix it, maybe. If there's how much? I wonder how fewer.
Why does it matter expanding from 14 to 16?
Yeah, I don't know about that part, but the bottom 3.
So they're saying
penalized.
that the
lessens the odds for the bottom 3 teams.
So the 2 guys that got into the play-in but lose are now considered in the lottery.
Those last 2 teams will have ping pong balls.
How?
Yeah.
How many ping pong
15
balls?
to 16 are actually playing in the play-in. Right.
How many ping pong balls, I'm going to say ping pong, do you get when you're the worst?
It's percentage. They do it by a percentage.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just curious.
12.3%.
Okay, I'm just curious what the penalty is. Like what percentage gets taken away?
Something. There you go. They fixed it. They're good.
Oh, they did.
You want to hear the AI stuff?
Yeah.
All right.
They're just.
All right, well, let's get to the AI stuff. Go ahead, Dan. Play it.
We're going to move to a system like that where that whole category of calls will be automatic, where it's going to be Laker ball, Nick ball, whatever it is, Thunder ball. Those calls will be done by an AI automated system with cameras lined around the court, and it'll take all of those so-called objective calls out of the hands of the referees. It'll be instantaneous, it'll be automatic. Just play on, let's go, Spurs inbound, and you move on. You won't have to deal with challenges on those calls, but it will also now allow the officials on the more difficult subjective calls to give their full attention to those where, because there's often contact on every play, it doesn't mean there's a foul, and they're trying to measure sort of whether that contact is impeding the player, how hard that contact is. It's something that can't just be done on camera. They're actually feeling the contact because they're there on the floor with the players. So anyway, I think there is a technology will really be helpful here.
Well, I like that. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
If you trust it.
Well, do we trust it in tennis? Do we trust it in volleyball? Do we trust
Tennis seems simple. Baseball seems simple. Basketball does not seem simple to me.
We're just putting some cameras down the line to see if your toes over the line or something.
Do you watch the Marlboro Smoke Tennis Women's Open?
Do I?
Yeah. Do they have it on there for that tournament?
The Hawkeye tournament?
Yeah, the one
the
one that's not televised.
Oh, the one that's not televised?
Yeah.
No,
there's a lot of them that aren't televised.
They have a 14-year-old with their arms left to right.
Left to right.
I don't know. It's in, it's out, whatever. She does
That's
the best.
great.
She does the best she can.
Whatever you want to do, it's all stupid.
It's all stupid?
It's all stupid.
It's all stupid? Why is it all stupid?
Because it's just stupid. I mean, so here's what you're going to say. To have a system set up like that, how do you do it?
I suppose you put cameras down each baseline and sideline.
Who's paying for
stupid?
Who's paying for those? Is that the problem in the NBA?
Well, I'm just saying, who's paying for those?
I have no idea. The NBA.
Yeah.
Who pays for the clock?
Wait, Scott, are you
By the way,
implying that there's going to be NBA games that do not have the technology? I mean, is that what you're getting at?
I think there will be teams that will have a minimum, and then there will be teams that
clearly they're going to standardize it.
Well, then that's fine. But who has it?
Everybody's going to have it.
The whole league.
What are you talking about? You think what Sacramento's going to...
There's no poor NBA franchise that they can't...
Oh, yeah, there is. There's 2 or 3 of them. Yeah.
Well, the NBA is going to...
Go ask Memphis to go, hey, by the way, we're going to have you put in this $27 million system, camera system into your
Is that what it's going to cost?
I don't know. You tell me.
I have no idea. It seems like pennies.
Whatever it's going to cost, they've already figured it out. They've decided they can all afford it.
Well, listen, if it works, great. That's fine. I mean, that's cool. So I know at tennis it shows you go out. Does it show you go out before you release the ball at the same time?
I think what it says.
Can we just get a shark with a laser?
Is they're going to invent? They're going to bring technology to the game so you don't have to bother with review, which will speed up the game, and you'll
maybe.
Well, that's the idea. Listen, this is the same thing I was bitching about with the ABS system in baseball. Forget it. This we get 2 challenges. I'm Sagano. I strike out Ohtani, but one of my numbnuts hitters asked for a challenge for ball 2 and he didn't get it. So I don't have a strikeout against Ohtani. It's silly. If there's something in technology to solve something, fine. The flopping, this to me, whatever. You want to be better with technology, we'll see. Make it better.
Get it to work out.
And
Maybe it
fine.
helps.
Who
We'll
cares?
figure it away.
The flopping thing is a much, much bigger deal.
Agreed.
Much bigger
Well,
deal.
I agree because that's a visual thing. But I mean the out of bounds thing. For example, they called it game 1 or 2 backcourt on San Antonio, and then you go back and look at it. The ball was 3 inches from being backcourt.
Guess what, guys? You can use AI with flopping. Did the dude get touched or not? AI, tell me.
Exactly.
Seriously.
No.
Did the guy get touched or not? There's a camera. There's an angle for that.
Listen, it's kind of like when you guys bought into it. When Naz Reid got hit in the neck, you think he was hit hard enough that he's going to do a 180 spin stuntman barrel rollout?
That leg went up high too.
Come on, man. That's flopping. Did he get hit? Yeah.
You know what we need? A flopping commissioner.
Me.
And
flopping czar.
It's a flopping czar. Actually, Scott, you would be a brilliant flopping czar.
Shea Gilgeous is the captain of the All-Canadian team.
You put somebody as the czar who's been in the league, who's a guy like you. Who else would be a guy like that could be the czar of flopping?
I could kill it.
And you know what? You don't need any help.
By the way, you said a while ago they ought to just go back after the fact and penalize that. Well, they do. They put this in about 10 years ago. You get called flopping. They used to put it out, and this guy flop, this guy flop. Here's a $5,000 penalty. Here's a $1,000 penalty. Blah, blah. Give the czar.
We're working on it.
Give the czar me control over every game.
Every game, after every game.
And you give me penalties, I can go up to $1 million.
Okay, let's go. Hey, where's the money going?
Let's go.
PhD slush fund?
Let's go.
KSC Charities.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Got kids got to go to college over here.
All the NBA has a charity fund. They give money away.
Perfect.
So let me do it for
you can fine up to $1 million.
Up to $1 million.
Would that be a first-time fine, or would you?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm asking the czar. What would you do?
I don't judge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're just it's arbitrary.
However you feel. You only judge the $1 million infraction.
That's a soft ass flop.
Is that what you call it? A soft ass flop?
Send that one to DMac.
That's 5,000.
Soft ass flop is 5,000.
That's egregious. Like right now in this playoffs, Shea Gilgeous would be fined $25 million by now.
Here's your music. Turn it up, Dan.
Hello.
Flopping czar.
I want to give you an idea.
Here are your flops from last night.
Are your flops coming on in 10th place?
Are you an oligarch?
For $18,000.
What kind of flop is that? What's the 18,000 flop?
That was a guy puts his arm on you and you go back 20 feet.
Okay, that's 18 grand.
That's got to be 18.
18 grand. Okay. So next.
Head fake. I'm going to call these fines too.
Okay.
If I head fake.
Yeah.
And I launch into you.
Yeah.
And I get the call.
How much is that?
Oh, that's 500.
Just
500,000?
If it's egregious.
No, he's saying 500,000.
500,000.
Yeah. Egregious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and what's the $1 million flop?
Well, Nas Reed would be close. I
thought you were just going to call the $1 million flop the SGA.
Well, that would be the Flying Fickle Finger of Fate award would be my $1 million fine.
What are you wearing when you're arbitrating these fines as the flopping czar?
Nothing at all, buddy.
A taupe-colored jumpsuit. With
anything? Are you wearing a crown?
Oh no!
Or a beret?
I'm wearing a General McCarthy kind of hat with scrambled eggs on the bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your taupe. So we're going, like General McCarthy from 19.
Yeah. And I'm gonna have a
pipe,
corncob pipe.
Pipe. Okay. And you're gonna see your flops, and
you know what? Seriously, we're making fun of this. We ought to do.
The czar?
A YouTube page.
And do the czar.
How the czar floppy would handle it.
People would watch it.
I guarantee, and we get highlights from the NBA.
Let's do it.
We put it out there, and the
flopping czar.
We need to get you a judge rope. We need to get
flying
you
flopping finger of fate award for the winner.
And you can find floppers.
And if the czar had the authority to fine, here's what it'd be.
Well, I tell you what, Dan, we have a game tonight. We can put it up tomorrow, and the flopping czar can go to work.
Well, we can put it up here coming up. Some of the highlights for the flopping plays from this series.
Well said.
Huh?
You think Dan's going to put that up in 5 seconds? You don't think he needs a little?
Hear what I said?
It doesn't even matter. It's PhD, Mr. Czar. Or is it okay if I
go to break?
Okay. Hey, you ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? It's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. I'll tell you, others, their rewards, terrible. Same old. Fan Cash. It's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league. Collectibles, exclusive experiences, that's all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you cannot get at other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to Profit Boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
And from St. Louis. Oh, okay. I give you that.
I've got Chris Sims about Bo Nix coming up in a second. I'm looking at the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You mean MacArthur? I can't believe this show is called PhD. I know why, but I'm feeling dumber by the minute listening to you.
Well, that's fair.
General MacArthur, is that what?
As we said, MacArthur.
Didn't you say MacArthur?
I said MacArthur.
So why is this guy saying you mean MacArthur? That's
I
what
said
you said.
MacArthur.
Yeah, okay.
Or actually, there was another.
You might have said McCarty, but you never know.
I didn't say McCarty in that one. But if I did, there was a little-known general from the Persian War named McCarthy. Wrote some songs, did some cool things, helped invade Liverpool. Look it up.
I understand he did so on a jet. Jet.
Back in the USSR.
I heard that's. I heard that.
Yeah, and you know what? When they got there, they went helter-skelter.
They did, and then when it was over, he just said, "Let it be."
Yeah. You know what?
You want us to keep going?
When they left,
Tyler's.
You know what his pilot's name was? He said, "Hey, Jude, let's head on back. Get back to where he once belonged."
And when they got back, he could reunite with his true love, Eleanor Rigby.
Oh, isn't that nice?
She was waiting.
Isn't that nice? You know what they love to do on their time off?
Darning some socks.
Watch little blackbirds.
Okay.
Singing in the dead of night.
Should we stop, Tyler? He doesn't even.
While they were holding hands.
We could keep going.
I'm just watching and observing.
It's like a tennis match.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
All right.
You guys are just rallying back and forth.
Fair enough.
That was a good rally, though.
We could keep going. We got a lot of songs.
Easy. We might as well spend a day in our life.
Oh, my God. All right. We got to come together.
I guarantee you guys are making people laugh.
As Ross Colton said, here comes the sun.
Here comes the sun. That's what Ross Colton said.
Yeah.
Went to the rink and the sun came up. Here comes the sun.
I've always looked at Tyler as if we were band as he's our guitar. And right now, he's slowly weeping. That's a stretch, that one.
Yeah, that's a stretch. All right, let's finish up this magical mystery tour and get back to more sports talk.
Yeah, because we got Lucy in the sky.
All right, stop. You win. You win. You win.
No.
You win. I'm giving it to you. You win. All hail Hastings. Scotty flopping czar on YouTube would be
outstanding.
Sensational. Like, Dan, I don't know if you could find like a video of a flop and we could sort of see how we would institute.
Yeah, there's got to be highlights of flopping.
I'm sure there's got to, just.
I could be there. Boom, stand. We have a guy who never speaks standing like in a sergeant's uniform right behind me.
I know. I understand.
Dude, you know what his name was? You know what you need for your YouTube videos? Never mind. You guys just keep going.
Tyler was trying to make a comment, but he yellow submarines at the bottom of the ocean right there. Yeah. All right. Oh, so you'd have to do a little play-by-play of the flop, and then you'd have to institute the fine. So what we got is Houston against Oklahoma City. Houston's up by 5. We're halfway through the second quarter, it's James Harden who's being guarded by. Oh, that's a good one. It's a double flop.
Yeah.
All right.
And they call it
pause. So.
Well, actually, no, there's no fine on this.
That's a powerful man. There's actual.
I think that's I think that's legit.
That's Perkins still playing, or is that?
No, I don't think so.
But this is.
But they have established defensive position.
Established defensive position. This is no flop.
It's just 2 of them. So you would Czar.
Well, but this guy right here, I can't remember his name. Funny name. 7 foot. He's 7 foot, like 270. So I mean, I can see where he can knock 2 guys over.
Yeah, it just so happens that
no flop. This was a no flop video you found?
I just typed in YouTube worst NBA flops of all time.
Can I see the rest of it?
Sure, hit play, Dan.
Yeah. No, that's a charge.
No, I mean, all right, we're going to Charlotte against Golden State. And
Klay Thompson stepping up for 3.
Lance Stevenson got slapped in the face, but it's like he got shot.
He got with
these are going too quick, Dan. I mean, oh my God, that is terrible. That right there.
That's Jeff Green. Oh well, that used to be that's Lowry.
I'm dead. I died. Hey ref, did you see I died?
Lowry used to be the captain of the All USA team for flopping. I used to say it on a broadcast.
But we can wrap this up. I know how to do this.
Yeah,
what that was was slight hand to the face.
Yeah.
Because that's a very common exaggeration.
Yeah, but now you're
slight
calling your
hand to
mama.
the face. So what's a slight hand to the face like you were shot? What's that fine?
You pay the other guy that got called with a foul $5,000.
All right, now let's look at the next one. It's a Celtics Sixers
These aren't
game.
any good ones, though.
Well, we'll see. Hit play.
These are 20 years old.
Okay, stop.
Both guys, $250,000.
It was
both guys, arms out. One guy's going to throw down, grab his throat like he's hit, and the other guy's going to fall down like he got pulled. This is $250,000 each.
It was a dual flop. It was big guy, slight contact, and low post.
Yeah.
That's $250,000 each?
Each.
Okay.
Go back and run
Wow.
this one again.
I mean, that's pricey, but you're going to learn your lesson. You're gonna do that.
No, you know what?
With head back.
The Celtic guy never got hit in the face. That's $500,000. That's Embiid. I don't like him. So that's $500,000 too. So
Well, that's fair. I mean, as long as you could say that on the call.
This
I
on
don't like you.
appeal. This on appeal. Well, he's the old. Is he from Jamaica? Well, he played.
United States of America. That's a U.S. hero on the U.S. Olympic team. That's where he's from.
So I guess he gets to qualify.
Well, he's a U.S. hero.
Well,
yeah,
because he has
he's a gold medal is what he's got.
Okay, so guess what? $500,000.
Okay, you got one more, Dan. And
I fined him $250,000. They appealed. I increased it to $500,000. That's how it works.
We got Luka leaning into a guy at the free throw line. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay.
It was on the other guy, not Luka. But this is
it's a foul, and then the flop right there because you're stupid and you can't afford it.
This I would call this falling significantly after contact.
Significant after contact. 125.
125 falling significantly after contact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you appeal it, it's going to go to 250.
Automatically.
Automatic if you appeal.
Automatically.
Oh yeah.
You lose every appeal.
I'm not going to make a mistake on my
So
first
in
fine.
Scott's world, Tyler, every appeal, the fine is automatically doubled.
Yeah.
If you lose your appeal, it
So
should get doubled.
you
Like I think
are-
you should be able to appeal, but if you lose the appeal, you're getting doubled.
But he's saying you are allowed to appeal, but as soon as you file it, it's doubled.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
you know
that's
what?
a little rough, Scott. But
Because I'm not going to make a mistake the first time. That's Bogdanovich. He was the one of the captains for the All-Croatian flop team.
I think this has some wings.
Has legs.
I think it has some legs, yeah.
Found video from
But
dudes
you know
who
what I
played
said?
8 years ago.
I said I think this has some wings.
Oh.
We get to No Dumb Questions coming up next here on PhD.
Hey, do you spend as much time planning for your summer vacation as you do planning for retirement? Let Trajan Wealth's family office help you plan your financial future with the same detail, coordinating your investments, taxes, and estate plans so everything works together like your dream trip. Call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN-1 and start planning your future like you plan your next vacation. It's never too early to plan for retirement. Whether it's years away or right around the corner, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they can help you feel ready for what's next. So just start the conversation today at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors take the time to listen, to teach, and create a plan that's going to reflect your values and your goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, here we go. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. I'm looking for some no dumb questions. You guys got anything off the top of your head? Anything going on in your lives? Any foolishness happening that we could cover? Tyler, you always seem to have something that is going amiss. Everything good in that department?
Well,
what was your latest thing?
I got no dumb question.
Sure. Right.
Well, I brought it up a while ago, and you kind of gave him an out.
Okay.
But what do you think about
hold on. Before you bring it up, let me apologize for that. I should never give him an out.
Well, this is fine. But he didn't know you did.
Okay.
But I won't bring up the out yet and see if he uses the out.
All right.
What do you think of a guy that says to the world, hey, I'm chilly because I'm wearing kind of a medium depth jacket. Maybe It's not a full blown March jacket or February jacket.
Get ready, Dan.
But it's a medium weight jacket, hoodie, zipped up. Because obviously he's saying to the world, hey, look, I'm cold.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got shorts and flip-flops on.
It's an interesting look.
I mean, what are you saying?
Well, it looks like a Colorado fall look that I could respect. Like that's actually pretty common in Colorado. But usually it's a hoodie rather than a jacket.
Right.
But shorts, flip-flops, and a hoodie is a staple Colorado look.
Or shorts, hiking boots, and a hoodie. Or
sure.
Oh, that's really common. That's nothing. That's just like every day.
But I'm talking.
No, the open-toed flip-flops, the exposed skin toes flip-flop look at work is a curious sort of thing.
Right.
Dan, you want to weigh in on this?
No, I'm good.
Dan does enjoy wearing open-toe flip-flops.
Yeah. Take the money and run. Hated that. Remember that?
And they're not slides.
Springer
either.
does it too.
They're not slides.
No, they're not slides.
They're the you're jamming the one toe.
Yeah.
They're flip flops.
I actually got no issue with the flip flop. What's wrong with the flip flops?
At work, open toes for a dude at work.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
You might drop a computer on it.
It's curious.
Well, that's the risk that he runs. But I got no issue with the look.
No dumb question. Could we?
Hold on. You guys are telling me you never wake up too lazy to put socks on?
I seriously cannot remember the last time I showed up in the workplace.
Well,
we all dress like
you
slobs.
bike to work every day, so you got to put on your cleats.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I have a change of shoes.
Bro tank Friday with flip-flops?
I'm taking. That's what I'm doing tomorrow.
All right.
What's wrong with flip-flops?
It's pretty casual.
What do you wear to work every day, Mr. Fancy Guy?
I don't go that casual.
The toes take the casual to another level.
The open toe at work it's interesting.
It's a whole nother level.
It's a whole other level of casualness.
Don't worry about them.
DMac, the clothing czar now.
Seriously.
No, I'm more worried about the
clothing
flip-flops with shorts and flip-flops, saying that I'm freezing, but let me help myself freeze more.
Now, that's a fair question, but there is nothing wrong with flip-flops in Colorado. That's socially acceptable.
At work.
Or California.
How many workplaces do you think, aside from
DMac,
swimming pools?
You don't get to equate.
Google.
You don't. Hold on. You do not ever, today or ever, get to equate our workplace to a normal workplace.
Okay. All right.
We work in a sweaty closet.
How many other guys
full of Scott's farts?
All right. So how many other guys wear open toe flip flops here at the radio station?
I mean, I've done it multiple times. I don't do it daily like he does.
Springer does it too.
Springer does it on the regular?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you and Springer and sometimes Tyler.
So stoners.
I'm about to because I'm feeling defensive over my guy. I'm about to start wearing them every Friday.
I don't care what you wear. It doesn't bother me. It's funny,
Sounds
Scott.
like you do care.
I really don't care. But it has stood out to me like, man, we are pretty casual around here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was taking more of the temperatures, the statement of the heavy jacket, but then make sure I have shorts and flip-flops on. But if you're cold, shouldn't you just be cold?
You're right. We're the last people to talk about clothing. We all dress like slobs basically every day when we're in here.
Right.
So, yeah, that's a fair point. But, like...
Now, listen, if I was working in a cubicle Would it be acceptable to wear flip-flops? Probably not.
So could Sal Wolf, our salesperson to the Stars, wear flip-flops?
That's a different workplace than our workplace.
Well, I mean, it's just it's like 10 feet across the hall.
That is an entirely different environment than our environment.
But
we've got a nook.
What if he's in the privacy of his little cubicle office thing and wants to just take his shoes off?
See, I'm here for that. Now, on an airplane, different story. Now that's my space.
What if Dan had the same outfit and you were sitting next to him on a plane?
As long as he doesn't take the flip-flops off.
Or
I'm
put
okay.
him on the rest.
But isn't the slide between the two toes just like a G-string for the toe?
Do you have a problem with the G-string now?
Huh? Whoa. Not necessarily. But, I mean, isn't a flip-flop a G-string for the foot?
Yeah. I couldn't argue with that.
So if you're sitting next to a man with a G-string on his foot on a plane, you're okay?
Yeah, as long as he doesn't take the G-string off.
Okay, wow.
Oh, hey, we got a text from Steve Nelson, guys.
What's Steve got to say?
He is calling out Mark Moser. Steve says,
oh, really?
Mark Moser whips out his little piggies all the time. He's a flip-flop devotee.
Okay, so we got a couple guys around here. Okay.
Well, and Steve Nelson, the king of Vans.
I'll tell you this. If I'm on a plane and a dude's wearing a G-string on his foot, it's making me uncomfortable because it's too much foot. It's too much exposed foot. You don't want to be riding on a plane with a guy with that much exposed foot.
Did you have a problem in college when guys were wearing to college all the time?
But I'm not on a plane. Like, what are you talking about?
You know,
in
come
college?
to think of it, like if you're on a plane, if you want to take your shoes off and keep your feet just under the seat in front of you where your feet belong, you might be allowed to do that.
Oof, that is pushing it.
But as soon as your feet come out of that,
now
you got to put the shoes back on.
Oh, man. You take your shoes off and you got exposed feet on a plane, man. You are not my friend. That is bad. Seriously, that's not good.
Yeah.
And frankly, wearing a G-string on your foot, to me, that's just as bad. That's not good. I'll tell you this.
No.
I'll tell you, dudes wearing shorts on planes, like short shorts, exposed thigh guy.
Daisy Duke.
If you want to wear
John
shorts,
Stockton guy.
Yeah, if it's a John Stockton guy on your plane ride, that's not good. That's too much information.
Yeah, because that's going to ride up too.
Yeah, if you got longer shorts, border shorts, or whatever, I'm fine with that. No big deal. Jorts, jean shorts, whatever. You're wearing shorts? Yeah, like you're going for a run? Where, on the plane? What are we doing here? All right, anything else? Nailed that one. Chris Hansen. Oh, STFU, you cargo short dork. We got a lot of response to this, though. I was on a flight last week where a guy not only had flip-flops, but was picking at his toenails next to me.
That's crossing the line.
That crosses the line.
Yeah, that absolutely crosses the line.
But isn't there a temptation to pick the old toes if you got flip-flops on?
I've seen Scott do that all the time or two on Zoom.
Scott, you've been in a locker room many times, right? You tell me if I cross the line, because I got accused of this every single week before the game. It was just one of my things. I didn't like my fingers when they got hit to have my nails be long because it just added extra bruising, right? So before every game, I'd sit in my little locker. I've got my stall. I'd put a towel on the ground, and I'd clip my fingernails, okay? My buddies in the lockers next to me would get upset with me. And I said, this is my space. Like, in my space, I can clip my fingernails. This is a locker room. I should be allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
I mean, it was strategic, by the way, because these fools are keeping long fingernails, and they're just making it worse for themselves.
On the text line, it's a flopping foot, you jackass. So it's okay for women to expose their feet? Yeah, totally different. Women, fine. Women can wear open toe anything, anytime they want.
G-string on a man, bad. On a woman, good.
G-string on a woman, always good in any situation. Foot or otherwise, always good. Never an issue.
Hey, welcome to the RHD, Rex Ryan, Hastings.
That's right. A grown man wearing flip-flops and they're not at a beach or in a locker room or shower, you have to question their man card.
No. Like the man card gets questioned for people that are offended by it.
Oh, it's a manly thing to wear a G-string on your foot?
Is this the texter saying that the jersey wearing no T-shirt under guy and the flip-flop, there's an age limit, is what he's saying?
Well, there could be an age limit to it, maybe.
How about them people that wear them open toes and they got a big toe that's taking a left or right turn?
I was just gonna go. This might be relative to the quality of your foot.
Yeah.
I mean, how good looking is your foot? I mean,
Yeah.
maybe if you're. Does Dan have exceptionally good looking feet?
He thinks he does.
Dan, grade your feet in terms of their aesthetic looks.
I'm not sure he has toes, but he may have tingers.
A scale of 1 to 10, 1 being, you got to be kidding me. I'm looking at this in an anatomy book like, whoa. And 10 is I have an OnlyFans page. What is your score for your own feet?
I'll give it as many toes as I have, so a 7.
PhD on
That was good.
92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado. They don't even care if you're wearing flip-flops. Phil Long Ford is a great car dealership, guys. And when I tell you I've been a customer for a very long time, I mean it. I've bought many vehicles from Phil Long Ford. I know him, love him, trust him, and relationships matter to me. If you're anything like me, you'll probably become a long-term customer at Phil Long Ford after you buy that first vehicle because they're going to treat you different. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
You know, guys, what we should be doing right now?
Oh,
fishing?
No, we should be getting ready for Game 5.
Well, that's true.
Today would be Game 5. So in lieu of that, and as we have seen no action yet about Jared Bednar, what do you think that says about his future? What's your guess? And when do you think we'll know definitively if his job's okay?
Well, first off, I don't think Jared Bednar is going to get fired. So I'll start with that. Certainly, if we hear a presser tomorrow, we're going to know one way or the other. But I don't think that it implies anything if we don't, one way or the other. If Scott brought it up earlier, and this one's different than a normal firing, man. I mean, it's too emotional. Like, you really got to think this thing through. It's like a John Elway, I got to sleep on it type of moment. So I think that we could make it to Monday without anything happening at all, potentially.
That's what I think is going to happen. I'd be shocked if there's a presser tomorrow. In fact, if there's a presser tomorrow, it might be because they have decided. But, I mean, Bednar's given you 10 years. You've done a lot of good things. You won as many games. I think he's probably got to be the winningest coach in Avs history. There's a whole lot of things you got to think about. But then you point out also he's going into his last year of a deal. And do you want to pay a guy for a year not to coach? Do you have somebody in the wings waiting? You know, are you talking to people? How do we know? Have you heard anything? Are they talking to anybody that say, hey, if this happens, would you be interested? Because those conversations will happen.
Yeah, it is interesting because the way the Avs went out was shocking. Like, nobody expected this. Not this way. That being said, I think that this decision, whether or not to keep the coach, either happens relatively quickly. The more time goes on, I think the worse for Bedsy.
Maybe.
I think if you really got to think about this over the weekend, you're allowing more doubts to creep in. When you put more time between what happened and the decision, that makes it easier to move in a different direction, in my opinion.
Well,
so I'm saying tomorrow's kind of a big day for Bedsy.
There's a massive soccer game Saturday in Budapest.
Oh, with Arsenal?
Yeah.
How big is it?
The European Championship League, I think.
And Arsenal's involved with it?
It's the finals, yeah.
Okay, I know what you're saying.
So, I mean, are you going to have your owner not be here on Friday, or is he going to have the presser and then fly all the way to Budapest?
Raj has said, and thank you, Raj, for this information, for the past couple of years, Josh has not been at the Avs year-end presser.
But if you're firing a guy, you will be.
You would think so. You would think so.
Yeah.
So
that seems impossible to not be there if you fire a guy.
All right. So we're just sort of making some deductive reasoning here. If they don't have the end of the year presser, which Josh does not have to be at because he hasn't been, so not required. It's just a different setup with the Avs and the Nuggets. You got Chris McFarland. You got Joe Sakic. That's good enough. You got your head coach, theoretically. But if you're changing Bednar, let me ask you that. If you're changing Bednar, would Josh need to be there to explain it? Or is Joe's not good enough? Yes, no?
I don't know.
Yeah, but if it's just, we're disappointed, we need to change this, we need to work on this,
Joe's the president of the
then you're
team.
fine. But not if you're firing a guy. If you're firing a guy, you need the owner, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm asking, do you?
Well,
I mean, the owner can do whatever the heck he wants to do, but it certainly would be
seems
incredibly
like
unusual.
Has there been a lot of pressers where the owner wasn't involved in a firing in a lot of sports?
I'm trying to go. I think the owner's probably pretty present at every firing of a coach. Yeah. It's hard to think of one where the owner of the team actually wasn't present to sort of address the situation. I don't think you have to be, but that's interesting. So is this soccer match
huge? One of the biggest in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd say tomorrow's a big day then. I think he stays too, by the way. Not only do I think he stays, I think he should stay. I think the Avalanche situation is closer to what Biz said on Spittin' Chicklets, meaning they're not really that far away. And while it feels bad, a complete overhaul really isn't needed. It's more like some fine-tuning, at least for one more year.
Yeah, and I'll say this also. I think if Jared Bednar is back, you can more or less expect to not have any major changes anywhere. I mean,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I
Dave
think
Haxtell, the assistant coach, the power play guy, he's only been
that's not
here.
what I'm talking about. That's not a major change to me. That's
okay. Well, that's
I'm talking about core glue guys is what I'm talking about.
You're talking about players because Haxtell's his lead assistant.
Yeah, maybe this sounds foolish. I don't consider any assistant coach a major change.
Okay, all right.
I really don't.
So you're just talking about personnel.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Bednar is that. I think he gives his opinion on personnel, but I don't think he's like Sean Payton. I don't know who's in charge of personnel with the Nuggets, frankly. I'm not sure.
John Wallace.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay. John Wallace is making final decisions on Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon?
Well, I mean, you're probably going to get, if it's getting rid of or do this, you're probably going to have to get a final yes or no. But the guy working the deal out is going to be him.
I got paperwork, but who's making the call?
Oh, that'd be the guy that's going to be in Budapest.
Okay. Is that the same with the Avs?
I would think so.
So we're dealing Val Nichushkin and Josh Crocky's involved with that decision?
I don't know, but if you're saying, if you're Tyler and you're trading Gabe Landeskog, yeah.
Josh is involved if you're moving on from Gabe Landeskog. Are you sure?
Well, I would think so.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Well, I would.
Well, hold on. I mean, when you say involved, what do you mean by that?
He's going to be notified, and he's going to either say yay or nay.
He gets a veto.
Yeah, I mean, he always gets that right. I mean, and Gabe would certainly be in the category of informing Josh. Yes, of course.
Do you think at the highest levels Josh was involved with the Mikko Rantanen situation?
I think he was in the loop.
I believe he was too. I think he'd have to be.
Yeah.
It's that big of a deal. So yes, Gabe, yes. All right, I agree. Gabe would rise to that.
Nico or Nichushkin?
No. No. I mean, I think you did form him. I think we found a deal for Nichushkin.
I think you got to move Wedgwood too.
Whoa, fun hot take right there. To make it more clear cut.
Got to make it more clear cut, which is satisfying.
You drafted Nabokov, the goalie. You drafted him, and he was up with the Eagles.
And he played, and Wedgwood played well enough. You might be able to get something.
You could do that.
Let me just say this: if you're going to do that, just get rid of them both.
Get
rid of them both.
Why?
Because if Blackwood gave you a reason last year, he'll give you a reason again.
Well,
so I don't buy into the DMac theory of clearing the path for the unproven quarterback. I buy into the theory of let the guy clear the path for you.
Blackwood did have a good record, and he did have a good save percentage, and he is only 26 versus 35.
Hey, I think Blackwood did a lot of great things. But one thing he was not capable of doing this year was holding on to the job.
Well, he was injured.
He did get hurt.
He was hurt. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, he took a long time to just get healthy.
Okay.
So there was that.
And if they thought that he was better when healthy, he would have the job.
It was a shaky situation, but they are clearly
who started the first game and who started the last game.
Yeah, listen, who's younger, who gets paid more money? I mean, now that we're in these conversations, it's not about who's the hottest goalie, it's who we're more committed to. You are financially and age-wise way more committed to Blackwood than Wedgwood. Mm-hmm. It's not even close. Scott's saying you just clear the decks and there's no ambiguity about anything.
You got a young guy in the wings. You got another young guy that's got the reins. Let the other young guy get his feet wet. And Wedgwood played well enough this season that you're probably able to get something for him.
Do you know the Eagles are playing a playoff game tonight in Loveland?
Ooh, you want to go up there?
Respectfully, no.
Okay.
But you would see quite a few guys who played for the Avalanche playing tonight. You would see Taylor McCarr playing. You'd see Brindley playing. You would see Ajon playing. You would see guys who played for the Avs. You would see Alex Gagne playing. You would see Trent Miner play. You would see guys who have played for the Avs play tonight in a playoff game. You would. That is happening. And I'll tell you this. I've been to an Eagles game. It's an awesome environment. It's sold out, and they're freaking into it. They have a great presentation, and it's a big-time, exciting game. So I shouldn't even laugh at that. You know what? That's actually a damn good question. I wonder if Cat Cave would want to journey up to Loveland.
Maybe they've
She's got a Taylor. I bought her a Taylor McCarr sweater.
Maybe they got an eagle's nest she could sit and watch
Here
the game
we
from.
go. Go ahead.
I don't have another one.
Instead of Avs Alley, Eagles Nest.
Eagles Nest?
Yeah.
Taking Cat Cave to an Eagles game where there's a bunch of guys who play for the Avs in a playoff situation would be a freaking awesome night out. Damn, son, that's a good idea. That's a lot of energy, though. That's a long drive.
It's a long drive.
That's fun, though. I bought her a Taylor McCarr hockey sweater. She's got one. She's got an Eagles McCarr sweater. She's refused to wear it to an Avs game because she said to me, it's the wrong McCarr. But if we went to an Eagles game,
it's the right McCarr.
It's the right McCarr. And I bet Kale's up there supporting his brother, don't you think?
Well, isn't it McCarr and McCarr?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Don't you think Kale hung around to go support Taylor, his
Dude,
brother?
have you seen McCarr?
Dude, where my car?
McCarr's in Loveland.
What's it say?
McCarr. Dude, where's McCarr?
You know what? We shouldn't actually.
Sweet.
This is actually a big deal. We should hope that they do well. I mean, it's hockey in Colorado. It's playoff hockey in Colorado. It's happening in Loveland, not at Ball Arena.
It was a good try. Good effort.
You
Frustrating.
gotta text Cat Cave and see if she'd be.
Damn, I will text Cat Cave, see if she wants to do that. How the hell would I get tickets for that?
Well, you know some people.
I guess I do. You think that would help?
Yeah.
I can get a couple in the arena into the Eagles Nest?
Yeah.
Is that what they call it?
Well, you can always
Blue
use your credential, go inside and leave her outside like you usually do.
I could do that.
I'm saying instead of an Avs Alley, they may have an Eagles Nest.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they got all sorts of stuff like that.
Just
up
got to be
there.
careful of the funny little squiggly line things there.
Yeah, but
Stay up.
We making Nazi jokes now?
Is it too soon?
Jeez.
Well, the last time we checked, we took over the Eagles Nest, so I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Like we took it back. You know, we got it. Band of brothers.
That's right.
That's how that wrapped up. All right, go Eagles.
That's kind of cool. Maybe we get some sound and get some.
Dan, you know who they're
interviews.
playing? They're playing. I
Iowa
guess they beat Coachella. They beat the festival.
Yep. Set them on fire.
It's not Burning Man. People have texted us. It's not Burning Man. It's a different thing. Burning Man and Coachella are two different.
Yeah, but they're same kind of area, isn't it?
Desert, fire.
You guys want
Makes
to? You
sense
guys
to
want
me.
to come with me in Cat Cave up to Loveland?
I'm good.
They're playing the Wolves.
Of what?
Chicago.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Chicago Wolves.
Is this game
Is
one?
there a lot of Wolves in
It is
Chicago?
game one of the AHL Western Conference Finals.
Wow. Oh man, there are quite a few guys who played for the Avs though that would be playing tonight. Quite a few.
Is it televised anywhere?
That's a good question. Would Altitude throw that on?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that either. That would be a fun damn night. You know what? I'm not doing anything else tonight. We were all going to be doing something tonight. Listen, you could knock me over with a feather to say there wasn't going to be a game 5.
Yeah.
Seriously. Like, I don't know in your personal lives how you map things out. We sit down and like on a Sunday night, what do we got with it? Oh, this, that, this. This was definitely on the docket. Like
Yeah.
tonight we're at Ball Arena tonight.
The feather, you could have knocked me over with that if you told me they would lost the series at all, let alone a game 5.
Right. Like game 5 was going to happen. As soon as they lost game 1.
Game 5 still going to happen.
Oh, that's what we said. We said, well, all right. We'll get tickets for
Don't
game
let
5.
them win.
Well, that's what happened. All right. We have some interesting football stuff with quarterback relationships. We'll dig into that with Let's Football Go coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. They're the best. Others, oh, come on. Their rewards are just the same old, same old. But Fan Cash, is the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to Profit Boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right. Let's football go. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, Brad. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. They are the best. By the way, Cat Gabe wants to go to Loveland. She wants to go. Crazy.
Seriously?
Yeah, so I'm swear to God.
So should I apologize to you? Or
No, hell no.
are
That
you
sounds
okay?
like a fun date night, man. It's just something totally different. But I now I got to figure out how to get tickets. I'm not sure how to do that, to be quite honest with you. How does that secondary tickets for can I get tickets?
I'm sure you can.
Yeah, now I'm kind of stressing out about that, but I'll figure it out, right?
Well,
One way or the other.
One of the big guys are here. Ladies here.
Yeah. You think?
Yeah,
You
he
think?
would know.
But with the Eagles?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll ask. I'll beg.
And Sean would know somebody.
You think?
Yeah.
In Loveland?
We own it.
We do?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Do we really? Seriously?
Yes.
That's one of our properties?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, okay. You know, Big Rob is is like the PA guy.
Well,
there you go.
Walk
There's
down
your
there and
in.
ask him.
I'll ask him, right? He's probably not here. He's probably at the game 5 hours early.
What time's the game start?
I don't know. That's another issue. I got to find out what time. A lot of issues right now. So with the personal issues, but that's fun. Let's go see some playoff hockey tonight in Colorado. Right? We don't have to all be down in the dumps. We have guys like Gavin Brindley and Taylor McCarr and Jack Ashon. He's probably in somebody's pocket. Like, we can go watch some of these guys. Trent Miner, guys we know, guys we love, guys we sort of say, hey, there's that guy. Alex Gagne, I saw him practice.
Was it Trent Ashon?
I don't know. All right, Dan, let's football go. What do we got?
Just real quick, I'm on AXS right now.
You're on
looking
what?
looking at AXS.
Yeah.
Looking at Eagles tickets.
What we got?
$37 to $440.
$440?
$37 to $440, depending on where you sit.
$440? What am I, on the third line? $440.
You better be on the ice, yeah.
$37 would be fine.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
All right.
Well, maybe they have a luxury box there.
$440 in Loveland? The arena's not that big.
Exactly.
All right, let's go, Dan.
Supply and demand.
Maybe you get a foot massage.
All right, guys. Chris Sims is doing his quarterback rankings heading into the 2026 NFL season. He's leaking it out slowly, but yesterday he got to Bo Nix, who he has ranked at number 16 heading into the season, the 16th best quarterback in the NFL. Here's Chris on what he likes.
Middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack. Here's what he likes about Bo and doesn't like about Bo.
Bo Nix, first off, clutch as hell. Let's talk about that. No doubt. Arm is that's the one thing when I'm coming back that I would say is my number one thing. His arm is explosive. It's explosive. He makes a lot of big power throws. And then he can throw the ball really awesome on the run too, as we saw. Now, its efficiency is more about what the problem is with Bo Nix. And it's a little bit of all of it there. But these are things that you certainly can fix. And what I would say with Bo Nix, first off, is sometimes a little bit like Daniel Jones, where you go, wait, just because the Red Sea parted, you don't have to run.
Right.
You know, you don't have to run. A little bit better pocket feel. Because there are times where I go, wait, you know, there's a lane and he just tucked it and ran. And I want to be like, no, this is the perfect play versus this coverage. And you got somebody wide open for 20 yards right there. Like, I don't know if that was the time to run. Yeah, you got 4 yards, but again, you might have lost 30 right there. So I feel like that a little bit. There are other times too where I could sit there and go, or hang in the pocket more. It's going to be open, and he kind of gets out, and because he's an athlete and he can make some plays on the run. But again, there could be plays left there as well.
Okay, so first off, do you guys agree with Chris Sims' assessment there of Bo Nix? And what would you say you guys like most about Bo and don't like about Bo Nix's game, at least right now?
The thing I like the least is the inconsistency in the first half. The thing I like the most is the bravado, the confidence that he has in the fourth quarter. And I don't know why those two things are counteracting one another. I don't know why they exist in the same world, because you would think if you've got that kind of confidence and bravado in the fourth quarter, you could show up in the first and second quarter as well. So I guess it's a little bit different take than what Chris is talking about. He's talking about more specifics. Mine is more, what's wrong with the pregame prep that we struggle so much in the first half?
Got to get the ankle loose.
Yeah, I think Chris Sims is more or less right about everything. I think you can win a Super Bowl with the 16th best quarterback in the NFL. You can.
Yeah, just add Brad Johnson.
Yep, you got to have the right defense. You where was Eli Manning ever? In terms of best quarterbacks in the league at any time. He was probably in that 15, 16 range, wouldn't you think? He won 2 Super Bowls. Brad Johnson was probably lower, but I think there's a history of guys who haven't been the best quarterback who have won, but they're good enough.
That seems pretty low for Eli.
You think so?
You're talking about as an active player?
As an active player.
Yeah, as an active player, he was probably never outside the top 10.
All right.
Would you put Sam Darnold outside the top 10?
Yeah.
He just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
Listen, similar, Joe Flacco has a great stat. The year they won a Super Bowl. He had 11 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions. Was Joe Flacco a top 10 quarterback? Maybe that year he was, but you know what he was? Similar to the Las Vegas Golden Knights, he was hot and was playing his best at the right time of the year. That's what you need. So I know you're joking about the ankle, but Bo is good enough to win a Super Bowl. He is, but he does have to stay healthy too.
Right.
And we're not wondering if he's not good enough to win. We all think they would have beat the Patriots if Bo Nix was healthy.
My biggest concern is what he talked about right there is that the accuracy down the field is of want sometimes. He has struggled with that. His analytical efficiency numbers past 15, 20 yards is bad.
But as Tyler pointed out, and Tyler, you're right about this, he does seem to come through in the clutch and play better when the situation tightens up.
It's the thing I like the most and the thing I like the least.
It's a good characteristic.
So far, but some guys also play better when there's nothing to lose.
Well, I think
we're gonna get beat. Might as well.
But the dude's not scared of the moment. No. He's not. It would be great if he was more consistent earlier in the games, and maybe that will come with more experience. It would make sense, right?
Well, the Broncos will never be true Super Bowl contenders until he's a 4-quarter player. I mean, you might fall into a Super Bowl with an incredible defense because Bo's probably good enough to do that. But I mean, a true contender, start to finish, beginning of the year to the end of the year, you'll never do that unless Bo Nix is playing 4 quarters.
And you'll never have that from Bo unless he can truly be healthy. By the way, Bo Nix football camp coming up in June in Arvada. Saw that out there yesterday. So
Cat Cave ought to go down and check that out.
Oh, man, she would love to go see a football camp in Arvada. Next, Dan.
All right, guys, let's hear from the Vikings quarterbacks. 2 cuts here. First is Kyler Murray.
This is funny.
And then JJ McCarthy on their relationship so far.
Relationship with JJ to this point?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him. Obviously, I feel like I've played 7 years now, going on 8. So I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that. So it's been good.
Okay, so there is
best friends.
There's Kyler Murray.
They're buddies, right? They're pals.
If you just heard that, everything's great. They're probably going to Mexico with each other, like Bo Nix and the Broncos quarterbacks do.
Let's go.
Let's take the one. That's right.
Now here's JJ McCarthy asked the same question.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like 2 guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
Why do you think their answers were so different?
Because one guy's confident, one guy's insecure. I mean, that's the reason.
Well,
that's why Kyler Murray's clearly going to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, one guy's telling the truth, the other guy's full of shizzle. That's what the truth is there too.
Well, so you're saying Kyler's the one full of shizzle?
Of course.
Well, that's fine, but Kyler's also doing the right thing in the media.
Yes, true. He's
I mean, he's being the vet.
Yes.
He's being the smart vet.
Yes.
Which is
and the other guy is acting like he's a little bit butt sore.
Could you sound a little bit more insecure there, JJ?
Yeah. Bad draft pick in the first place. Ain't ever going to work out.
I promise you, when I heard it, I literally Googled, is this AI? Because I thought that somebody made JJ just sound intentionally bad.
When I saw this, I was actually impressed with Kyler Murray's maturity.
Yeah.
And the way he was
But you should check the AI on that one.
I know, right?
Exactly. My impression of Kyler Murray is he's like kind of a dopey video playing, nonchalant, like guy like that. But I saw that quote. I'm like, all right. I don't think he's telling the truth, but at least he's pulling the company line. He sounds like the starter. That's what he sounds like.
Yeah, sound like the starter.
Which
and JJ sound like like he's got his feelings hurt, whiny little.
I think J.J. McCarthy has probably had a pretty privileged life and is dealing with things now after his injury and his struggles that he's never had to deal with in his life. And it shows.
He's a baby.
That's, yes, to put it that way. What are you doing?
What
get your tickets.
No, the people are already working on it.
It's soundproof.
It's already being worked on.
It's double pane,
No, I
Tommy
appreciate
Boy.
it.
Wait, that's not Tommy
Yeah,
Boy. What is
there's
that?
a text.
No, it's Ace Ventura.
People are working on my behalf.
But just
Oh,
did I know?
It's other people.
Did I know?
It's Big Rock. No, it's got nothing to do with Sean. It's irrelevant with Sean. Don't worry about Sean.
You may need more avenues.
No, stop. We got more football.
Do you need more avenues?
No, I do not. I'm good. We're going. I'm going. People, the text line is blowing up. There's people. There's tickets available.
Yeah, just yell at your boy for trying to be nice.
You're being nice. I do appreciate that, but you don't need to bug Sean with it. And now your greasy handprints are all.
I noticed that.
Those are never going away. That will never be cleaned.
That'll never be cleaned ever again.
Never be cleaned.
just like that trash can never gets emptied.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. CBS has their 5 sophomore NFL players poised for a breakout season. Here's the 5 they listed: Abdul Carter of the Giants, Raiders running back Ashton Genty, Panthers wide receiver Tet McMillan, Chargers running back Omarion Hampton, and Jags wide receiver / quarterback Travis Hunter. Of those 5, who do you think is the most likely to have a breakout sophomore campaign?
I'm going to go with Ashton Genty. Clint Kubiak, wide zone running scheme. Yeah.
That's a good one.
That dude too talented to not have an insane breakout season with Clint Kubiak at the helm.
Well, I know who's not going to have a breakout season. It's going to be Travis Hunter because he's going to be a full-time cornerback and just a very part-time receiver.
They did put that down, by the way.
What do you mean?
It was AI.
That wasn't real.
Oh, what am I missing on? So he's a two-way guy still? That's
They said he's still going to be a two-way player, but with a bigger emphasis on defense.
Okay. So I'm confused then. So the first report was an AI, sort of
The first one was not real.
Okay.
The first one said that he's not playing offense.
But now the truth is
the team said that he's going to be a two-way player with a bigger emphasis on defense.
All right. Well,
first guy was a muggle that really didn't know any better.
Okay.
Second guy was Tyler, and he knows.
I think Ashton Genty will. I think Omarion Hampton. Well, I don't know. How are the Chargers going to be this year? Oh, did you see Harbaugh said that he was all for what's his face Herbert going to Europe with his girlfriend because he deserves it and nobody works harder than him and he's glad he could spend some time away with Madison Beer and the whole thing.
Cool.
Like Harbaugh is really. I get the feeling if he's got your back, he's a great coach for guys. Like I think guys probably love that dude.
He's the Garrett Bowles of head football coaches.
You think so?
Yeah.
Kind of. Well, what do you mean by that?
Big, dumb, stupid, has a bad drop step?
No, I meant loyal foxhole guy.
You left it up for interpretation.
Loyal foxhole guy.
Oh my Lord. Can we go to break? Let's just go to break. It's
that bad?
No, that was great. It's PhD on 92.5.
Not kind.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with ED issues, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you back feeling the way you always have. And if the pills or herbals are not working, okay, there's other solutions with advanced medical science to empower male performance. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic therapies go far beyond pills. They deliver advanced medical science to proven therapies to treat ED. And if this is the issue that you have going on right now, let's go. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. The initial appointment is only $99. And with that, you get the consult, the T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25 to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, go Eagles. Cat Cave is like, grab my car and pick me up at 5. And I was like, well, you got the car, but I get what you need.
How are you going to pick her up then?
I'm gonna take my bike on the light rail and zip over to her workplace. She just works at I-25 in Dry Creek. She just works down the road.
You ever thought about getting one of those tandem bikes?
No.
Maybe you guys could enjoy that.
No. I want to get an e-bike for her so we can do more things together. But she has her old job. She got a bonus or something, and she could buy like you get to choose like what your little present is, and she chose a bike. It's like the world's cheapest bike. Like it cost us more to get the bike assembled than the value of the bike itself. Shout out Trek and Highlands Ranch. Thank you guys. But then I've been using her bike because anytime I just have to go down the light rail, I just would rather like ride her crappy bike like a mile and lock it up. And if it gets stolen, like I'm not gonna.
Sorry, Cat Cave.
I'm not gonna leave my really nice bike out for hours.
Scott, I feel like you're missing the punchline here.
What?
Him and his wife have the same size bike.
Well, no, actually, Tyler, I have to adjust the seat, the post up and down.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, you can adjust seat height levels, my friend.
Oh, so I thought maybe you were going to say you put the seat on it.
He takes the seat off.
What are you saying about Cat Cave? Anyways, she just takes the bike, and her boss wanted a bike, so she just gave the bike to her boss to borrow. But I'm like, I'm never going to see that bike again. Because at like, what point is she going to go to her boss? Hey, give me my bike back.
Oh, didn't you do that with a car once?
Anyways, I'll figure it out. I'll get down.
So
there.
your boss borrowed an employee's bike, and you're thinking you ain't ever seen it.
It's a she to she, but she's never. I told her, I said, when are you ever going to get your bike back? Which is really code for, man, I'd really like you to get your bike back because it was convenient for me.
Yeah. When I've got to light rail it, I want to like lock this one up.
Yeah, because like it's a mile walk. Like I can walk a mile. It's not that big of a deal. It seriously isn't. But you know, I'd rather just zip back and forth on the stupid bike. It's all laziness. It's all, degrees of laziness.
Really lazy. It takes a lot of effort to ride your bike there.
But, a mile?
I mean,
what are you talking about?
Without a seat.
Anyways, we're going to Loveland. Without a seat. Going to Loveland. I'll have a little report for you tomorrow about some hockey. I'll get my hockey in. I was going to do hockey. I was always going to do hockey tonight. Tonight was always going to be a hockey night. Always. This was a planned hockey night.
And it still is.
So it still can be Go Eagles. And when she can wear her Taylor McCarr shirt for the first time. She's never even worn it. She's had it in her closet, and, now she can throw it on. And yay.
So you're going to bike over to her place, get her keys.
No, here's what I'll do. I'm going to ride my bike home, grab her McCarr, ride my bike back to work. I'll throw the bike in the back of the car, and we'll zip up to Loveland. It'll be good little for me, it's no big deal. It's just about 8-9 miles.
A little sweaty.
Yeah, but so what? Who cares? That doesn't matter. What does that matter?
Well, what if you want to make out in the car before the game?
With who?
Cat Cave.
Huh? All right. What else we got cooking? What else we got going on, boys? See, we're almost there. Summer radio. We are right around the corner.
Boys. In some ways, it's the most fun time of the year.
Summer radio. Here we go.
So, are you going to be at the game and then watching your phone, watching Game 6?
Oh, I don't care. I'm rooting for the Spurs, but my level of interest, like in specifically watching these games, is almost zero. I can't do it. It's too painful. I won't watch another hockey game the rest of the year. I will barely keep my eyes on the NBA Finals.
I'm kind of cheering for Montreal right now, though.
Well, they're screwed. They're down 3-1.
Yeah, but I still like them. Hey, don't let them win tomorrow.
I think you can let Montreal win tomorrow and the next game, and Carolina's still going to win. I don't think you're afraid of Montreal. How many goals can Alex Newhook score?
I don't know, but I like Montreal.
I do too. Listen, I would rather see Montreal than Carolina in the Stanley Cup final. It would be way more interesting. For sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not pulling against Vegas. I don't know how you guys are feeling about Vegas, but I'm not anti-Vegas.
Listen,
I don't hate Vegas.
I want to see them play somebody else like they play the Avs. If they can do,
that's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah.
See whatever the matchup is against the Avs, because that will actually tell us a lot about what the Avalanche are that got exposed.
Yeah.
I want to see Vegas win the Stanley Cup. I want to know that the Avs were that close. I don't want to see Carolina or Montreal. I'll just say for the sake of argument, Carolina. I don't want to see them blow the doors off Vegas. That'll depress me. That'll make me feel like, man, we were a lot further away. I can sort of, in a grudgingly way, accept 4 one-goal losses, as bitter as it is because it's close. But if Vegas goes and gets their doors blown off by Carolina, that's going to bum me out.
Well, I want to see if they just played above their skis in this one right here, or they were actually able to do to Carolina what they did to Colorado.
Hey, by the way, if the Thunder win tonight, you realize the Nuggets will have lost to the team who lost to the team. They will have lost to Minnesota, who lost to San Antonio, who lost to Oklahoma City.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything to me because I didn't ever think that the Nuggets were close.
Oh, well, no kidding. Here's further proof. If you lose to the team that loses to the team that loses to the team, I mean, you weren't even in the same ballpark. Blow it up.
Ooh.
Oh, you're not close.
Yep.
If the Golden Knights beat Carolina, you know you were close. You know you were close. You're in the Western Conference Final. You were close. I mean, we thought we were better than we actually are. That sucks. But the Nuggets aren't even close.
Let me ask this. So they were close the year before. They took OKC to 7.
Yep. Yeah, they were. They were closer the year before.
So wise on one hand to run it back because they kind of did, except, well, I guess they got rid of Porter.
That's a big move.
That was as big a move as they could have made, too.
Yeah.
It's not looking great for the Nuggets. I hate to say it. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here on the Nuggets, but what they have to do to be able to compete with teams like San Antonio and Oklahoma City, who are both relatively young and deep teams. Like, what do you think? San Antonio is going to get worse? What are you, nuts? Look at who they have. Whether they win now or not. And Oklahoma City had a step in the bucket before they won a championship too.
Yeah. The Oklahoma City, though, the Piper's going to come due here soon.
Meaning what?
Well, that's fine. Who
Meaning
cares?
they've got a lot of guys that they're dependent on are going to have to get paid, and how many guys
good if
stay on the roster.
If their dynasty is this short, then I'm fine with that.
But the problem with that is you got Sam Presti as their guy, and even all the guys that if you can't decide we can't afford this guy, we'll keep this guy. The guys you can't afford are going to bring back even more capital.
True.
I mean, they're really set to be really good for a long time.
Are you going to sit down and watch the game? Are you going to have your eyes on it? Really watch it?
I'm going over to Andy's house and we're going to do our little podcast. So
maybe doing it in person with each other?
Maybe tonight we will.
Really? Why?
Well, because the warden's out of town.
You know they talk on the phone every day.
No, I got
minutes,
it.
Right?
They are a married couple, Andy and Scott. We are quite clear.
I've never seen anything quite like that.
I can show you my phone.
Two
He's
men that
listening
talk on the day.
Second
on the
wife.
He's listening to second wife.
He's listening to second wife.
Yeah, these two are they are an old married couple, Andy and Scott.
I actually don't know if I know another man in my entire life that talks to another man.
You should
every single day
put like
minutes.
a nickel in the jar every time you say I talk to Andy.
You guys are like two old ladies.
Here's what I do. I call him on the drive here, and he calls me on the drive home.
Just to make sure everybody's okay.
Checking
we
in.
all right?
We're
doing good?
Yeah, we're doing.
So wait, I'm sorry. The warden's away, so you're going over to Andy's house tonight?
Yeah. Just to tape our little podcast.
Okay, but also to watch the game?
Well,
are you going to watch the game as you're doing the? Are you going to?
It might be on while we're watching. I'm assuming.
Oh, okay.
Andy has him a little man cave now.
Yeah, well, I've seen the digital. Andy was doing a lacrosse show last night.
Yeah, he does one.
Yeah, the controversial end to the season. Did you guys know there was a controversial end to the Mammoth season?
I did not.
What happened?
What happened?
Well, I don't know. It said the video. Go like and subscribe. Go watch it.
Clearly did not watch it.
I watched it.
You want other people to watch something you didn't watch.
I know. We talked to Brad Self, who's the GM and president of Mammoth Lacrosse.
Okay.
But It's there. Go see it for yourself. It's Andy talking to him about the controversial
So they get job. By the way, speaking of that controversy, what was the one thing in the second episode before they fired the coach that you went, whoa?
Oh man, I don't. I'm not. You gotta give me another hint where you're going.
He's the coach is talking to the team before their match against Panama.
I'm not sure.
He flashes. It's the coach talking to the team, getting ready for the game they're about to play in.
U.S. men's soccer documentary on HBO.
Yeah, and all of a sudden on the screen behind him, they flash up the picture of the head referee, and they go, "Well, we know who he is. We know he's terrible."
Oh, wow.
We know,
yeah.
We know this guy is a horrible referee.
Yeah.
You got to play beyond it. You got to play above it.
Yeah.
And there's a couple no calls and stuff, and one guy ends up getting a red card.
Right, because other guys have been kicked out.
But I've never seen him put the head official on all the basketball, or I don't know, maybe they do it football.
You don't have that in your scouting report?
I'll tell you this. All the dumb things that Josh McDaniels would do, he did a few things that were unique and different than any other coach I've ever had. One of which was on Saturday night. So it wasn't like a part of the game planning necessarily, but a part of our Saturday night before the game. Here's our referees. Here's the scouting report. This guy calls the most personal fouls in the league. This guy's got the most, whatever. And he just goes down the list. This guy's got the most holding penalties. And it just kind of gives you a little bit of information of what to be aware of.
Well, I've never seen it. And for this to be a big game, it was one of the tournaments they're in. And sitting there saying, this guy's horrible. He's one of the lowest rated officials in the world, blah, 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 blah. And had his name up there and everything.
You probably don't need that in basketball because it's so personal. Like, you probably know the refs so well that you don't even need a scouting report. Football, it's like there's so many of them, and you know the head guy. You don't know the rest of the crew.
You don't think it's a standard thing in NBA scouting reports to have a overview of the referee? No, huh? I guess that surprised me a little bit.
You usually will have a picture of who the three guys are on the locker room so you know who they are. Because I used to always tell rookies, I remember sitting down with Dikembe and Fonz. I said, know their names. Don't go, hey, 53. Go, hey, Bill. Watch the guy grab
Does that help?
me. Yeah, because you're making it more personal.
Well, you are the flopping czar.
I am General Czar.
The czar of flopping.
The czar of flopping. Yeah, so I listen, I'd say they're human too. They want to be called by their name, not 53.
Right.
Hey, 53, get that. So, yeah, it's good to go up to him and say, hey, Bill, you got to watch Tyler. Every time I go in the post, he's grabbing my shorts, blah, 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 blah.
And that works.
And you talk to him. It doesn't hurt.
Are you pulling for San Antonio tonight?
Yeah, I'd like to see 7 games. I'd still like a chance to see Oklahoma City get knocked out.
I do too. I can't stand Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I kind of digging the Knicks, though.
Do you guys want to hate the Thunder more?
Sure.
I can help you.
Go for it.
Because I have, for the flopping czar, who is right here, I have data.
You go.
Did you guys happen to see this? Tom Haberstroh, who used to be, I think he was Sports Illustrated forever.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Wrote some books.
Yeah. Great NBA reporter. He's got a newsletter now, but somebody, and thank you to Yahoo, who went behind the paywall on this and dug into how often, here was the study, how often does SGA fall when he shoots?
96% of the time.
Yes.
What's considered a fall?
I bet you.
Hitting the floor.
Okay.
I bet it's in the 60s.
So he did it. He tracked over and
so for every shot.
So what he did was he tracked over 1,000 shots.
Wow, that's crazy.
For SGA,
Jalen
Brunson, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and Wemby.
And so 1,000 shots combined?
No,
yes.
for each, right?
It's individually.
So 1,000 shots each.
Yes.
So 1,000 SGA shots. How often does he end up on the floor?
Okay.
For all of them combined, I bet it's 23 to 2,500.
Listen to this. This is interesting. Okay. This is so far in these playoffs. On shot attempts where he was fouled, where he got a whistle, SGA fell 19 out of 37 times.
Wow.
So 50-some percent.
51%.
That's insane.
James Harden next at 29%. Wemby 25%. Brunson 19, Mitchell 18% of shot attempts.
That's crazy.
On shot attempts, there were no fouls called. Gilgeous-Alexander went down 11% of the time, or 20 out of 187. Harden next at 9% of the time, which goes to show you, fall down, you're probably going to get a whistle. You're probably going to get a whistle because isn't it, Scotty? Isn't balance a part of the kind of like what they're looking for? And so, as a player, like as an offensive player, how do you prove I lost my balance without falling down? So, fall down to be sure you get the whistle.
Well, yeah, because you got dumb officials that don't know any better.
Right,
and half
right.
of them aren't athletic enough to realize that a little nudge isn't going to make me fly.
Exactly. But think about it this way. It's the same as like 90% of offensive fouls are charges that they will ever whistle. It's because the defender fell down.
Right.
Like you have to sell it. You can charge all the time, and if the guy doesn't fall down, you're probably not going to get a whistle. So you have to sell that I lost my balance, I put my weight on my heels, and whoop, there I go. I'm on my butt, and boom, I got a call.
But don't most of the guys on the Thunder flop too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So Dagnall's coaching it.
They've made a science of it.
So that's being coached, right?
Oh, without a doubt.
Got to be, right?
Somewhere, somehow.
And with Gilgeous-Alexander, again, it's, it is broken down to a granular level of like how many points he gets per, like points expected per fall that he gets when he is out on the floor. But like what he has figured out is, and I think that Harden was the first. And then I do think I think the referees actually adjusted to James Harden, Scott.
His last couple of years.
Yeah. And he's not as good, but like it's like gather and rip through moves and stuff like that. Like, okay, I think they've tried to adjust to that. SGA is like he's another evolution of the whistle baiter of okay, my strategy will be I will fall as often as I can.
One of my biggest things with SGA, even if you allowed him to fall and do all the stuff he does, the thing that gets me, if they call an offensive foul at the rim, if I go in for a layup, I can have a guard up there.
Yeah.
I can have my arm bracing, they call it, and I can lay it up, no offensive foul.
Yeah.
But if I extend my arm, it becomes an offensive foul at the rim.
Yes.
Why is it then when I'm stepping into a defender and I extend my arm into the defender to knock him back?
Yeah.
That's not an offensive foul.
It's not an offensive foul. It's
hardly ever called. I mean, it is called once in a while if you don't have a big name.
Yes.
But why isn't that called on SGA? You could call that on him 10 times a game.
This is honestly like because they, there's player tracking cameras that are out on the floor. Like I'm sure you have access to that data. Track the falls, okay, and then look at the whistles. Like this is honestly what Tom Haberstroh did in this study here. Like the league needs to do their own work on this now,
but they don't want to hear that.
Yeah, like look into this now and figure out okay. Who is falling? What is the rate of whistles that they are getting? And what's crazy about it is SGA 51% of his falls
gets a whistle.
Gets a whistle.
You know the sad thing about that and all the names you just put up there? They're all all-stars.
Oh yeah.
And you're thinking,
yeah, free throws are good.
Yes, free throws are good.
Yeah.
And I've always said this. I always said this when I played because they used to give the stud players an extra step.
Mm-hmm.
You could slide your pivot foot.
Oh, sure.
And I try it and charge it or travel.
Who is the big guy that you used to watch? That you used to think, if I got his whistle.
Oh well, any of them. No, Akeem. I always thought Akeem slid his foot here and there.
Sure did. Yeah. Looked good when
Ewing,
he did it too, didn't it?
He did.
Ewing?
No, Ewing didn't have great footwork. He was just big and strong.
Joe Klein?
Good shooter too.
Good shooter.
Tom Chambers? Name some of these tall dudes.
but I mean, there's a lot of guys who always took that quick step before they put the ball down. And I do it and I get travel. And I remember telling the official, I said, you're giving these guys, the guys that don't need an advantage, you give an advantage. I need that extra half step.
Yeah. I'd like to stay in the league. Let me have a half step.
It might be a more entertaining game if you gave me an extra half step.
I can't like that guy. He doesn't even need to do this.
Karl Malone traveled all the time. He doesn't need that. All right, boys. Hey, by the way, I talked to DMac. Playoff hockey tonight in Colorado.
Yeah,
there?
up at the Eagles.
Of the Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles. Who are they playing?
Chicago.
The Wolves?
Chicago Wolves.
The Wolves, okay. They play their home games at the All-State Arena, a.k.a. formerly the Rosemont Horizon.
Really?
Can you tell me?
DePaul used to play there.
Well, I was just going to ask you, what college basketball team used to play their home games there?
My daughter got her master's at DePaul.
At DePaul?
Yeah.
Did she ever meet Ray Meyer or Joey Meyer?
No, Ray was gone, and Joe had been fired by then. I think.
Okay, yeah.
This is like within the last 15 years.
They're in the Big East, and they're historically one of the worst programs in that league. And it's a shame because when I was a kid, I loved DePaul basketball. They were good.
When Mark Aguirre was there.
Oh, sure.
You might have been a real little kid. But
David
Mark
Booth,
Aguirre
Tom
and-
Kleinschmidt. Yeah.
They had it rolling.
Remember some DePaul Blue Demons today here on the show.
That's not the big news tonight.
Didn't Quentin Richardson play there?
The big news is that you and I will be in the same room doing Hot Mic.
Whoa.
It's going to be a hot room.
We could have the basketball game.
Be like hot yoga.
Do you touch his leg?
No, I think I got it from him. He's the
He
leg
touches
toucher.
your leg.
And then because he used to, when he and Dave would do a show, he would touch Dave's leg. And then Dave would get, one time Dave got a little frustrated and gave him the old squeeze. Then Scott gave it back, and I thought we were going to have a thumb war.
I'd hate to name drop and tell him myself at the same time, but I'm going to.
Please do.
When I was on David Letterman, actually reached and grabbed his leg once.
Yeah. Well,
how did Dave feel about that?
He looked at me because I said, sorry.
You know what was funny? He came out with the greatest entrance ever. And I remember me and my buddies. So Scott was literally like our urban legend.
Sure.
We loved him. Scott was in the company of the Wydell brothers back in the day.
Okay.
The try-hard white guys we loved rooting for. Only Doug Wydell was really good. He was an offensive guard for the Denver Broncos who played at Boston College. Your boy Tommy might know him.
Okay.
His brother Dave was a tackle, but Dave Wydell would literally fight everybody. Like Dave Wydell, every play had to fight somebody.
One of the two Wydell brothers' nickname with the Broncos, because that's when I first got to town, was called Speed Bump.
Yeah, that was Dave.
Yeah.
Doug was good. Dave was not so much.
It's a rough nickname.
But anyway, so we loved him, right? Those are three dudes. And Scotty got to go on David Letterman. And so we stayed up. We were watching it, whatever. I stayed up because I think it was in 8th or 9th grade when that happened. But Scotty comes out, and, Dave has the two chairs. Scotty sat in the second chair because he said, I'm not a prime time. I'm not the A guest. I'll sit over here.
That was the opening
and
the opening
immediately
joke.
endured him to Dave Letterman.
Because Bruce Willis was on first, and he goes, why you have two chairs? Is this for an A and B guest?
Yeah.
So I came in and sat in the B. I said, well, this what the B said. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Dave loved it.
Was Bruce Willis still out there during your interview?
No.
No,
they
he
used
left.
to, remember they used to do
Yeah,
that?
some
It would be
people
like
would
you
hang
had to
around.
move
Carson
down a
used to do
seat.
it all the
Yeah,
time.
it was
Carson
Carson.
did it
Yeah,
all
they
the
had the couch. You had to go sit by Ed McMahon.
Here's the funny thing. So another big white stiff accompanied me there. He was from Queens, so he came down the show with me. Robert Wordan, big 6'11" guy, played at St. John's.
Okay.
So they take me in with the segment producer to prep me before my on stage with David, and in the green room is Wordan. Well, Bruce Willis walks in. So he and Bruce Willis start striking up a conversation and talking, blah, blah, blah. So Bruce comes out and he goes, yeah, I'm coming up. We'll have Scott Acey. He goes, I just met him. Nice fella. Big, tall guy. Big guy in the back. So I got everybody saying Bruce Willis met me. It wasn't me. It was Robert
Just
Wordan.
some other tall guy.
Yeah. It's another tall white dude. It's Robert Wordan.
You've been profiled.
I mean, I was profiled.
Tall white guy.
Did you ever have, so one of my other buddies that's kind of tall told me this story. Not as tall as Scotty, but still tall. Did you ever get a chance to try to meet Schwarzenegger? Because what I was told was Arnold Schwarzenegger, this one particular person really wanted a picture with Arnold, right? Why not? And Arnold dodged him at a party the whole time.
Is that the White House? I mean, it was
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Stink.
finally,
Don't get any names, though.
Yeah.
And finally, he got his wife. Who was he married to? Maria Shriver. Right? Says, can I please, I'm just a huge fan of your husband. I'd like to take a picture. And apparently because Stink was so much taller than Arnold, he didn't want it. Because again, we all know now, right? Tom Cruise is 5'5". So Arnold's big. but he's your my size.
He's like 5'11".
So he doesn't want to be photographed with the pro athletes because it'll ruin the fact that he's not
small.
6'5".
Yeah.
Okay.
Stink comes in at 6'5", 290.
So
right?
Arnold kept dodging him at the party because he didn't want to get the picture and he didn't want it out there. And this was pre-cell phone.
So wait a minute. The internet says Arnold is 6'2". Is he heightening?
Oh, he's lying?
He
is.
Yeah, okay.
You know he is.
Okay.
Come on now.
He's 6'2". He might be 6 foot.
Yeah, actors are. If you're given a, what do you think? What's the standard for athletes? 2 inches.
Go watch the Conan movie with Will Chamberlain, standing beside.
He's on a lot of hills. He's halfway up a rock every time.
Was that that was the Destroyer, wasn't it? The one that Will was in. Yeah.
Not that Grace Jones too, or
I did meet Will Chamberlain once.
That's cool.
That was cool. Miami Heat expansion year. I guess he was friends with Billy Cunningham because I guess they played in Philadelphia together.
Okay.
And he brought Wilt in and met all the fellas. So I got to.
Was he cool?
Yeah, real cool.
That's
had a
awesome.
sweet leather jacket on.
I mean, for what reason would Will Chamberlain ever have to be a jerk to anybody?
He shouldn't.
Yeah, he got to come into the NBA, be twice the size of everybody, destroy all of them, be faster, bigger, stronger than them, and then at night do 3 or 4
all
times what they were doing.
Yeah.
The greatest.
You do a lot.
Pretty good life.
Greatest name of an autobiography. Do you remember the name of his autobiography?
I don't.
Just your average 7-foot black millionaire that lives next door. That's the name of his book.
I bet you Wilt got a better whistle than you too.
Yeah. Would you like Wilt's whistle? Did they even need to call fouls?
More of a. Hey, he never fouled out of a game.
Is that true?
I don't think so.
He couldn't reach anybody. He was playing. They were all too little.
I don't think he ever fouled out of a game.
I mean,
tough to foul Scott Skiles.
Dude, the year he averaged 50 and 25, he averaged more minutes played than there were in a game.
60% of the league was Scott Skiles.
61-62, yeah, 50 points. He also shot 17 free throws a game that year. That's like double what Shea shoots now. That's tremendous.
Well, that's everybody not wanting to get him dunked on.
And yet, he was not the MVP that season. He averaged 50 points and 26 rebounds a game, and Bill Russell was the MVP.
How about that? At like 25 and 20.
Yeah.
Or 19 and 20 something.
Yeah.
You are a big action guy. Would Schwarzenegger be your guy?
I liked him.
Who's your dude? Rocky? God, I was trying
Stallone.
to watch the Rocky movies on some channel the other day. It just
starting to dig as my new. It's funny you bring this up because
John Krasinski. You're going to tell me. I knew you were going to tell me.
This is my new action.
Jim called him over the weekend. He's like, I'm watching Jack Ryan. I go, I can't buy that guy as a star.
Dude, I'm the same way. I'm waiting for him to look at the camera and be like,
yeah.
What do you mean?
Just give him a little.
What do you mean the Chechens have a nuclear device?
yeah. Or some joke about I don't know what it'd be, but I'll show you a nuclear device.
Yeah, and then he plays a prank on Dwight.
Yeah,
right.
That's a 9mm, not a 45, Dwight.
You know what, though? Woody Harrelson made, not like action star, but like Woody became a real serious actor after playing one of the silliest TV characters ever.
The hardest thing.
Which is really, was he actually playing?
Woody.
Yeah.
He must be a great actor.
Right.
Have you seen him and Bill Maher on 420? They co-own a weed shop in California.
Okay.
And so they sit there and do Bill's podcast.
Okay.
Just smoking the whole time. And I'm telling you, by the end of it, I'm saying, dude, I remember when I was in college too. I mean, it was nothing but dudes crying, laughing, and it was you're laughing, and it's really not funny, but you're just laughing.
He was on an episode of Curb. Well, the last season of Curb he did.
Did?
Yeah.
I'm going back and watching that.
It's a good episode, yes.
Him and White Man Can't Jump, in the height of him being Woody, was kind of a mind warp.
Curb.
Because he was very different from Woody.
And he was very good, but then he would go on like think of like True Detective season 1.
Oh, yeah, I just watched that back.
My God, Natural Born Killers, People versus Larry Flint. Like the guy, hell of an actor.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Did you ever see McConaughey on Between Two Ferns?
No.
Yeah.
Where he gets asked, he goes, does it bother you that when you and Woody are in the same room, there's not a sack being hacked?
There might be a sack being hacked without you.
There's actually an outtake where McConaughey loses it and can't.
All right, well, guys, tune into Hot Mic tonight. They're going to have a leg touch-off this evening. What time are you guys on, by the way?
7:30. We're going early, baby.
Okay, 7:30.
Scotty's got to get back home.
Yes, so 7:30.
For no reason.
Knees will be clutched. Tune in this evening. By the way, you say you got it from him. I am the end of the cycle. I am not going to get that from you.
No, I'll teach somebody.
I won't be touching anybody's
I'm gonna
leg.
get Spring to start doing it somehow.
I assure you.
Spring, did I ever grab you when you were filling in when we were at Ryan House together?
You did.
Did you enjoy it?
It was noted.
I was neutral. On
Okay.
The
Were you?
You weren't repulsed to the way that I am?
Did you mentally note it so you didn't sit next to me next time? Is that what it's going to be?
I mean, I know the intent. It's fine.
The last touch, though, was problematic.
I gave you the little tickle.
You. Not only did you touch me with two hands at once, and then your hands moved once they made contact with my leg.
I did the fire fingers.
In all seriousness, Andy, like tell the people what my physical reaction.
Oh,
to that
you got
was.
all kinds of scared.
Yeah,
you need to calm down.
Oh,
it wasn't. It's okay.
It wasn't fear. It was. I locked up. It was automatic repulsion.
You know what the irony of all this is? I'm a walking hypocrite. I hate when people touch me.
I know. That's the funny thing about it.
I used to be a hugger, and now I'm over it.
And yet you find it necessary to touch my leg.
Well, I like to drive the point home.
I'll give you that.
The other time, the one you're speaking of was purposely done, and it really weirded you out even more than I figured it would.
Yeah, no,
We're in the point. When you get to 7 years, you got to spice things up. We're in the, what's this, 7-year itch?
Let me tell you.
I got to throw you a curveball every now and again.
Put that one back in the box. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, it is Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to talk to you about, the recent developments with me. A lot of you heard about it over the last, I guess we're coming up on 10 months now, but Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's a place where if you think you're having low testosterone, you can go and get that checked out. They'll go ahead and first appointment's real easy. They draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and they can tell you your T levels. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. But for me, after I had tried out some of the testosterone and just ultimately was just something that I didn't find that I needed, I moved on and got some GLP-1 from them. And that's what's helped me move along on my weight loss journey here. And I've lost now 50 pounds, got to the 200-pound mark last week. And now it's just about trying to get this managed and getting off the shot altogether. They've done a great job of helping me with the guidance throughout the process, making sure I'm drinking the right water and just being there. We did have a little bit of a slump back in trying to get rid of the last 8 pounds back in February. They helped me get through that as well. You get great guidance over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They also have GH peptides, NAD+, and PDA. Although Nate would rather I drop the PDA, so I won't ask them about that. Anyway, with low testosterone treatments and these body composition programs, you can get back to looking the way that you want to, especially with it being summer. So go and visit them today. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. You can find them in Fort Collins and the Springs, a great location in Castle Rock, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We're with you today until 6 o'clock. We are further removed from the disaster that was the Avalanche series against the Vegas Golden Knights, who now, let's be honest, are awaiting the Carolina Hurricanes to just finish off the Montreal Canadiens after a very convincing victory last night. But then, Andy, we saw this news midday. Claude Lemieux, four-time Stanley Cup champion, passed away at the age of 60. The NHL Alumni Association announcing Claude's death in a post on social media. According to the Denver Post, cause of death was not immediately available, nor was it clear where Lemieux was when he passed away. But he had been out and about, and he was still working as a player agent, including representing the Vegas Golden Knights, Rasmus Anderson. So he has still been active as a player agent, and as recently as Monday night, he was the Montreal Canadiens torchbearer prior to Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final at the Bell Center. So Claude Lemieux passes away at the age of 60. Obviously won a Conn Smythe with the New Jersey Devils in 95, came to Colorado the next year, won a cup in consecutive years with two different teams as a member of the 95-96 Avalanche. Obviously, you can't talk about the Claude Lemieux legacy here as a member of the Avalanche, Andy, without talking about the hit on Chris Draper. And then later the turtling against Darren McCarty in the fight in the following March that were really sort of probably the two flashpoints of the violence of the greatest rivalry that this city has ever known, that being the Avalanche and the Detroit Red Wings, basically from 95-96 to the early aughts. But Claude Lemieux was still an all-time great playoff player. I believe still top 10 in goals scored in playoff history in the NHL. Incredibly sad news. Andy, you've been an Avalanche diehard since day one. When you hear the name Claude Lemieux, what's the first thing you think of?
Oh, you think of toughness. You
Yeah.
think of the classic guy. The two players, it's funny how you get players on teams that sometimes are the essence of the same thing to their team. Claude Lemieux was the Bill Romanowski of the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah.
And they were players that played right and sometimes just over the edge, as you laid out there. They weren't always liked by everybody in the league, but they seemed to always be liked by the guys that were their teammates for the most part. So, Romo had a couple things with Sharp, but beyond that, you'll find plenty of teammates that speak highly of Bill Romanowski. They were the picture Claude Lemieux was the picture of toughness, physicality, and just grindy, playoff, gritty hockey play.
Yeah.
And it's funny because Hastings calls me, and Hastings usually calls me on his way into work. He had just heard about it. We were talking about it, and all I could say was, it just is so funny with the conversations, or ironic, or coincidental, or whatever the word is, the conversations that we've had the first 3 days of this week, that's the exact kind of guy that I think the Avs could use in the mix right now on the current team.
Yeah.
When it comes to playoff toughness and, you know what I mean?
Oh, the grindiest, most sandpapery kind of hockey that you can get out there. And look, you can't ignore the part of Claude's legacy that he went over the line.
Oh, he did. He did. And the Draper hit was probably, I often wonder if he could take that decision back, would he?
Yeah. Given how it all went. I mean, it's funny. And I went back today and was watching, old Claude Lemieux supercuts and, the high stick on Cam Neely, when he was in New Jersey and Neely was in Boston, and Cam flipping out on him and going after him. And Claude did the turtle move there too, and Don Cherry freaking out and screaming about him. And what's so funny about it though is that there is Don Cherry, who, Andy, when we were growing up, and look, Don Cherry, if Don Cherry was in the media today, he'd be a massive star.
Yeah.
He was in Canada. He was beloved. And Don Cherry always viewed himself as the arbiter of playing the game. He used to call it the Canadian way, playing the game what they consider to be the right way. and, no diving, no cheap stuff, but toughness all day long. And what's so funny about it is Don Cherry, in one of his rants, even had to say, I love the way this guy plays hockey. I just hated that.
Yeah.
And that's really like what Claude was, though, is he was a player that was right up to the line, and then he'd go over the line.
But I would say pick a championship team in Denver, and I'll keep it to Denver. I think this goes for everybody in the league. But, look, Oklahoma City, Lou Dort's that guy.
Yeah.
In Denver, it was Aqib Talib, maybe a little bit of TJ Ward back going to those days.
Yeah.
Derek Wolf, Malik Jackson.
It's the if he's on your team, you love him, and if he's not, you hate his guts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen,
Alex Caruso is that guy, man. Lou Dort, great call.
You know who else was that back on the original or the Cup team from 22? Nazem Kadri.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And remember,
Beloved here.
weren't we just a year removed from the debate over the St. Louis hit Nazem Kadri's got some of that in his background as well. But again, I don't think you win championships without at least one or two of those guys on your team.
Yes. There's a toughness that they bring, and also there is the keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, but again, it's one of those things that can distract. And sure, you're right. If it's the other team's guy, you absolutely hate the dude. Like I said, go back to those 90s Broncos teams. Romo was that guy. And frankly, the way the offensive line blocked, they were all that guy. The league did not like the way they did the cut blocking scheme taught by Alex Gibbs. But I think there's always someone. I don't know. I'm trying to think now, did the Nuggets really have that guy on their championship team? They might be the exception to my rule here. Jeff Green was not afraid to have a hard foul if that's what the situation called for.
KCP played with physicality, but that's not really how that team beat.
No.
But
they didn't necessarily need it with the opponents they faced.
They beat you with the best pick and roll that the NBA's basically ever seen. Take that, Stockton and Malone.
They could use one now to even out the Minnesota
thing.
Because what did we just talk about? I hate everything Jaden McDaniels said, and I'm upset that he talked trash and got away with it. I would take him on this Nuggets team in a heartbeat.
Oh, I
would
think,
not turn down having him join the team.
You know what's crazy about it, Andy, is from when the Nuggets won the title to 2023, I think the NBA has already evolved past that kind of team.
Yeah.
I think they have because like look at the two best teams in the NBA are the Thunder and the Spurs, and they are still going, and they win games with defense and physicality, and especially the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the way we've watched the Spurs try to adjust and evolve their game over the course of this series. Like they're almost going like Mike D'Antoni 7 seconds or less, because if the Thunder get set up defensively, good night. You're screwed, and that is I think the league is going back in that direction, and they want size and they want speed and physicality and all of those things. So yeah, we've already moved beyond what that team is. I guess that Nuggets team is a little bit of an aberration. They were the best for what the NBA was in that moment.
Well, it's also changed. I think another reason why the style of plays evolved that you're talking about is because the Nuggets were built, and it's one of the problems we're still trying to juggle around today. They were built with get really good dudes and give out 3 or 4 max contracts and figure out the rest. And the league said, no, here's a bunch of aprons. That's going to be our version of a salary cap.
Yeah.
And now you struggle with it.
Score 125 points every single night.
Yeah.
Let me give you some Claude Lemieux numbers here. This is 234 career playoff games. Okay, think about that for a second. 234.
Ridiculous.
Over a 21-year NHL career. 158 points, 78 goals, 80 assists, 19 game-winning goals in 234 career playoff games. And his first 2 years that he was in the league in Montreal, they weren't great. The last 19 seasons of his 21-year NHL career, his team only missed the playoffs once.
Yeah.
Between Montreal, New Jersey, the Avalanche, and then later Wayne Gretzky brought him to Phoenix. But that's the kind of legacy that we're talking about. That was a guy that just flat out won, and he won 4 Stanley Cups, and he won 4 Stanley Cups with 3 different teams.
But see, that's so interesting you say right there, too. How about that for validation on your career, whether you play on the edge and people like the way that you always go about it or not? Wayne Gretzky thought you were right for his team and brought you in even at an older age.
He played remember he came back and he played for San Jose at age 43, but his NHL career took him from age 18 to age 37. So again, I get it. The entire city of Detroit will hate Claude Lemieux forever, and fair enough. But it's exactly your point, Andy. That's what the league thought of him. He got to be in the NHL for that damn long. That's pretty incredible that he was able to put up that kind of career. Really, really sad that Claude passed away as young as he did at age 60. Like we talked about, he had been working as a player agent in recent years, including Hurricanes goalie Frederik Andersen, one of his clients, Rasmus Anderson of the Knights, Timo Meier of the Devils, amongst others that he represented as an agent. So, and just really, really sad news that Claude Lemieux has passed away at the age of 60. And, he's one of those players of, when you write the story of the Colorado Avalanche, you can't write it without Claude Lemieux's name near the top.
No, there's no doubt about it, because that's what started. I mean, we had Broncos Raiders going on, and that hit and that series immediately made Avs Red Wings Broncos Raiders.
Yeah.
And we're talking late 70s, early 80s Broncos Raiders.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then it surpassed it into something else. I mean, Andy, when I say it's the best Denver sports rivalry ever, it might be the best sports rivalry ever.
Yeah.
No hyperbole. I get it. Michigan, Ohio State. Okay. And what we're talking about here is a concentrated period of time where the individuals, it wasn't just I look over there and I hate your uniform. It was I hate you. I hate everything about you. These guys, it was a bloodlust that they had for each other, and it played its way out. And those games were both violent, but also some of the best hockey that anyone has ever seen.
I've been told about certain college reunions because some of the neighborhoods you recruit athletes from, and CU in particular, you had to keep guys at certain tables because Crip, blood, whatever.
Sure,
right? That sort of affiliation. I was told when the Avs and the Red Wings, all these years later, had that dinner before the Coors Field game, there were still guys that you had to keep away from each other in that room.
Yeah.
That is how long this, to you, it was not media created. It was not forced.
No.
It was not anything. We didn't have to go hard to get comments about how much they hated each other. They were openly talking about it after every game that they got together.
That game in, what was it, March of 97?
Yeah.
When they went at each other, and it started with Forsberg and Larionov.
Yep.
And then McCarty did what he did to Claude.
Yep.
And then
Claude turtled.
And then Wah comes flying out of the net.
Wah was irate. Mike Keane. People forget Mike Keane because that game in 97 was Detroit's last. It was the last matchup between the two teams, and it was in Detroit.
Yeah.
And so Mike Keane, this is again why I always thought Jade McDaniels showed a huge set of one to do what he did during the series this past spring, because he did it at the beginning. Mike Keane called them all gutless for waiting this long into the season
to do it
to
at the
have
Joe.
to get your revenge and in your building.
Yeah.
Mike Keane,
he called them homers.
He was out there just basically saying, where was this? We met it, Mike Keane basically saying, if you want to start something, you should give us one more chance to, because that was the NHL back then, right?
Yeah.
We will respond if given the chance, but you waited and now it's playoffs and we're not allowed to, because there's been more fighting in recent years in the playoffs than what there used to be. In the playoffs, it was just assumed in the 90s and early 2000s, whatever grudge you have waits till the next regular season.
Yeah,
you don't do this in playoffs.
And you don't take the penalty and
right,
yeah, we've kind of
we've had some Donniebrooks in the last few years.
It's so funny too. That brawl that night, March 26, 1997, it has its own Wikipedia page, and it's long. Giving the amount of backstory. 18 fighting majors and 144 minutes in penalty penalties that night, also known as Bloody Wednesday, Fight Night at the Joe, and the Brawl in Hockeytown.
Yeah, man. There's only 2 nights that will stand out for. I don't even know, like, that was negative because you don't love to see guys just bashing each other, but let's be honest, that's why the whole nation was tuned into it. Our bloodlust got the better of us in the middle of that. That night, you knew it had a weird feel to it, and unfortunately, the one that I will also never forget is the Steve Moore, Todd Bertuzzi night, because that night in Vancouver had an ugly feel to it from the beginning as well.
The day of the game, the Detroit News printed a wanted poster of Claude Lemieux with a prison number under his photo under the headline, "A Time for Revenge." Okay, so think about that for a second, though. Like, if you're on the Red Wings and
the paper is calling for you, and by the way, they didn't do that in these days. This was not the era of Twitter and social media.
So this is 1997.
Daily papers.
And you
had
gotta
to go
remember,
buy it.
But Andy, like back when you and I, when we first started out with our little recorders and our microphones, and we'd go down and cover morning skate or morning shoot around or whatever, you'd go into the locker room. The players would be sitting around reading the paper.
Yeah.
Those things were everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and they'd be reading the sports section and cursing Woody and Kiz and whoever and being mad about it. So like, you put something in the newspaper, basically that is a message to the guys on the team. We better do it, because they had played 3 times that year without incident. So that's going to just juice everybody up to begin with.
Well, and the article basically, a little bit of challenge in the manhood if you don't do something about it. And again, for that to come from the local paper was a little bit unusual for those times.
Mm-hmm.
This was, like, I want to reiterate, this is not modern times of the Twitter era where we all it's just kind of what you do, or
right.
This was different, man.
And that means people are going to be in the stands at the Joe holding that paper up.
Listen, it was both. I think both Joe and McNichols, and then Ball Arena. You had to have a little chutzpah to you to go in with the other team's jersey to either building. I don't think you were getting welcomed. That's for sure. Both places were like Philly.
R.I.P. the great Claude Lemieux. Very sad, passing away at the age of 60. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio. Andy, one of our local teams had a very brief, a very minute moment of success last night, and it annoyed the hell out of me. I'll explain that to you next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Southern Steer. Just stopped by the butcher shop today and grab the old steak tips. Always talking about the steak tips. I love the steak tips. Got some teriyaki, got some steakhouse. They've got Argentine. They've just got a lot of great flavors over there that you got to go check out. And the steak tips are one of the things that I always recommend. They had a lot of business in there. Apparently a lot of you were fans of the picanha because they sold out of their picanha. I was told by Ben over the weekend, and we'd done a little video about that. Just go to my Instagram page, and Ben every week gives you some tips on how to get ready, get your meat prepared, whether it's chicken or pork, fresh made in-house brats and sausage. They've got it there. They've got great fresh made sides. They've got seasoning. They've even got charcoal. This is a great butcher shop. And I heard a couple of customers come in and say today, hey, I just heard about you guys. This place is fantastic. So go see what everybody, including myself, is talking about. I made some great steaks over the weekend, 3 racks of ribs. My son ate one all by himself for his birthday. He was very pleased. It is Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village. They are located off Arapahoe Road and I-25. They're on Dayton Street, so it's just 2 streets east of Arapahoe Road there on I-25. They'll be to your left, and they're in the little corner there. They're across from Fay Myers. You know where that is. Really easy to find. Matter of fact, they'll be out at Fay Myers coming up Saturday from 11 to 2. You can try some of the product then. It is Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village.
Here's the 1-2. And a base hit the other way. Tyler Freeman breaks it up with 2 outs in the 8th inning. A clean, hard ground ball through the right side. The Dodgers go 7 2/3 no-hit innings, and now the tying run's coming up for Colorado in the person of T.J. Rumfield.
Looks into the dugout. He's like, let's go, boys. Come on.
Yeah, they didn't go anywhere. But Tyler Freeman did break up the attempted a combined no-hitter last night in the 8th. Rockies would still lose 4-1 to the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani, 6 hitless innings last night, although he gave up a run. He did give up a run. He had in the 4th, he had like a couple of walks. I think he plunked somebody, and then it was like a couple of grounders, and then they drove in a run on a fielder's choice. So he didn't give up any hits, but he did give up a run. And in fact, Andy, his ERA last night ballooned from 0.74 to 0.82, despite a hitless outing last night. What's funny was he wasn't even super sharp. Like Ohtani, he had 4 walks last night. Like he was kind of all over the place. He had a lot of traffic. It's just the Rockies couldn't touch him because his stuff is really, really good.
And they're not.
And they're not, yes. So I'll be honest. So last night, the game started at 8:10, all right? And so I sat down and I was like, I will watch this as long as Ohtani is pitching. I will stay through all of Shohei's outing. And then he leaves after 6. I think he was like right around 100 pitches. But he leaves after 6. And I was like, well, they don't have a hit. Like it's a no-hitter alert. So now I have to keep watching this. Okay? So even though they went to Klein and then Tanner Scott, who eventually gave up the hit to Tyler Freeman, I was like, well, I'm watching it. So here I am. And I ended up watching the entire Rockies game last night that I had no intention to complete. I was only there to watch Shohei pitch last night, and instead I ended up watching the entire thing because once they got a hit in the 8th inning, I was like, well, I'm not going to turn off a baseball game in the 8th.
Now you're here.
I'm
now
here.
You're committed.
Exactly. And it wasn't, it wasn't 9-1. It was 3-1 or whatever it was. So I was like, okay, well, then I'm just here to watch the end of this. And the one hit was just like like Tyler Freeman, he didn't hit it super hard. It was just, he just found some space on the right side of the infield.
Hit them where they ain't.
Exactly, and managed to be able to knock it through. The Dodgers had a couple of errors last night as well, so there was traffic in the game. Rockies just couldn't take advantage of it. But yeah, no, if to get me to watch that much, late Rockies baseball last night, at least have the decency to get no hit. Reward me for the time that I gave you.
Is that all that unique though at this point? Were they no hit last year?
I think they were.
It had to be, right?
Yeah. It sounds familiar.
You know what? I was thinking about this. How angry is ESPN? They split the hockey with TNT. They split the basketball with literally it feels like everybody else.
Yeah.
And they got stuck with like the 2 worst series, right?
Oh, that's right, because they had the
Knicks series,
yeah.
and it's over, and then they get the Vegas series, and it's over.
They had 2 sweeps.
2 sweeps, and now they're just chilling out with nothing to do.
They do have the Stanley Cup final, though, right?
They do.
They do.
They'll get back. But I mean, again.
So Sean McDonough, our good friend Sean McDonough is calling that, right?
I'm sure he himself is not annoyed to have a few days off, but
he's probably thrilled.
But I bet you the network execs were like, really? You couldn't give us just 1 or 2 more games, guys?
Rockies 20-37. It's not been a good May.
Yeah, but, look, they've already at least won their 20 games. How far along in the year was it that they won 20 games a year ago?
Oh, good question. Yeah,
we're talking July, aren't we?
It was later.
Yeah.
No, they are considerably better.
We're not hearing about the Cleveland Spiders this year, at least.
They still do look like a 100-loss team, but yeah, they're not Cleveland Spiders bad. So they got that going for them right now. I don't have anything else to add, really. I don't know. Tomo Sagano's kind of fun. He's okay. Gave up a couple of bombs in the first.
You have no reason for Mark Springer to pull out the open to the 87th best bit in this franchise's history?
I don't have anything nice to say today. Not really. No, I actively wanted them to get no hit.
You don't want the sassy lady to talk to you at the end?
Nah, I don't have anything for you.
All right.
Yeah, no, there wasn't like a performance last night where I was like, ooh, this guy's actually really good. Not really. No, I get TJ Rumfield's had a fine start to the campaign. He's in the conversation for NL Rookie of the Year. Spring, you got anything? Do you got anything?
Sean Payton? No.
There's a thing.
No.
Okay.
No.
Senzatella in the bullpen. Okay.
Yeah. Senza has saved his own career. I give him credit.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's probably got another contract in him right now, and if he's lucky, it won't be here.
Exactly.
Because people are going, wow, if you can do that for the Rockies, let's get him in San Diego.
Just trade him. Just please trade him.
Who
Just
should
move
they be
him at the
thinking about
deadline.
trading right now? Seriously.
All of them.
Would you listen to offers for Ezekiel Tovar while he's got the bat going again?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, he actually is starting to hit a little bit. He was lost at the plate for the first 6 weeks.
And it did, again, I can't make it clear, folks. This is nothing against Ezekiel Tovar, but it just feels like by the time this thing's ready to be competitive, he'll be old.
Yeah. No, there's nobody you can't. There's no one on this
you
club
can't listen to.
You have to have. Yeah. Connor Griffin isn't on this team. Like you can move everybody and it won't matter at all. I guess it's Chase Dolander, but he's got an arm issue now. Dolander would be the one guy that I would say, nah, hang on to him. He might be special if and when his arm ever gets to be okay. See Ohtani's home run in the first last night?
No, I didn't. By the time I realized, yeah.
Yeah.
When did I settle into that one? Probably the third inning, and then they talked about it.
Yeah, Brett Kern, he would have been impressed by the urine missile that Shohei hit last night off Sagano to start that game. And it was high fastball, like no break on it whatsoever. Crushed.
Sagano, I didn't realize he'd had such a bad history against Ohtani.
Yeah.
I guess Ohtani, what was 8 and 9 he's gotten him?
Yeah. Well, and shot, by the way, here is one nice thing that I will say about the Rockies.
You want the Open?
Okay. We don't need to go that far.
I like the Open.
You
don't really get to use it very much.
It's a great Open. But I will say this, okay? And maybe here's the reason why I don't want the Open is because this guy is actually a friend. So I guess I'm saying something nice about a friend of mine. But Ryan Spielborgs is terrific. And last night, his background that he had on Sagano and Ohtani's history and talking about Japanese baseball. And by the way, did you know the Japanese Cy Young, they don't award it every year?
That
you
was
learned
one
that
thing I learned from him last night.
Exactly.
You've got to be, and I like it, you've got to be a certain level of good.
That's cool.
We're not giving it to anybody.
That's very cool. Yeah, think of how many times, especially Rookie of the Year is one of those awards where they just they have to give it to somebody, and you're just like, that wasn't special. You didn't have a LeBron year or something like that.
You were the best of the mid.
Yeah, exactly. They had to give it to somebody.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you weren't like Tim Duncan out there. Yeah, we had to give it to, I don't know, Andrea Bargnani or something weird like that. I don't know. Did that guy win a Rookie of the Year? Either way. My point here being is Ryan Spielborgs, knowing that he had Sagano against Ohtani, did the deep dive, had great information, had the graphics department set up for it. We know what they're dealing with right now at, Rockies.tv. It's kind of shoestring, but they put it together, and he does a really, really good job. He does a great job analyzing the game both in today's modern climate and also does a great job providing context and history to it and really doing the work on it. So, I think Spilly's great. He's really good on the broadcast.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's all I got for
And
you.
I do like he really educated a lot of us last night on Japanese baseball.
I have a really fun Broncos question to ask you when we come back.
I cannot. Well, I can wait. Never mind.
Yeah, you will wait through the commercial break. But when we come back,
segment mister on deck.
I have a really fun Broncos question to ask you. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It is going to tap into your extensive historical knowledge and tastes of the Broncos and tie it into the 2026 team coming up this year. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio. Guys, I cannot recommend enough to you that you go to roller.bid. That's the website for Roller Auction, because right now the June 2026 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is open and it is rolling, and it will be going until next week. But get in on this early and just peruse, scan through, take a look at what they have available to be able to bid on this government fleet vehicles auction. This is a great place to get your new daily ride. These are well-maintained vehicles direct from government service. They're in great shape. They have maintenance records, and you know that you're buying a great car that's easy to buy. This is all online, no dealership hassle or anything else like that. Guys, I'm looking at this 2007 Jeep Liberty Sport four-wheel drive SUV. There is less than 60,000 miles on this thing, okay? Current high bid, $650. You got a teenager that's just starting to drive, anything else like that, this could be a perfect daily ride. They could be getting themselves around to everywhere that they have got to go. You don't have to be driving and being the chauffeur anymore. So go to roller.bid and check this out. Government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, fantastic deals, well-maintained used vehicles. Go to roller.bid/altitude, sign up to bid. All right, so I tweeted, I texted. This was just via my phone, but I texted our friend Nick Kosmider right before the start of this segment. I let him know, hey, FYI, I am straight up stealing one of your mailbag topics. And he wrote back and he knew, he asked, and he knew exactly which one it was. It's too good. Okay? So Nick Kosmider of The Athletic wrote his, his mailbag questions from his readers. Today, Bronco questions. And, there's good stuff in there. How's the tempo going to be with Davis Webb calling plays, and Bo Nix healthy, and what are the position battles? All that standard OTA questions, which we'll also be discussing those things. But then this one, Andy, this one caught my eye. This is a great question. This is from one of his readers, Sean H. Sean H. says, if you could have one past Bronco in his prime play for this year's team, who would it be and why?
Well,
it's a good one. Okay, so let's get it out of the way. There's two very obvious answers, okay?
Elway or Manning,
exactly.
Which one you want?
There's two very obvious answers, all right? And you could simply do that. And yes, it could come down to a matter of taste. For the sake of, I will tell you this, given the defense that they have, give me fewer turnovers, so give me Manning. I think he's just a better complement to this team, but I'm not going to kick John Elway out of bed in his prime. That guy was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I would. They don't have a tight end, but they got plenty of receivers that would make me. I'd love to see Elway throwing to Mims. I'd love to see Elway throwing to Waddle.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see Elway throwing to Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun. But so would Manning. That's one of those where, whatever, fight all you want about it. At the end of the day, You mean I can have Gwen Stefani or Jennifer Aniston? All right, I'll give you first pick.
Things started tingling
Just
for
saying.
Andy in the 90s.
Just saying.
So here we go, Andy. Here was the. Do you want to guess the answer that Kosmider gave? And obviously, Nick said right away, Manning or Elway, and that's the.
He'd probably go Manning because he saw Manning, I would assume.
That's the obvious, but he went with something else. He said, leave Bo Nix in there, give him a chance.
Then it'd be Terrell Davis.
Terrell Davis. Mm-hmm.
Healthy Terrell Davis.
Healthy Terrell Davis.
You know what, dude?
98 Terrell Davis. 97 Terrell Davis.
You know what's a bummer? I could make an argument for Terrell Davis on this team over both Manning and Elway if you wanted to. Because you would strengthen a position that is not strong, it appears right now at all, with the unknown health long-term of J.K. Dobbins, right?
I suppose Jonah Coleman could turn into Terrell Davis.
Sure.
But
why not? That'd be awesome.
Maybe take an NFL snap first.
And what I would say before anybody wants to write in, just really go watch 97, 98, frankly, 96, 97, 98 Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
It is something to behold.
His prime from 95 to 98 is one of the most, it's one of the most, it's why he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
But here's the problem.
What he did in that era.
With Sean Payton as the coach, I don't think he'd bell cow the numbers the way they did with TD back in the heyday.
No, I don't think they would.
Which is why I then would revert back to one of the quarterbacks.
No, I mean, here were 96, 97, and 98. TD was his low years. So 96, 345 carries. The MVP year, 392. And remember, 392 carries in a year in which, how many fourth quarters did he not even see the field that year? He would have easily had the single-season rushing record.
There were at least 4.
Yeah.
I want to say there were at least 4.
Yeah.
They crushed Dallas. They crushed Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
the whole first month of the season, they were killing everybody.
Yeah. So again, TD didn't even get fourth quarter carries in some of those games. That was just work that he did in 3 quarters. It's like the old Jokic third quarter triple double thing.
How?
Unfortunately, then they put the bench in, and then Jokic has to play the fourth quarter. But you get my point.
If you were making a list of positions that you would like to see, because again, DT on this team be pretty dang cool,
pretty good,
especially with the passes that Bo Nix likes to throw and the way he could break a tackle on a screen and take it somewhere.
Yeah,
DT, Demaryius Thomas is someone you got to talk about. How far down the list would we have to go before you finally hit a defensive player? Because, again, I would think about a prime Von Miller, but we've talked about even just current Von Miller. With what you've got at that linebacker position, I don't – now, listen, prime Von Miller subbing in for Jonathan Cooper, yeah, I'd take he and Benito together. But it's not going to be in the top 5 or 6 of my list.
I thought about Vaughn, but actually there is a defensive player I would take.
Who?
Champ Bailey.
Ooh, across from Surtain.
Across from Surtain. What is an opposing quarterback to do?
Okay.
I'm talking prime 04, 05, 06 Champ. Across from, I mean, 2 Hall of Fame corners.
2 guys you don't throw in the area of, period.
Yeah, and you have to throw at one of them.
Well, or you got to be able to attack the middle of the field, I guess.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Really got to be able to run the ball. But that would be that's the greatest, that's the greatest secondary ever. That's the greatest corner duo ever that you would put together, and that would be one where I could leave this offense alone and be like, well, you're not giving up what 13, 14, 15 points a game. You don't even need offense.
Well, the guy you just spurred a thought, which this probably won't be obvious to too many people. My guy, Steve Atwater, playing in this defense where he would likely be a linebacker.
Oh, good call.
You would probably not put him back at safety, but he'd be your dime backer like they were doing with Jahdae Barron.
Uh-huh.
Steve could cover every tight end you want to throw at him, and Steve would definitely make sure that the running game would not be what the running game does to some of these modern defenses.
Yeah.
Because, again, even the Broncos were a team where without good tackling, that's one of the things that made that 2015 team so special. You know, Brandon Marshall and who was our other guy that went to Chicago? Why am I forgetting his name? The linebacker. Danny Trevathan. Not only were they great at covering people, when they tackled you in 2015, you did not break the tackle.
Do you think
so? The running game was not so effective against these teams like it is now because you got a bunch of smaller guys that can't tackle running backs.
Do you think if Atwater was coming out of Arkansas today, he'd be a linebacker?
He'd be a linebacker. I know for a fact.
They'd put another 10 pounds on him and just be like,
I don't even know if they'd have to do that. Think about how light some of these linebackers are, Nate. You're right. They may, because he played at 217. I love everything about the guy. He is my all-time favorite Bronco, and I love TD, and I love Elway, and I love Manning All, and I love DT.
But get him up to 230 and
225.
Yeah, 225, 230. And just watch him. Yeah, because he would be the perfect hybrid inside linebacker today.
And it's not like he had to take 10-yard runs to blast dudes. You give him 3-4 steps, he's getting them big. Now, I wonder, would he wear them big shoulder pads again? He had shoulder pads you could land a helicopter on.
Are those even legal anymore?
I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know if they're not legal or if guys just don't want them.
Yeah.
But you know how big he is. You and I talk to him every training camp, man. Atwater, in the modern times, a guy like that, the stuff you could do with him, he would be your chess piece defensive player. He would.
Yeah, he'd be really fun.
Who was the guy that the Cardinals ended up drafting that was supposed to be the safety out of Clemson that everybody was all high? You know what I mean?
Isaiah Simmons.
Yes. That's what they thought. Like, again, everything they thought he could be is what Jeff Legwold told me Atwater would be in the modern day, like 3 years ago.
I mean, that's why the Chargers just handed Derwin James all that money. Yeah. That's his game. Like, that he is that player. He is that dude.
What about a Carl Mecklenburg? That guy could play 5 different positions in a 3-4 defense.
Yeah, that's a.
Wouldn't have him. You wouldn't flip out Alex Singleton for him, with all due respect to Alex.
Right.
You wouldn't take a Carl Mecklenburg, who then could go. He was big enough to go put his hand in the dirt when he wanted to rush.
Think of the way that like Green Bay and Dallas before them would deploy Micah Parsons of moving him all in, and like sometimes you're going to line up the middle,
outside,
sometimes you're going to be on the edge, and you're going to stunt inside. Sometimes you're going to try and go around the outside. Like Meck would do all that stuff.
We may get cheeky, just put him over the center.
Yeah.
Again, he was a big dude for all the places he moved to.
Shannon Sharp at tight end.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? How bad you think Shannon loved to play? They're really not. He didn't want to ever ask to be blocked, and Shannon almost traded him because of it. Now he wouldn't have to block in most of the team's systems. What would he do these days?
He'd be the Joker.
You want to know who wouldn't work in these days, even though I love him so much? Dennis Smith. He's not allowed to hit anybody the way he used to hit everybody. Dennis Smith and Ronnie Lott would be the quote-unquote didn't age well, if you will.
Charles Woodson,
because they're out there to just kill you.
Yeah.
Now, I'd love to see it.
Sure.
Tyreek Hill wouldn't want any part of going over that middle.
It's entertaining football. That's a lot of fines and suspensions.
Yeah, he'd only get to play half the season. The other half, he'd be suspended.
Okay.
You got one?
I'm taking Champ. You taking TD? That's your final answer? TD is
No, my final answer is John Elway.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? Sean Payton and John Elway together? You don't think I want to see that?
Would they like each other? Actually, that would make it more entertaining.
Oh, yeah. Sean would give him some wise crack about the depth of the pass, and John would throw it 10 yards farther the next play and then give him the little what up nod as he walked by.
That would be good TV.
I don't think they'd fight the way he and Bo do, but I do think Sean would give him the sub.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, again, like the thing that John would have going for him, like Drew Brees did before him, was he was like one of the best of all time.
By the way,
Bo Nix, fine quarterback, not there.
What's the statement about Garrett Bowles that we didn't go to Ryan Clady or Gary Zimmerman? And I'm not saying Bowles is in that class, but he's good enough that there's other guys I'd take ahead of him.
No, exactly. Like offensive line is so far below my consideration on this. Yeah, I don't think the Broncos, let's put it this way. They're not perfect. They're not 10 out of 10, 5 positions across the board. But is there a weakness in there?
I got much greater. I'm taking Elway or Manning or TD or Sharp or even DT before I start thinking about an offensive lineman.
Which is, again, why you're asking me if I would rather have Champ Bailey replace Riley Moss, then my answer is yes, I would like to do that.
Where does Julius Thomas fit into the discussion?
He doesn't.
You don't think so?
No.
Boy, I'd take him over any tight end we got now.
Yeah, but like Shannon's in the discussion, therefore Julius doesn't apply to me. I mean, we're talking.
Let's add layers.
The greatest Broncos in their primes. Let's add layers.
No Steve Foley?
This is not a 7-layer dip.
Now, hold on. You don't want some Tony Lilly in your life? Go look up Tony Lilly highlights in the break. He wasn't good, but the
I don't need Griff replacing Nate Adkins.
What was
whoever their fullback
the mullet
is now?
that Tony Lilly wore would put you to shame.
What about Bubby Brister instead of Jarrett Stidham?
Sign me up. Sign me up.
Bubby wouldn't throw a backwards chest pass. I promise you that.
How about Hugh Millen?
All right.
Name some Bronco backups.
No, let's
What about
keep going.
What about Brandstater? Remember Tom Brandstater?
Fresno State.
Yeah.
Tom Brandstater.
Josh took him, McDaniels took him in his first draft.
Yeah, 7th rounder, I think.
Yeah.
Tom Brandstater.
Good old Tom Brand. I don't think I remember Brandstater pass.
He was tall. That's the only thing I remember about Tom Brandstater.
Yeah, he was.
Didn't think he'd work his way into this topic, but hey, that's why you tune
told
in
me go deep.
to the Kreckman and Lindahl show from 3 to 6 every afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Get on over to Colorado Off-Road. This is a great Colorado business owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. These are good people you're going to want to be doing business with, and I've been doing business with them for about 7 years, coming up here in August to mark the official anniversary. They jumped on supporting this program 2 months after we got started. We appreciate them for it. Jerry has put on my vehicles alone. Well, he's helped me out get my son's Ranger to run right so he can do light mechanical work, but he's also done things like shock struts. He's leveled my truck, great tires. The bed covers I'm always telling you about. He's got the bed liners, all sorts of bed liners. If you're interested in those, he can get you the tow balls or whatever towing apparatus you need to get the fifth wheel or whatever it may be up the road. He's got the shells for the back of the truck if you'd like something like that. They can get you the tents. But look, if it's an off-road accessory, he's got it. Just go see Jerry. You want some KC lights, you want a tow winch, you want something to really go and do some hardcore 4x4, and you can do that. And if you got a Mustang, you know what? He's the head of the Mustang Club. He can take care of some of those adjustments as well at Colorado Off-Road. Go and find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Their number is 303-761-1264. The website, cooffroad.com.
So we're in the off season. Officially. Avalanche done. As of right now, Bedsy still employed. No news is, I suppose, good news for Bedsy so far. And we have still got a few more weeks. We've got to, we got to get to the NBA Finals, and then we need to get to the offseason once it's all said and done, and let's be honest, the Thunder win the championship. All right. So what's next for this Nuggets team? Tim Bontemps today in ESPN, quoting league insiders on intriguing free agents. Of course, Peyton Watson is on this list. One of the more intriguing guys because he is a restricted free agent, because the Nuggets can match any offer sheet that is given to 23-year-old Peyton Watson. But some interesting stuff in here, Andy, is the recurring hamstring injuries of Peyton Watson coupled with the part where, you would be paying the luxury tax if you were going to bring him back. So here's a quote. This is from a West scout who says, they could easily just pay him and pay the tax, but we know how the Cronkies operate. That means sending out either Cam Johnson or Christian Brown, and I don't know where that lands. The injury stuff is a concern, but so is how they struggled without him. Okay, so quick stop. Everybody in the NBA treats the second apron like a hard salary cap, except for the Cleveland Cavaliers, and how'd that work out for them? Sure, they made the Eastern Conference Finals, but they didn't win a game when they got there.
Yeah, and let's be honest, it kind of took a little bit of a special ride to get to that point.
Yeah,
right?
it's really prohibitive to go to that spot. So it doesn't work out for many NBA teams. So I get it, guys. I mean, I've looked at the balance sheets as well, or at least what's available to us via Over the Cap or Spot Track, and it's like, yeah, they could pay it. And you know what? They might. We don't know. Josh Kroenke, again, everything is on the table. He made it very clear at the end of the season. So then it gets to the next question. As Tim Bontemps writes, the Nuggets have never been big spenders, which is why the belief around the league is that Cameron Johnson or Christian Brown is likely to be moved to create enough room to give Watson something in the per-year range of those players. Okay, let's take a quick stop right here. Cam Johnson, Andy, would you call him movable?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. Expiring deal, 1 year left on the contract, and a versatile player with size. Christian Brown. How are you going to trade him?
Well, okay, how about I put this in here? Let me add a clause to this, okay?
All right.
I believe almost every player is tradable, but are you going to just get trash back that ruins, like another bad contract that ruins the point of why you're moving the guy to begin with?
Yeah.
Because if you're going to move these guys, to be clear, it's so you have cap flexibility to rebuild and hopefully create a deeper bench, if not even augment your starting five.
Yes.
But from what we've seen and what you and I have talked about, they've got to find a way to have some kind of depth that at least matches what OKC and San Antonio throw at you. And frankly, even from this past year, what Minnesota had. You don't have any depth, and unfortunately, what we thought was solved wasn't. So, yeah, you could trade Christian Brown, but you're not going to get anything quality of back. You're going to take another bad contract back, so no. That's probably not a guy you're moving first unless he regains form and you want to do something with him at the deadline and somebody else sees something different than what they saw at the end of last year.
I think if Christian Brown was on a 5-year, $100 million deal, 5-year, $90 million deal, a lot more movable than 5 at 125. You know, if he's down in the, the 18 to $20 million price point, I think a lot of people would look at Christian Brown and say, yeah, I can do that. Okay, I can get that level of defense and athleticism and transition and all everything that CB gives when healthy, and that could make my team better. Sure. 5 years, 125 right now.
It's amazing what that extra $5 million a year, $25 million overall does to you.
Yeah, but that's teams take like
there's aprons and levels.
Yeah, on the margins, teams got to consider that stuff. Those are big dollars. So that's where the trick comes in there. Now, like the Christian Brown of 24-25, if we're to say this past season was an aberration, that the ankle injury and later, was it a calf or a hamstring that he suffered I think it was a calf that also limited him in the series against Minnesota. But it was the ankle injury early on in the year that robbed him, and then he came back, and then it was like, you are not right, and then they took him back out of the lineup, and he just missed too much time this year. But he never looked like himself. Like, his brilliance, it comes from his athleticism. Like, if we're to say, okay, this past year was a down year, aberration, injury plagued, it's going to be an outlier season in his career, and he is simply the guy that's progressing past all that. And he comes back next year, and it's like, hey, Christian Braun's a 18-point a game, 38% three-point shooting player. Then I would love to have CB on this team. Absolutely, sure. I don't want him to go away, but like, knowing what the league is in this moment and knowing the teams that you're chasing, like, then it comes back to the question of who would you rather have, 6'8" Peyton Watson with his athleticism and scoring ability when he's right, or CB. I'm going to say I want P-Watt. And so that's where the Nuggets then have to be able to find out, like, what the market has in store for it. And what's funny about this is it doesn't even mention trading either Aaron Gordon or Jamal Murray.
No.
Which, if I had to, Andy, seriously, if I had to guess, I can't see a planet where Jamal gets moved. I could see it with AG. I can't see it with Jamal.
Okay, but again, what does the AG return look like? And this is not a knock against AG, but
no,
he's another
fair.
one where I worry.
Yeah.
You're just going to get another bad contract back. So what's the point?
I mean, there's no way to do it without another bad contract. It's just the question is that bad contract closer to expiring? And yeah, is it a healthy player? But is it closer to expiring and getting off your sheet so that then you can do something else, which you could turn around and give that money to P-Watt?
I know this is extremely tough to do, but isn't AG almost another one that has to give you at least up to the trade deadline of health before teams will consider it?
Probably, yeah. But then,
and then that doesn't let you keep P-Watt this year.
But then to that point, if you have Aaron Gordon up until the trade deadline, then you're going to be a better basketball team. At which point you would go, I'm not moving Aaron Gordon. Yeah,
I know. That's what sucks about all this.
But then the issue is then you get into March and April, and it's like, well, is he going to stay healthy to the very end? I sure hope that he's going to be able to. I don't know. So much of this Nuggets thing, it just comes back to health. But then that gets back to the question with Peyton Watson of, with a recurring hamstring injury that he has dealt with of late, like, is it possible that's just what he is from here on out?
Yeah, well,
the big dollars there would be a mistake.
Again, Nate, this is the tricky part about it. All I wanted to do, what I wished I could have seen, the greatest disappointment in Minnesota was everybody's attitude about things, getting pushed around, and you know what I mean? Just kind of taking the stuff and not doing anything about it. What would he have done? How would he have responded? What kind of playoff performer would he have been?
Don't know.
That would help me decide what kind of contract I want to give you.
Right.
And you're right. And there's another player that we don't have the answers to. So not only do we know about his health status moving forward, was this just a couple of months of nice basketball because you didn't have the whole starting five together and it was kind of your show?
Right.
Or are you just going to get nice? Are you going to be the Christian Braun of next year where we're lamenting the contract because you couldn't stay healthy? And what were you doing?
Like the Peyton Watson ceiling
is awesome.
Is all-star.
Yeah.
He could be that.
Really could.
He's with that size and athleticism, he could be that. And you would hate to watch that walk out the door. But also, is he ever going to hit that? I don't know. That's what's so tricky about all of this. There are no easy answers.
Because how many guys have given us 2 months of a good whatever sport they play?
Right,
Ball,
exactly.
puck, whatever.
Yeah, and like the profile of Peyton Watson is this can be a superstar player in the modern NBA, both what he is defensively, with his shot blocking ability. He's become a better creator. He's a good rim runner, all those things. But like, is he going to stay on the floor? I don't know. And to your point, Andy, was he an aberration? I don't know. These are the things that have to get figured out. But like, I don't. What's so funny about it is it's really easy to say, yeah, just pay him and go into the tax. Match whatever offer the Lakers or Bulls or whoever throw at him. I think Brooklyn's one of the teams that has cap space. Like, if they can throw an offer at him and you can match it all you want to.
You know why I'm laughing at that? Because how many Avs fans are sitting around lamenting and grinding their teeth that you gave up a first-round pick for Nazem Kadri, that you've spent all your cap money to keep guys around because you didn't want to get rid of Natchez, you didn't want to get a Nelson, you couldn't lose this guy, you couldn't lose that guy, couldn't lose Manson. And look, I was one of the guys saying some of those things too, so I'm not just pointing at you guys, I'm pointing at myself. But to your point right now, let's just put it in the right mental space, okay? Right now, it is easy this time of the offseason. Hell yeah, sign him on. I know what he is. Let's go do it. And then what happens when everything craps out like the Avs literally just did 2 days ago?
When everyone,
and now you're screwed to try to do anything else because you got too many contracts nobody wants.
When everyone gets hurt, all of a sudden your great plan is finished.
All of a sudden, bleep them picks doesn't look so good anymore.
Right, exactly. When everybody gets hurt. Now, when everybody stays healthy, it works out great. And maybe that's just what pro sports is. Maybe
the ultimate luck we talk about. Are you going to be healthy or not? Because let's be honest, the Avs probably could at least won a game if they were healthy.
Yeah. Are you going to have it or not?
Broncos probably would have been in the Super Bowl if they were healthy.
You know, it's funny. I read this long interview with our boss Josh Kroenke today in The Athletic about Arsenal's Premier League championship. And a part of it, too, with their success, it's the same thing. Yeah, we got healthy. We had other years where we could have done it, and we had terrible injury luck. And so we didn't get to do it. Like, for all of the teeth gnashing that we do as fans, as analysts, as whatever the hell you call us anymore, is like, sure, it all sounds great. And then Nathan McKinnon takes a puck off the knee.
Yeah.
You know? And then Cale Makar takes a weird shot along the boards and his shoulder isn't right anymore.
And Josh Manson maybe wasn't on the injury report every day. Don't tell me that guy looked normal.
Right,
in that
exactly.
series.
Yeah.
And
so,
I'm telling you again, even Gabe Landeskog, who was a Warrior all year, and your net front presence, I want everybody to just remember when he sprung out of the box and they passed him the puck at the end of a penalty kill and he couldn't drive off his leg to go get it, and it led to an icing. Don't tell me he was healthy.
You can be the hockey team that scores over 300 goals, scores 100 more goals than you allow, have the best goal scorer in the sport, and then everyone can get hurt. And I know there's a counter argument. Build up depth. It's not that simple. You don't win it all without stars. Flat out, you don't win it all without stars.
Point.
And when your stars are the ones that are hurt, and you might look at the Nuggets and go, well, their stars were healthy. Aaron Gordon wasn't healthy. Aaron Gordon's a star.
Well, and let's go again. Let's do the Vegas thing. I realize that they had 18 different point scorers and they had a lot of different guys score goals. How many times did Mitch Marner set that up?
Right.
When you really needed the critical goal that changed things in Game 3, that was Jack Eichel fitting it in between a sliver and putting it in the net.
And Eichel made a play every time Vegas needed it. Every time they needed it in this series, those guys made a play.
And Carter Hart, who once was a star before his off-the-ice problems, showed up and resumed being a star in net.
Yeah, rediscovered his game at the worst possible time.
For the Avs, yeah.
Yeah, for certainly. And hey, then and the counter argument to the Nuggets is, you know what, the Wolves played a game without Anthony Edwards. He was banged up in that series. You should have won the damn thing, which I don't have any pushback for that.
But they still had Julius Randle, and he was still doing it.
Get your butt kicked by Jaden McDaniels and Rudy Gobert, okay? Like that. That's not acceptable. That's not okay, and that's not enough. Which then, if that's the conversation that you're having, then that simply leads credence to the blow it all up, the take a step back. Jokic will get you 45, 46 wins. Jokic will get you, a 5, 6, maybe a play-in, but either way, you're going to be in that spot anyway, and then retool for a couple of years to be able to try and fix this thing up, which might be the answer. It might be. This is where I sit back and I raise my hand as guy on the radio that talks about the Denver Nuggets every single day. And let me tell you, I don't have a simple answer for what their problems are. And many of my a lot of my confusion in all of this simply stems from every time I watch the Thunder and the Spurs, I go, I don't know how you beat that right now.
I know.
I don't know how you beat those guys.
Yeah, I know.
Especially the Thunder. The Thunder are banged up.
Well, and it's not just because,
Jared
again,
McCain is killing guys now.
What,
Who the hell is that?
What is so daunting in my mind is it's not just their stars. It's stars and depth.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you put a team together in a different area. Well, and again, credit the Thunder. They've drafted really well. They made a great trade. They got SGA, and they've drafted extremely well. Not a lot of misses there.
Well, and what did they do? They gave themselves extra throws at the dartboard.
Yeah, a ton of picks.
Yeah, it's the best thing you can do.
They're not hoping for the 15th year that Zeke Naji finally starts to turn into something. You know what I mean? They're not hoping that Deron Holmes is going to be something we didn't see coming this past year.
Yeah, no, I really.
Now, in fairness, they've also drafted higher to get a lot of their bench and where the Nuggets have been after being a good team.
And we're talking about Peyton Watson, who's a 30th overall pick, is a guy that I would love to still have on this team.
And again, Christian Brown, look, we're all upset. We're all just mad about how the season ended, period. So Christian Brown's getting a lot of it. Christian Brown has been a good player for this team.
He has been.
You don't win the championship without Christian Brown. He was a contributing player on that team.
No, CB has been a very good Denver Nugget so far.
Sure. Now, is it going to be worth $30 million? We're fixing to find out. But that is an awful big number that is floating in the fishbowl.
A Colorado sports legend made an interesting statement about what it takes to win an NBA championship. I want to challenge that a little bit when we come back. Plus, we have winners to announce. We have prime cut winners to announce.
Very excited.
Denver's best burger.
There's a bit of surprise, kids.
According to the listeners of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, we'll give that to you when we come back.
Guys, it is Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to talk to you about, the recent developments with me. A lot of you heard about it over the last, I guess we're coming up on 10 months now, but Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is a place where if you think you're having low testosterone, you can go and get that checked out. They'll go ahead and first appointment's real easy. They draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and they can tell you your T levels. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. But for me, after I had tried out some of the testosterone and just ultimately was just something that I didn't find that I needed, I moved on and got some GLP-1 from them. And that's what's helped me move along on my weight loss journey here. And I've lost now 50 pounds, got to the 200-pound mark last week. And now it's just about trying to get this managed and getting off the shot altogether. They've done a great job of helping me with the guidance throughout the process, making sure I'm drinking the right water and just being there. We did have a little bit of a slump back in trying to get rid of the last 8 pounds back in February. They helped me get through that as well. You get great guidance over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They also have GH peptides, NAD+, and PDA. Although Nate would rather I drop the PDA, so I won't ask them about that. Anyway, with low testosterone treatments and these body composition programs, you can get back to looking the way that you want to, especially at the being summer. So go and visit them today. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. You can find them in Fort Collins and the Springs, a great location in Castle Rock, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is where you are. You're listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer producing the program here today with you until 6 o'clock, with you 3 to 6 every single afternoon. All right, Andy, I took a double take at this, and I remember I had a brief memory of this, I don't know, little controversy when it came up. Do you remember a couple of years ago, Becky Hammon was spending some time working as an NBA analyst on ESPN.
I do.
The greatest women's basketball player ever to come through the state of Colorado, CSU legend. Becky Hammon made a comment on ESPN that has resurfaced.
Of course.
Because Jalen Brunson and the Knicks are now in the NBA Finals. And what Becky Hammon said was, quote, "If your best player is small, you're not winning," close quote. That is from longtime NBA assistant coach and current WNBA head coach, who, by the way, coaches Asia Wilson, who's giant. That was her comment in regards to why she believed the Knicks could not win an NBA championship. And now 6'2" Jalen Brunson is in the NBA Finals. Here's a current quote this week. Somebody asked Becky about this. She said, quote, "I speak from experience. Allen Iverson got MVP, lost in the finals. I think the two best teams are probably in the West, but I'm up for being proven wrong. That's the other thing. I think Jalen Brunson's a hell of a player. I'm speaking historically on the NBA with what I said. I don't know why everybody's so stuck on that. I said it 2 years ago. I said what I said. If he proves me wrong, he proves me wrong." Close quote. That from Becky Hammon. By the way, when she was asked about who she's rooting for, she did make it clear. She's a Spurs fan.
Yeah, we all know.
Yeah, exactly.
Spent a little time there, as you laid out.
Exactly.
It's on the resume.
She was on Pop's staff for a long time. Okay, so I went looking through it, and my first question when I read this was, Steph Curry's 6'2". Steph Curry's got 4 rings, 2 of which he won without Kevin Durant. So, like, right off the jump, Steph is already an exception to the rule. To be fair to Becky, like, there aren't many of them.
I was about to say, just because there's a couple exceptions doesn't make the point wrong.
Like for example, remember the 04 Pistons?
Oh, yeah.
Chauncey won Finals MVP. Chauncey 6'3", but also, like, that team didn't have a true star. Their whole starting 5 was awesome. And they played fantastic together, and Larry Brown coached the hell out of that team, and that was a sum of its parts team.
Sure.
Was really what it was.
But they're also a one-and-done championship team as far as
they were.
one title.
Yeah, they went back the next year and lost a Pop in the Spurs. But they did win an NBA championship. Isaiah Thomas was the Finals MVP for the 1990 Detroit Pistons, 6'2". Zeke, I think Zeke was 6'1".
Yeah. They had a lot of trees on that team, though.
They did.
They did not have a lot of small players. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they had a ton of size, but Isaiah was their best player. He was their their A1 elite superstar and won a championship. Again, after that, it's just like go through it. There aren't many of them. Like, to her point, there aren't many of those dudes.
Well, and also to her point, as she says, I still think the two, and I realize she's talking about modern times versus the time when she actually made the comment, but if the Knicks were in the West, I think a lot of us wonder how far
exactly
they would have gotten.
Yeah, no, they won a compromised Eastern Conference. And I think that Knicks team is really good.
They are, and they're fun.
They're very fun. But also, like,
you ain't in the West.
Right. And Wemby and Chet aren't in the East.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
They're just you're not dealing with that and those kind of defenses right now in the Eastern Conference. Hey, Cleveland's got size. They big old dudes, and the Knicks ran them. I'll hand you that.
Yeah, but if they get OKC,
right,
it's going to look a little different, my guy.
And this is where it's on Jalen Brunson to prove everybody wrong.
Hey, look, we'll all be rooting for you, bud.
Right,
we all will.
Yes,
because in the West, we've kind of had enough of OKC.
Yeah, no.
Except for the OKC fans. So
I really hope the Spurs can get this one.
you're going to get a lot of Western support.
At least push this thing to 7. Please. Please.
You disappointed Wemby didn't talk to the and I'm not asking that as media guys at the end of the day, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something about the, look, I'll say it. I wish Nate would have talked after the game the other night. I give Gabe Landeskog all the credit in the world. That guy is the captain, has never, ever, that to my knowledge, never, ever turned down media obligations.
No, I agree, Stan. Especially when you have the kind of output that Wemby did the other night, you got to stand there and you got to talk.
Yeah, you got it. I get it. It sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you got to take an hour's worth of questions.
I can't think. Has Jokic ever ducked the media?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Not that not at least for an important
Now,
game.
you've got to wait for him. I mean, he's not, he does his
works
workout
out.
and all the stuff that he does.
He lifts.
But he shows up to take your questions.
Gets the very sharp suit on.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got to get out there and do his thing. But he does answer the questions.
Even when he was the one that had the 60-point triple-double.
Yeah.
He's still out there answering the questions, even though really it wasn't really on
He
him.
doesn't like all the questions.
No, he doesn't like. Yeah. And again, I get it. And I'm not saying that, any athlete that gives you more, if any athlete gives 5 to 10 minutes and takes at least 5 or 6 questions, I think you've done what you've got to do.
Agree. Yeah.
There's only so many after a game.
Yeah.
And I get it. It gets annoying for these guys. Hey, what happened right? I don't know. I haven't watched the tape. I barely processed it. I'm lucky to just go get my bathroom break before I came to see you guys.
Yeah. But you're a leader. You're one of the faces of the league. Stand
You
up
got to
and
go
talk.
out and just at least give us the soundbite about how this sucks.
So, Andy, today is National Burger Day.
Oh, so Beef Burger Day.
It's a big day for burgers. And
a lot of places have specials on that item today.
Our friends at the Colorado Beef Council have teamed up with Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we took your nominations, and then we whittled it down to a ballot, and then we took your votes. And it is time to name Denver's best burger according to the listeners of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Spring, can I get a drum roll? Can you give me a little bit of buildup on this one? Okay.
I can't say I'm shocked, but the buzz we heard of the best places to have a burger, and there were 2 places that you and I heard a lot in the text exchange in particular.
Yeah.
Ended up finishing 2nd and 3rd to the ultimate winner.
This is one of the places I hiked.
You like it. You're familiar with
I
the joint.
love this place. Congratulations. Denver's best burger, according to the listeners of Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Bob's Atomic Burgers in Golden, Colorado, directly across from the Coors Brewery. You take the brewery tour, you have a couple of silver bullets, maybe a banquet, and then you head over and you soak it up with a burger from Bob's Atomic Burgers on Ford Street, right there in Golden. And our listeners have deemed it the best burger in Denver.
By a large margin.
It's also, I mean, Andy, I got to say, I endorse this pick. This is one of my favorite burgers in the world. Bob's Atomic Burgers. It's just, they give you a great list of time. You know what I love about this place? You go in there and they give you the menu options, but you just fill it out on a little sheet of paper. It's just a little checklist. You just let them know, okay, this is exactly what I'm looking for on my burger. Okay, do I want the single burger, the double burger? Do I want cheese? What kind of cheese? Here are the toppings that I'm looking for, the grilled onions, etc. What do I want on my burger? And you fill out the little checklist and you hand it to them, and boom, they make your burger.
So the top 5 were Bob's, followed by the Cherry Cricket. Bud's Cafe and Bar came in 3rd. My Brother's Bar, and I love their jalapeno cream cheeseburger, came in 4th. And Jim's Burger Haven, the ones in Thornton and Westminster, round out at 5.
I mean, 5 out of 5. Like we give you 2 thumbs up.
Yeah.
But Bob's Atomic and Golden got it done.
Candlelight got a lot of noise, and so did Crown.
Yeah.
You folks let your favorite burger spot down for not voting enough.
We have a gift card to give away.
$250.
Yeah, from the Colorado Beef Council. Every one of you that voted got entered on this one. And oh, by the way, our winner voted for a different burger. But congratulations. Well, his name was spelled differently the 2 times that it was given to me. So either Byron or Brian Jenkins. This is like Michael Jordan saying Brian Russell or Byron Russell.
Yeah.
But either way, B. Jenkins, you voted for 49th Food and Spirits. They did not win, but you win a $250 gift card from the Colorado Beef Council. Brian, don't call me Byron, or Byron, don't call me Brian Jenkins. Either way, you got it done, man. You get the $250 gift card from the Colorado Beef Council. So congratulations to Byron/Brian, and congratulations, Bob's Atomic Burgers in Golden. You, the listeners of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show and Altitude Sports Radio, determined that this is Colorado's best burger. Congratulations to them. It's all brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. All right, let's do it. Third hour of the show. Kreckman and Lindahl, we start hour number 3 with the high five. And, we're going all football today in the high five. The 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's talk ball.
If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Yeah, it's good to have the NFL high five back. I get to hear from all my favorite quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and I just really like hearing Patrick Mahomes speak. And he talked today. He practiced as he rehabs from his torn ACL. It's never too early to start previewing week 1. Here's Patrick Mahomes. How'd you feel out at Chiefs camp?
It was good, it's good to be back on the field and just be with the guys. I think more than anything, when you're some of those days you're rehabbing, you're kind of here by yourself or with a couple of the other guys, and you kind of get that juice whenever everyone gets back in the building. So it was good to be out there and be able to take part in a little bit of the practice.
Yeah, no team drills for Mahomes yet in OTAs. Andy Reid saying that they're still waiting for full clearance, but he's wearing the brace on his knee. It's a substantial brace. That's a Garrett Bowles-style knee brace that Mahomes is rocking right now. But it certainly, Andy, if the guy is doing any on-field work and it's May and they're in OTAs, he's playing week 1.
He's playing ball.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to be good to go. The question is their offensive line any better to be able to keep him upright? Is their defense actually going to be able to stop anybody this year? Do they have a secondary that can cover anyone? That's still a team that to me is absolutely loaded with questions. But here's the thing, Andy, is I can deride the roster of the Chiefs all I want, and it's fair, but that guy could just also have an MVP caliber season, and it might not all matter.
Yeah, or he could have that knee feel okay until they actually get to the regular season, and then it doesn't feel okay anymore because he's getting hit a ton. But we'll find out which way this sucker goes. But you're right. As long as he's in the mix, they've got a shot. He's that kind of guy. The Broncos live that life with Elway and Manning.
Yeah.
Mahomes is certainly that caliber dude. So you're right. And if he's doing stuff already right now, he will play week 1. What I will be curious to see is, Andy Reid's one of those guys, a little like Sean Payton, where he likes his guys to at least play one regular season game and even like a half of it if he can, or not regular season, preseason game, and play about a half if he can. I'll be curious to see if they go that route this year, if he goes maybe a little more new school and says, nope, you're not touching the field till the Monday night opener against Denver.
Run and cut and protect himself and all that good stuff. But yeah, Mahomes is an OTAs. Great. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Got a quarterback competition in Minnesota. It's Kyler Murray versus J.J. McCarthy. They both talked to the media, and they were asked about their relationship working with one another. Let's start with Kyler Murray, and then you'll hear J.J. McCarthy at the end of this clip.
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like 2 guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness like between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
One guy, did you watch me play last year?
Yeah, one guy, though, clearly knows he's going to be the starter. The other guy's upset because he knows he's not.
Yes.
So
also,
those are 2 very different takes on the situation. Great job, Spring. I've not really heard that. That's an interesting compare and contrast.
When Kyler Murray gives advice to J.J. McCarthy, is it like how to beat a level on Call of Duty?
Could be.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see the trailer, the drop for the one coming out in the fall, Modern Warfare 4?
I didn't.
I might have to Kyler Murray that sucker. Looks pretty sweet. Of all people, Mark Hoppus putting it out there and into my world. I didn't think that would happen today, but there it is.
Do you think J.J. McCarthy looks up to Kyler Murray, or is it possible because Murray's too short?
Wow. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
You could have just stopped at the first sentence. Your first period is all you needed.
Is it possible to look up to Kyler Murray? I don't think anybody can. Yeah, Kyler's going to be the starter. Spoiler alert, everybody.
And he knows it.
Yes, he's very well aware.
Yeah.
That's why he signed with that
And frankly,
team.
so does JJ, judging by that tone.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Matthew Stafford went on the Pat McAfee show. He says he's hopeful that he will play more football beyond this season. They drafted Ty Simpson, quarterback out of Alabama, in the top 15 of this draft as the heir apparent to Matt Stafford. Here's Matt on has he talked with Ty Simpson?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm in there with him, in the meeting room, on the practice field, trying to share as much knowledge as I can. Listen, I was a big fan of Ty when he was playing at Alabama. I sent him a text after, he got drafted and said, really enjoyed watching you play. Just you were in the wrong jersey. You weren't a dog. So, but no, I did enjoy watching him play. He's a talented kid. I'm going to do everything I can to get this team ready to play, to win. But at the same time, share some of the knowledge that I've gained throughout my career, because I wouldn't be in the seat that I am right now talking to you guys after a really good football season, and if I didn't have people that were helping me out along the way too. So I'm happy to do that. But he's been a sponge, man. He's looking to get better, and really that's everybody on our team, all the young guys that we picked.
Translation. Yeah, I mean, I've watched this kid play a little bit. He's nowhere near good enough to take my job right now. We were almost into the Super Bowl last year, so I'm not worried about a thing. So, yeah, he can ask me all the questions he wants. As long as I stay healthy, I know whose job it is.
Can I tell you the other reason Matthew Stafford really wants to play in 2027? The $50 million becoming guaranteed at the start of the 2027 league year.
Yeah, that'd be cool, too.
He sure would like that.
$50 million reasons.
So, yeah, $105 million remaining on the contract. I don't blame Matt Stafford for wanting to play as long as humanly possible, but he's also coming off an MVP season and has a great chance to be able to win another Super Bowl. Yeah, it's all been gravy. This is a guy, I mean, Andy, and there have been recent off seasons where we've just been like, is he done? Is he toast? And then he comes back and he just balls out and plays out of his mind, and the Rams keep building around him. And to me, absolutely doing the right thing. And, oh, by the way, I understand the criticism of the Ty Simpson pick, but, that's one of those you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't picks, because if you don't do that, if you never line up the next guy with an aging quarterback and then you just run into the nothingness like the Broncos did after Manning was done, then you're screwed either way. So you can look at it and go, well, they should have used that draft pick on the next piece, or you could just be the Packers and just be good forever because you always had a quarterback ready to go.
No, it's fair. I think a lot of people were more the old eyebrow raise. That's one of those classic, look, we had the conversations about it with Bo. If you would have traded back, could you still have gotten him? Did you have to trade up and go get, that kind of stuff? But to your point, if it's your guy and you're going to go all in on him, then go get him. And they did. Now, the only question I have about it is Sean McVay can tell us anything he wants to. Your body language spoke that this was not my plan at all when you were sitting there doing that post-draft.
Do you think that's what it was, or was it I don't want to be too excited about the next quarterback when my MVP is right there?
No, I think I would have preferred we waited on this a bit, because this is a guy. Listen, there have been rumors out there about Sean McVay maybe not going for the long haul. We keep talking about Stafford. Remember, it was just 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
They thought he might retire.
I, for one, Andy, I'm not about to doubt the best-run organization in the entire NFL with the best ownership group and finest front office.
Well, they've got a hell of a coach, too, though.
Of North American sports.
Handsome.
Go ahead, Spring.
Does a good interview. In the middle of games.
CJ Stroud talking at Texans practice today. He's entering the fourth year of his 5-year rookie contract. It's about time for the Texans to possibly pay CJ Stroud. He said today, quote, "I let my agent handle it. If it's time to do it, then it is." CJ Stroud also got a haircut. The dreads are gone. The dreadlocks are gone. Here's CJ Stroud on his new hairdo.
I honestly didn't see the reactions. I mean, I was told that people thought I was depressed, or that I was I wasn't. I was doing okay. But I've been thinking about cutting my hair for a long time. And I was actually going to do it months prior, but I just didn't know how my helmet was going to fit. So nothing really too serious. I mean, I'm kind of used to this haircut. It's how I grew up. The dreads were kind of a new thing. So, I hate everything in my life. It's so public. And people just have narratives, but it's the life I've chosen to live. So it's all good. But yeah, I like my haircut.
It is a dramatic change. When you go from long to short, people are going to notice.
Yeah, but I get guys get sick of the long hair.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm shocked some guys keep the long hair as long as they do.
You could simply make that case of just like less maintenance.
Well, I mean, look, if Quinn Miners can cut the locks, anybody can.
Let me give you some other stuff on C.J. Stroud really quickly. Since entering the NFL in 2023, C.J. Stroud has been sacked 130 times, regular season and playoffs. No other quarterback with at least 130 sacks has seen more pressure than C.J. Stroud. He's been pressured 730 times. The next two on the list are Geno Smith and Justin Herbert since 2023. Now, the Texans have made efforts to try and rebuild their offensive line this offseason, but that to me is like, can you stay on your feet, and can you prove, because that's the question that they got to answer right now. It's a tricky spot to be in if you're the Texans. Is he a $250 million quarterback, or is he not? It's tough when you get to this spot.
I'd call him up if they decided they don't think he is.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd just put it that way.
Right.
But yeah, look, everybody, the Broncos are 2 years away from this same conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Not next year, but the year after.
Yeah, when you don't know for certain.
Well, no, we know we want to keep you, but top of the market, not again.
Right.
And fans get all worked up about this. Not every quarterback is worth top of the market.
Yeah.
In my opinion, there's 5 quarterbacks at any given time that are worth the top of the market. But because of the way the game works, and the agent's job is to make sure that he says to the world, I just got my client the richest deal to this point, or you're not going to have a lot of new clients.
Yeah.
That's how the game is played.
Yeah, it's the gap between the $35 or $40 million quarterback and the $60 million quarterback
is huge.
It's really tough, and yet there's very little in between in there.
Yeah,
it's either you're that guy or this is what the league thinks of you, which is the league's way of saying you stink. Ironically, by paying somebody only $40 million a year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, $50 million doesn't get it done for you.
Yeah, you'll have to have $40 million a year, and the truth is the Broncos don't know that answer yet.
They don't, but again, I can tell you already. I don't care how big the cap goes. Giving somebody $70 million. Now, look, it's the quarterback, most important position, blah, blah, blah.
That's the
but
5.
You still want to be able to build a team.
Biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Keep it rolling here with you on a beautiful Thursday afternoon in Denver, Colorado. And we got much to dive into here. Let's revisit the Avalanche conversation a little bit when we come back, hopefully with less stinging rage attached to it. What do the Avs have to do next? Perhaps a sober discussion of that when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, just saw this come across. Rockies have placed Jose Quintana on the 60-day IL.
Oh, yeah. Spring sent us the tweet.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Elbow strain.
60-day IL, dude.
Yeah.
That's not the 15. I believe there's a 15, right?
No, that's the I'm having surgery.
Yeah,
I'm done.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
That is the.
I'll be operated
That's a
on.
bad option.
You know what was really funny was not funny, but right after his injury, when he left his last start, and like the quotes from Schaefer were just like, "Yeah, we hope he's going to be okay." The quotes from Quintana were just like, "No, I'm done." Like there's I know what's going on in there.
Well,
I'm finished.
Wait a minute. I know what's going on in there.
Yeah.
Or I know what's going on in there is in the dressing room, and I'm done with this bad choice I made for my career.
Hey, I'll get my $6
Took
million
my money.
bucks.
Hey, I Chris Bryant this sucker.
Exactly.
Peace out, guys.
I'm out. By the way, Chris Bryant, as far as that, is still on the club. Nothing changed there.
We've not heard one thing about any pending return, have we?
Still collecting that check. Oh,
Where is he? In Vegas?
I'm assuming.
I can't
He's
tell
not
you
with
I've
the
watched.
club.
Okay, I was going to say
No,
I've
he's-
watched every game. Is he even around?
I
I've
haven't
not seen
him
one breath
with
of that.
The club, no.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's in Las Vegas and working with all of his the most recent quotes are that he wants to come back and play.
Yeah.
And he's trying to find a solution by which he can actually go out and move.
Do the Rockies really want him to come back and play? Don't they have some insurance policy that's covering this?
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, I don't. At this point, I don't think they do.
Just DFA.
Well, because
But again, I get that policy probably didn't cover it.
every at bat that he takes, is an at bat that a young player either to develop or to trade is not getting. So there's no reason to play him at all. Okay, so Andy, we're a day closer, or I guess a day further away. We're a day closer to next year, a day further away from the most recent failure. Spring sent over a good tweet here from the NHL Rumor Report, which you got to trust these people.
Hey, it's summer. We're trusting everybody, Nate.
Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes have an opportunity to probably be in the $18 million range AAV, which wouldn't surprise a lot of people. I wasn't surprised at all when I read this. I knew that's what he's going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're going to pay him. The cap has gone up. Kaprizov's deal is what it is. Cale Makar is now going to reset the market. That's how this works. Yeah, Cale Makar will be the next highest paid player in the game. So, yeah, what's Kaprizov, 17 mil?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you put Makar past him. Makar's better.
Yep.
And you're always going to be highest paid when you're the most recent guy to come up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It'll be 7 to 9 years or whatever.
Yeah. And guess what? You pay that. That's the going rate. Cap's going to go up a little bit, but that's the going rate. Hard cap sport, we understand it, but like he's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And look, I think an argument can be made. He's the best player on the team.
Andy,
He and Nate take turns with it, but he you know.
No, you and I, we were kicking this around in the break. This is how you know this one stung. Andy and I are spending our off moments still breaking down Avalanche stuff with each other. Normally, we're just
summer.
Let's be honest, we're children. It's all wiener jokes around here, okay? But off air, we're still debating this. And my one thing with this series, thing with why maybe Bedsy, maybe it would be unfair to let him go, even though I'm an advocate for a change, is what does that series look like if Cale's healthy?
Right.
That's the one. If he is healthy and at the top of his game, and you have somebody that with their own gravity and brilliance and vision can move the defense and create shooting lanes and penetrate what Vegas has put together. If there is a world where Nathan MacKinnon connects with Cale Makar and they don't miss on that pass and there's a breakaway right before the damn Mark Stone goal on the flip puck from McNabb in Game 4, like what does this series look like? That's the one thing that I can't answer.
Sure.
You had 2 games of a healthy McKinnon, but if you had 100% Cale, it's a very fibrous diet. But also, if you have that, what does this series look like?
Yeah, we'll never know. I mean, for me, I think they win a couple games. I still don't think they win the series, but it is what it is. But yeah, look, we've talked about it. When it comes to this offseason, you can call me about anybody you want but Nate and Cale.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you about them. But anybody else you want to talk about, I am happy to have the conversation.
Of course. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and if that's Marty Necas, if that's Brock Nelson, and again, guys, I know they have no trade clauses, blah, blah, blah.
All that can be negotiated.
Exactly. Devon Taves, Nazem Kadri, Val Nichushkin. Keep naming names. I guess
Mackenzie Blackwood. I would talk to you about either goalie.
Okay. Blackwood's the one that I stopped and gave me pause, but maybe it's just extreme recency bias of Game 4.
Well,
like if that's what he is,
no,
then he's a bargain.
That's what he was a year ago when he was playing really good for you. But again,
he wasn't that.
When I tell you I'll take calls, that's not me calling you.
Right.
That's not me trying to move them. But I'm to the point where last year the list would have been a hell of a lot longer, and Devon Taves wasn't on it. He's on it this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different ballgame.
And frankly, look, we've been begging for them to have a good second center forever. We can all be upset about Nelson's playoff. He was good. He is up for the Selke. He did have a good season. But because of the cap thing that is going on, and because I need to remake what the bottom part of my roster looks like, and frankly, even my second line, I will listen to anybody. I hate to say it, I'd even listen to Lehkonen. Again, that's another guy where you're gonna have to really shiver me timbers. But I'll listen to you about Lehkonen.
Okay, so really quickly, and I just want to illustrate this for everybody, is so I'm looking at Kaprizov's deal. It's $17 million for 27-28. Not this upcoming season, because Kale's still under contract for this upcoming season, but for 27-28, when Cale Makar would be an unrestricted free agent. Kaprizov's deal at $17 million a year for Minnesota is 15% of the total cap. So if you give Kale 18%, what's that bump? I don't know. Again,
keep it at $18 million. I like that better.
Okay.
Easier numbers to do for me.
$18 million. Okay. So that's what is it? 17% of the cap or whatever it is, but also knowing full well that the cap is going to continue to go up. For example, $17 million in 28-29 for Kaprizov goes down to 13.8% of the cap. So you'll give him $18 million and it'll be a more substantial portion of the cap early on, but that again continues to diminish year after year. For example, this past season, Nathan MacKinnon made 12% of the Avalanche cap at $12.6 million. But by 28-29, that number goes down to 10% because that's what the cap is projected out to be 2 seasons from now. So, 18 million is a lot, but also given the projections, it becomes more affordable as the life of the deal goes on. That's the way these things always work.
Yeah.
And will continue to work in the NHL.
Yeah.
So right now, this past season, Cale Makar made 8.7% of the total cap space. Marty Necas, 11%. Nathan MacKinnon, 12%. Some of that number feels better spent than others.
Yeah.
But also, Marty Necas had a 100-point regular season. Also, Brock Nelson had 33 goals in the regular season and then didn't score in the entire series against the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah, you know what's frustrating, though? I mean, again, the reason why I keep maybe focusing more of my frustration on Marty Necas is Marty wasn't even shooting.
No.
Brock got himself open. Brock got the breakaways. Brock technically played good hockey. He just didn't finish it, and it's frustrating when you can't win a game because this guy keeps missing nets. But to your point, the numbers showed you he didn't miss nets all season.
No, 33 goals.
He picked a bad time to be missing nets.
I mean, everything that could have gone wrong in this series went wrong.
It did.
And that's not, again, I give all the credit in the world to Vegas. And Andy, maybe you're right. Maybe the Avs, even if they're 100%, don't win this series anyway. I will always allow for that. But also, Wedgwood's one of the best goalies in the NHL all season long, and he was fine against Vegas. He was certainly outplayed by Carter Hart, and Blackwood was a lot better in Game 4. Makar's hurt, misses 2 games. I mean, that's again still the biggest killer of the series. MacKinnon gets hurt. The
also
other
doesn't help.
Biggest killer of the series. Oh, by the way, just as many guys banged up as you had humanly possible, and then some guys, Brock Nelson, the top of the list, just hit a slump at the worst friggin' possible time.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, again, to play the what could have been game.
Yeah.
The Avs, unfortunately, because Wedgwood was the best goalie in the NHL through Christmas. Then he got his little back tweak. They started going with Blackwood. They tried to get Blackwood back in there. They rotate around. Wedgwood was never quite as sharp at the end of the season as he was compared to the beginning of the season, and neither was the rest of the team. And you know what Vegas is doing? Vegas right now in the playoffs is playing like the Avs did when they started the season.
Yeah.
And everybody, the Colorado Wagon song comes out and all that. It is true. In the long sports, in the marathon sports, like hockey and basketball and baseball, you would rather be playing hot at the right time than be the best team the whole year.
Yeah.
And Vegas right now has caught fire. The Knicks have caught fire, and they're a problem for people. And the Avs, they were not on fire anymore, and not even really playing up to, again, the post-Olympic break problems reared themselves in this series.
Okay, so the President's Trophy curse. Like, it gets labeled a curse.
It's like the Madden cover.
Right. But stop yourself for a second here and consider something, okay? We haven't had a President's Trophy winner win the Cup since, it was Chicago in 2013, I think.
Okay, sounds about right.
Was the last one. All right. In that time, we had the 2023 Bruins. Remember that team set the regular season record, 135 points, 65 wins, lost in the first round to Florida. 2019, the Lightning had 128 points. Remember that team? They were unbelievable. They got swept by Columbus.
Yeah.
That's the
shocked the world.
The Keenan Thompson 0 drop that we still play on this show sometimes.
0.
Okay. So this is a regular thing in hockey where the best team doesn't win it all. Take the President's Trophy curse out of it, just the best team doesn't win it all. Roger Sherman was pointing this out in his newsletter today. Last two NBA champions, the Thunder and the Celtics, both had the best regular season records. Seattle won the Super Bowl last year, tied for the best record in the NFL. Dodgers won the World Series last year, best record in baseball. Did it in 24, I think, and 25. The team that with the best record in the WNBA won back-to-back-to-back finals from 22 to 24. And we haven't had a best record team win the Stanley Cup since 2013. Does that simply suggest that too much weird stuff happens in the Stanley Cup playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, again, it's about – there's so many things right now. Vegas would say some would say they're riding a hot goaltender.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I still say it's the way they play hockey, and you can't even get any shots on that goaltender. Or in Av's case, can't even get anybody to the front of the net to knock home the rebounds that he gave up.
But Andy, like we talk about Brock Nelson slumping, like also, but look over at Vegas, like Pavel Dorofeyev, what's he got?
He's on a heater.
10, 11 goals in the playoffs.
Yeah,
he's not this guy
miss
all the time.
No.
Howden, is he this guy all the time?
No.
Hey,
Keegan Colasar barely played.
Right.
I think Raj was saying that he played like 5 games in the regular season.
Yeah.
And now he's Mr. Can't take out of the playoff lineup?
Yeah.
What?
Good players, but again, like, what are we doing here? So there is also just the did you get hot at the right time aspect, which the Avalanche got cold at the exact wrong time.
Yeah, and what's crazy about it, just not a lot of explanation for why you went cold. You had the time off that many seek.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you can't even really go rust because Vegas only got one less day of rest than you did.
And they came out and kicked your ass in game one.
They didn't even bother practicing
right.
when they got here.
Yeah. Yeah, so very often, like I think the Thunder are the betting favorite to win the NBA championship.
And we won't be shocked if they close this thing out tonight, although I hope they take it to 7.
What did they
Is it
start?
tonight? They're playing tonight, right?
Yeah. They started, 24-1?
Yeah.
They've been the best team in the NBA the entire year.
Yep.
Most of the time, unless you suffer a catastrophic injury, you're going to do it. Baseball's a little bit more of a crapshoot, but again, the Dodgers have actually found a way to not choke the postseason away a couple of years in a row. But they've also
been the best team and lost.
Yeah, they have been before. And again, to me, baseball and hockey are the two biggest crapshoot postseasons. Football, you have to be a top seed. You pretty much have to.
You want to be home.
Yeah, I know there's outliers in there. You can point to Baltimore in 2012, going from wild card to a Super Bowl. But for the most part, you want to have a bye. to your point, you want to have home field.
You do. In hockey, see, again, crowd noise doesn't necessarily affect your communication in hockey.
No, not really.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, because people don't scream the whole
Sure.
game. They do when you score.
Right. And there's up and down emotions.
Yeah.
Right? Baseball, same thing. You're not going to, especially now that we've got the pitch comm era, you're not going to affect my communication with my catcher. The pitcher-catcher can be on the same page. Guys aren't necessarily having communication. Football, you're trying to call out plays. You're trying to make adjustments. You're trying to do things, and you can't talk in some of these loud buildings.
Yeah.
It just is the home field is not the same.
Football, it's noise. Basketball, it's energy.
You know what it is somehow, and I don't know what the trick is, just deep down, one guy, I talked to Steve Govett, the old Mammoth GM, about this one time. He goes, basically, you don't want your guys feeling the pressure. And listen, we all know, and Logan O'Connor said it in his very honest answers we played yesterday, and Jimmy cracked corn. It's part of sports, but the Avs felt the pressure.
Yeah.
They knew they had to get this done. Vegas was on a bit of a fairy tale ride because, again, they'd only won 39 regular season games. Nobody was on their
coaching
rear
change
end about it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no job left to
They
save.
were just, let's go see what happens. All this is frosting.
Yeah.
And they got guys back and healthy. They're in a great frame of mind. They're playing loose. They not only are they playing loose, but they're dedicated to their style.
As Devon Taves and Gabe Landeskog and Nazem Kadri and Brock Nelson are all missing goals during that series, then it's you're squeezing it too hard.
The only time we go, holy cow, Dorothy, of what'd you do, was when he shot it in the glove of Blackwood the other night.
Yeah.
Other than that guy's not been missing anything.
I'm glad we allowed for all of this. That being said, I do wish the Avalanche would make a change at head coach and play better defensive hockey all around and be a more playoff-tested type of team.
You know what? They need to go to the NBA. NBA, it's a half-court offense. They need to have a little more half-court offense.
I agree. And I want to allow for the hockey, right?
Yeah.
Because that's not outrageous to say, but it's also been 10 years and 4 straight failures out of this team.
Again, by the same profile of team, beats you too often.
Yeah.
You need to change that. By the way, let's fit this in at the end of the segment.
Okay.
We've talked about Claude Lemieux, a lot of the great memories. We'd seen this to start the show. It's now been confirmed by ESPN. I just feel more comfortable with that than TMZ, although I know they've got their sources. But unfortunately, it's being reported Claude Lemieux did die via suicide. It looks like on the property of his family's business in Lake Park, Florida. They apparently own a furniture showroom.
Absolutely heartbreaking. The details are unpleasant. You can read them if you go to ESPN.com. But
the descriptions of what they're saying, this probably not a good scene to walk up on.
According to authorities, Claude Lemieux died by suicide. I mean, Andy, it was just Monday night. He was in Montreal.
Yeah.
With the crowd there. It is a heartbreaking story. Absolutely awful. Claude Lemieux dead at the age of 60. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio. Game 6 tonight. Series goes back to San Antonio. Can the Spurs stay alive? By the way, Andy, on this day in 1986, Larry Bird won his third consecutive MVP award. He is the last player to have won 3 in a row. Only Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, along with Larry Legend, have ever done it. SGA will have a chance to be able to win it next year, his third in a row. He's not going to, though, because Wemby's going to be the MVP next year. Steve Nash was the closest to winning a third straight since Bird, but he finished nearly 40 first-place votes behind Dirk Nowitzki in 2007. Jokic, of course, he couldn't win 3 consecutive. What was Jokic? Was his 3 consecutive? That was the one that was interrupted by Embiid, right? Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
But then he'd win his third a year later.
Yes, he would win his third a year later, and then he has finished second to SGA each of the last 2 years, 6 consecutive top 2 finishes. So, yes, Larry Bird, the last player to have won 3 consecutive MVP awards. Yeah, he was pretty good. Spurs and Thunder tonight in Game 6. Spurs trying to force a Game 7 and be healthy enough and get the guards downhill and get Wemby going and not let Hartenstein get in position to be able to just beat the living bleep out of Victor Wembanyama tonight. Give Hartenstein credit, man. He's had a hell of a series. Ever since their failure in Game 1, when he only played 12 minutes, he has absolutely been a difference maker for that team. Although, did you see the other day, I can't remember who was doing the interview, but they asked him about being a Wemby stopper, and he was just like, Whoa.
Yeah, let's calm down. Let's not go there.
I don't know about that, but I'm doing my best.
Probably a better option than Alex Caruso, who's about half his size.
Here's a fun NFL story that I saw today, Andy. This is from Pro Football Talk. Jets' new front office culture is to think AI first.
Okay.
Yes.
Please explain.
So apparently the Jets, who in the past have used Madden ratings
Which, funny enough, uses AI.
Influence front office decisions. But according to a piece in Sports Business Journal, the Jets have fully embraced AI. The effort is crystallized under, listen to this name, I don't even know if I'm saying it right, Iwao Fusillo.
Cool.
The team's new chief data and analytics officer. That title put him in charge of business and football analytics. Fusillo told Sports Business Journal that 91% of the team's front office now uses Microsoft Copilot on a day-to-day basis. First off, have you ever used that before?
No.
Oh, it's first off, some guy on a commercial used it to save his floundering pizza business.
I've seen that commercial.
Yes.
The dollar slice.
Right. Which by the way, I believe even Microsoft in their disclaimer for their own product says do not use this for major decisions in your life. But the Jets are using it to run their football organization.
Well, it's better than Brick Johnson. Okay?
Are we sure?
I would not use Brick Johnson for major decisions in your life either at this point. Would you? Brick Johnson or AI?
Who was the quarterback that Brick Johnson was always making fun of? I don't remember already. God, that story is so funny. 91% of the team's front office now uses Microsoft Copilot on a day-to-day basis. Roughly 100 days ago, only a handful of the team's employees used it. Those utilizing it are averaging 2 or 3 prompts per day. In a quote, he said, quote, I call that level 1 or horizon 1, which is adoption. Do we have large business gains from that level 1? Not really. But if we change the culture of the entire front office, yes, to think AI first, close quote.
No.
Doesn't that just mean that a bunch of people that work there are like, they have a quota of how many times to use Microsoft Copilot over the course of the day? So they're just like, all right, use this thing. That's what that means.
Where's the best dollar slice in New York? Microsoft Copilot.
Here's my question on the Jets using AI. Does it mean artificial intelligence, or will this help them get an interception this upcoming season?
What else you got?
Thank you.
Was that a list one?
No.
Oh, okay, just one. Just one. All right.
They're all using Microsoft Copilot while they're on the can. Can you believe they went a whole year without an interception? How do you do that?
Who is the secondary? Ain't exactly Darrelle Revis hanging out there waiting to get some.
You don't need Darrelle Revis to just tip
didn't
one ball.
Dude, didn't they drop like 3 or 4?
Of course. But like, how do you not dumb luck your way into one stupid interception? One ball tipped at the line of scrimmage and you came up with it. It's almost harder to have like 0 than it is to just have like 2 lame interceptions. Anyway, the Jets are AI first. Look out, NFL. Here they come. Rick Johnson and artificial intelligence are going to turn this thing around.
They better hope.
If there was ever
can AI go play quarterback for them?
If there was
they got
ever a team, Gino,
that's right.
Yeah,
and Gino wanted him to get Russ, and Russ is thinking about going to TV.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's Gino and Clade, or is it Cade Klubnik or Clade Kubnik? Doesn't matter. They're the same guy. Clade Kubnik. No, it's Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik, the dude from Clemson, or is it?
Good God, what?
Cade Klubnik from Clemson.
This sounds like one of the. You know what that is right there? That's a line out of one of these ad scripts you and I would get, where people are getting too cute but don't actually have to say the words in fast fashion.
Klubnik from Clemson.
Yeah, give me Cade Klubnik from Clemson. Can't even. All right, cue ball.
Clemson, Klubnik. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Jeff Legwold had more quotes from Von Miller today in ESPN. We'll talk to Leggy tomorrow. Will we actually? I don't even know if we will.
Yeah, we will. We'll be okay. He's back in town. That's all good. Remember, we bailed out on Monday.